Hello dear viewer, you may feel like you're experiencing deja vu, but really, this is a re-upload. Apparently some people weren't very happy with the video, and despite a long-running history of shunning the rulebook to harass others, suddenly we're flipping through its pages with great fervour to find reason to take the video down. A handful of privacy complaints were filed, and although I did comply with blurring faces at the stipulated timestamps, the powers that be in YouTube HQ thought it necessary to nuke the video anyway. I'm not scorned by this ruling. I'm not exactly a big shot on the platform who can make millions off tasing rats or stealing other people's videos, and fortunately kept a hold of the original upload so it could be genetically engineered to comply with community guidelines. All faces shown in the video have now been blurred, even the ones belonging to those who didn't really care to submit a claim. This is rather humorous because, in the archive server where all the evidence has been kept, the identities of those who have spent the last week struggling to understand you can submit multiple timestamps in one complaint form are shown. Such great intellect on display. It would be unreasonable to ask my audience, who already spent 4 hours of their precious time suffering through the video, to do so again in its entirety, but, if possible, I only ask that you leave a video running in the background for some time to reimburse my stolen valor of internet clout. Either way, the support shown for this video was quite surreal. I was truly taken aback, and I am incredibly thankful. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to resume important business. I will see you in a couple of months.
Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Hello again. I think something's wrong with me. Today's topic, the inescapable nature of the past. Volumes of life that depict moments of joy and glee, but also episodes of untold negative emotion, of horrid mistakes.
And then, oh fuck, okay, whoa!
You may think you already know the answer. You've seen the title of the video and the worrying runtime, but it surprisingly goes further than just an unfortunate relapse. You see, my second video on this channel was about why I personally dislike multiplayer games. It's about as poorly made as you'd expect for someone who thought they were way funnier and more eloquent than they really were. But despite my early flaws in video editing, I still find this to be a prevailing sentiment. I've always looked at how I could best explain it with something more focused, a specific example, a case of not wide breadth, but intriguing depth. But, as I'm generally not predisposed to the idea of follow-up videos on my essays, please don't laugh, I have been dissuaded for a long time from making something such as that. But sometimes the best things in life are born from the whim of happy accidents. In that low-effort video I did on Chivalry 2 Duels, I lamented that the terrible state of the game dissuaded anyone from pursuing it further, and ultimately had driven me to forever abstain from playing. Let's reveal this oath's fate with a little puzzle. Can you spot the difference between these two images? No? Don't worry, I can see you're struggling. I'm happy to spell it out. Mental illness. We all know it. We all want it. We all probably have it. A man like me could only ever resist Chivalry 2's siren call for a month before I caved into bad habits, spawning a wave of dissent from the community who forever mock me for playing bad games. One neuron fires in a particular manner, and it can trigger a cascade of neural activity that condemns oneself to an act of terrifying irrationality. I could not escape the beckon of the green mask, and through time, unfortunately stumbled across another point of obsession. The Signalis video demanded a lot from me in terms of writing, drawing, and editing. Never before had I put so much effort into a creation such as this. I had other things to attend to. So, for a time, I was content with making something smaller, something simpler, something that would establish that the best video I could ever really make was a one-time deal. I took a break and went abroad for a week to visit my brother. Good food and good company make for good times.
He had to kill a family of 5 to get this, and it matters not the cost. He will have a yummy snack.
But upon returning, I realized my life-shortening comfort food, Chivalry 2, had, somehow, been thrown into even greater jeopardy. Drama, arguments, confrontation of malicious origin, subterfuge. It seems my little video had just missed what rapidly became regarded as an ecological collapse in a multiplayer-centric melee slasher game originating from the great continent known as Europe.
Someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not.
The more I heard from the grapevine, the more entranced I became with the circumstances, and, through yet another turn of bad luck that worsens my life, I had just found my subject for the case study. This was more than just a video. This was more than not sticking to my word and being extremely fickle. This was closure. This was the third act to this wretched play that finally gave me the chance to fully explain and conclude this terrible chapter in my life, all the while elaborating on the specifics as to why a game beloved by a significant number of players has been under siege. This was my final chapter with this fetid beast. A foolish decision, yet I was in the month of fools. So, sit back, watch as something you're good at is rendered inaccessible by the horrid cretins around you, and loathe the gods for their mediocrity in creating. Because I'm making an absolutely terrible decision in the name of internet clout. Do not let yourself be fooled, dear viewer. This may not be a 2.5-hour video essay detailing my own mental meltdown, but it is still a monumental undertaking. This is because it's even worse for my mental health than the Signalis video. Organization is key. It's important to lay the groundwork so we understand what this video essay will and will not cover, as well as a brief recap as to the source material. For those who have felt the loving touch of another human being, you may be unfamiliar. Chivalry 2 is a medieval melee slasher game released in 2021, developed by Torn Banner Studios, and published by Tripwire Interactive, the same guys who published the Killing Floor games, as well as a PTSD simulator favourite of mine, Rising Storm 2 Vietnam.
I can't wait to go back home and see my mom.
Chivalry 2 is a game designed with big-scale combat in mind, with its flagship mode, Team Objective, pitting two teams of 32 players against one another as one team completes objectives to advance their offensive, whilst the enemy team does all it can to halt the assault. This is quite standard for the genre, and for many people, this is what they imagine when they hear this game's name. But this will not be the focus for the video. Admittedly, my opinion of this game mode has improved. It is ultimately quite fun when you stop trying to win and instead just bully players who don't know what a feint is. Finally, my pastime interests of cornering men and brutalizing them with weapons has been represented in my favourite medium. That being said, it is an endless and mindless gank, which I personally believe does a disservice to how deliberate and purposeful the combat system is. Call it controversial, but getting ganked by individuals who are a few brain cells away from being considered of unicellular intelligence doesn't appeal directly to me. Instead, we will be focusing upon the niche subsection of the community known as Duels, the competitive scene where two great challengers and more duke it out to see who will come out on top. This really is where much of the game's competitive potential resides, but also where intricate mechanical complexity makes itself known. This, unlike Team Objective, appeals to those with a desire to truly win as a result of their own skill, and those with a desire to be renowned as champions. However, as this is a competitive mode, it also means this is where the toxicity becomes the most concentrated. This is where the fragile ego comes under attack. Chivalry 2 Duels is considered ground zero, a community that likely comprises 1% of a wider player base for all the problems that have affected the game in its entirety across Europe and North America. In this case study, we will delve into the plight of Duels, the ongoing acts of debauchery that have pillaged it of all its goodwill and conduct, examine the specific causes and information regarding it before taking it to the final act of the wider point. Not just why Chivalry 2 was ruined, but also how what contributed to its downfall has become integral to a lot of multiplayer games and contributes to my hatred of them. Steel yourself, prepare for hardship, where I plan to take you even the most unappealing of virgins would not dare to venture. In this realm, the concept of the shower is considered leftist political extremism. My lack of self-worth has taken me to places I wouldn't go with a gun, and somehow, I keep coming back. Let's begin with Exhibit A. The Victim. For those not in the know, duel servers are the de facto competitive mode for Chivalry 2. These large lobbies spanning a moderately sized map with a capacity of 30 people provide the opportunity for two things. First, I'm sure you've guessed, is dueling. Flourishing at another player and having them flourish back initiates a deadly contest in which only one can emerge the champion, an honor code that allows for the consent of the player, an opportunity to govern one's own engagement with the combat system. But instead, if you feel like just hanging around, the open space and variety of interactable objects in the environment makes for some hilarious moments to share with familiar faces. Due to the niche nature of the genre, it's likely you'll encounter a few reoccurring characters, whether they be clan professionals or random shit posters. Sincerely, this is a very nice duality in the mode that feeds into one another. An opportunity to forge friendly rivalries birthed from a competitive spirit and inherent desire to improve that is inspired through the simple combat system. You see, Chivalry 2's combat at its core is remarkably easy to grasp. Left mouse button to slash, middle mouse button to stab and overhead swing. All of these can be held down to unleash a heavy attack, a slower version of the swing that does more damage. You can jab an opponent who isn't guarding to interrupt their attacks and reclaim the initiative, or kick a guarding opponent to render them vulnerable to a brutal comeuppance. All of this is paid for by the universal currency known as stamina. Run out of it and get hit while blocking, you'll drop your weapon and be left open to a swift attack. To stay in this resource arms race, you need to counter, copying the exact attack of the opponent as it hits your guard to negate the stamina loss of the move. These are the few common tools available to every player. Very simple to understand. Yet it's how these common tools can be manipulated that rewards further investment in mastery. The game often informs you to use your WASD keys to control your legs, but your mouse to control your hips. Weapon attacks will hit at a standard time, even when you're heavying, which means an attentive opponent can endlessly counter you and drain your stamina in a long fight. But by turning away from your opponent, dragging, or turning towards your opponent, excelling, you can manipulate the speed of your swing to confuse an over-attentive opponent or put pressure on someone who is low on stamina and desperate to counter you. Feinting swings and excelling them, or feinting into a jab to interrupt an over-attentive player, can also significantly damage their stamina, force them to concede the initiative, and cause them to panic. The beauty of this simple system is that it can be manipulated by the skill of the player in non-exploitative ways, from using a few common tools left open-ended in their implementation. What I also really like about this system is how it interfaces well with the classes. Different classes and subclasses like Vanguard Devastators and Footman Polemen have different attributes affecting their stamina and health. Vanguards have greater stamina but lower HP, meaning they are a greater offensive pick for complex combos and moves but can be killed quite quickly. Knights are tanks with greater health and access to a greater range of heavy-duty weaponry but have significantly lower stamina, as well as take additional damage from chop and bonk weapons like axes and hammers. The individual weapons also vary your style of attack, each coming with a different special move but also having different lengths and speeds. Something like a glaive has good reach and recovers fast from missing swings, whereas something like a Highland sword is very slow but has great reach and does troubling damage to not just your health but your stamina, which makes XL overheads so terrifying to deal with. I personally liken this to a fighting game. The individual classes are archetypes of fighting characters, and the weapons themselves are members of the roster. When you put all of this together, you have a slasher game with simple core concepts that becomes ridiculously configurable for the individual player. This fighting system is excellent and has given rise to many well-established player-made attacks and maneuvers. The Steve Dodge, a move that lets you get around your opponent by spinning whilst dodging. The Dash Gamble, a move that lets you outspeed someone's initiative by cancelling a dodge by blocking and then excelling your counter swing into the enemy. The Illiterate Panic Glaive Gamble, a move where you accidentally misread the opponent's attack because you're completely illiterate, but the weapon is so fast that you can't change course and you accidentally kill your attacker. This lapse in my skill, masquerading as a deliberate, risky technique, will be my greatest contribution to the community. Duels can be humiliatingly brief confrontations where one player is completely outclassed in seconds, or tense extended battles between two equally skilled warriors that leaves both participant and spectator on the edge of their seats. A psychological game of chess, trying to think about what your opponent's going to do next, switching up your strategy when something isn't working. This makes these duels so riveting. This is why the social aspect melds so well with the competitive main event. There is nothing more satisfying than engaging in a duel against a known player that you have an extended history with as equals, both of you determined to win at any cost, but ultimately the fight is so satisfying that even in defeat, it was fun to participate. That is the true allure of duels, fighting like-minded folk within the confines of a respectful space and, win or lose, enjoying the process that was the struggle for victory. And that is why it ought to be this case study's focus. I can understand at first people being skeptical. How can you base your dislike of a staple of modern gaming on a niche mode a minor fraction of a wider community plays? Well, oddly enough, that's because this is really where the dedicated player base is. This is where the relationships and funny moments you're privy to as a player are made. It makes sense that Team Objective is the most popular mode. It appeals to casual players who just want to fuck around, and it is fun, but it's so bizarre that the moments that have really formed the communal melting pot of Chivalry 2's referential humour and history is down to its competitive scene that doesn't get much traction with new players. This, unbeknownst to most, is actually where the whole attraction of online multiplayer gaming resides. The attraction of getting to be a part of something with other people, whether it's an organised clan event or some antics going on in a random server. Being a member of a competitive environment is where Chivalry 2 is at its best for being a multiplayer game. But that's not why we're here, is it? I sincerely wish it was. I wish this video was a celebration of a melee slasher's resounding success that appealed to casual players and incentivized them to improve, to partake in a communal space of legends and champions. But I have to stop living in a fantasy and confront the miserable nature of my existence. Reality is often disappointing. Reality includes other people. And I'm of the opinion, dear viewer, that the biggest folly of multiplayer games is that they involve other people. Think of the most horrific crime you can possibly muster in your head. Some of the worst atrocities ever inflicted upon humankind. These simply pale in comparison to FFA, also known as RDM. At the time of the last upload, a Scourge, known ubiquitously as FFAers, were running rampant on Duels servers. When all you have is the sentimental equivalent of sticky tape and spit to hold a game mode together, it only takes a couple of fools to start ripping at the seams. These horrid criminals come in two flavors, mischievous and malicious. Mischievous FFAers are a breed made possible by sheer error. Typically these individuals are looking for FFA servers, free-for-all lobbies where you can mindlessly fight opponents with all the good-natured intent of American politics, but sometimes will misclick on a Duels server. It also doesn't help that when these individuals join a game, they're usually on a console, so can't see the chat, don't speak English, so can't understand when someone tells them to stop interrupting fights, or both. And when these players are frequently greeted with people ganking someone else for FFAing, they don't have context. They assume this is just how it plays. They summon little fear, typically are more of a danger to themselves than anyone else, and are a delightful morsel of EXP. The malicious FFAers, however, are the ones to remain cautious of. These are repeat offenders who fully understand the server they're in and completely recognize what they are doing. They will incorporate a number of tactics to deliberately upset as many people as possible. One such approach is the European sharpshooter. Pick Archer, climb onto the most inaccessible vantage point you are able through use of placeable barricades and palisades, and become a menace to sentient life that is found within a single-mile radius. Your accuracy, contrary to popular belief, does not matter. Your presence alone, and your malicious intent signaled by the stray volleys sent flying towards duelists, will be disruptive enough.
Wait. Have you ever worked hard for something?
Hit and run tactics for those craving a thrill made more intense by closer proximity are a popular choice also. Pick a target, wait for them to engage in a duel, and strike at their lowest moment before fleeing the scene. They care not for self-preservation, only to harvest enough salt so they can feast for another day and satiate the hunger of their salt-munching brethren. But how was this ever a problem? You had access to a vote kick, just boot the losers causing trouble and continue on about your day. Well, you see, the problem is this vote kick is dependent on the consensus of the lobby, some of which can't read the chat. And when malicious FFAers will start weaving elaborate tales to evade punishment, this tool only really works at its most extremes. Either everyone is getting banned from the lobby for zero reason, or no one is, and you're stuck with the people interrupting your game the whole time. Not to mention, malicious FFAers use this tool to falsely frame people for FFA and get them into trouble. A prolific example of this was a player called Hypocrisy who deliberately would clip out of context moments of people fighting or retaliating to his interruptions before sending them off to the Discord server's mailbot to get them in trouble with moderators. Here's a clip of him trying to get an EU moderator in trouble for hitting someone else once that the moderator was likely friends with. This guy had such a reputation for being a liar that when he posted about getting banned for his behavior on Reddit, not only did tons of people immediately mock him for it, but the community manager broke their radio silence and smacked him into the ground. This was then supplemented by a video from the moderator's perspective where both of them flourish to initiate a duel. The moderator kicks Hypocrysy's ass in 5 seconds, and then Hypocrisy issues a vote kick request on said moderator. Mr. Hypocrisy, funnily enough, had a lot of issues with the moderators. He liked to pretend another EU moderator was abusing her moderator privileges by spawning horses. Now this was a big no-no, but not because it was moderator abuse, more so because consoles could only handle a set number of entities on screen, and this could cause problems for console players. The fact Hypocrisy didn't cite this evidence during this claim of moderator tyranny just showed that, deep down, even he knew this unlisted clip wasn't the ace in the hole he needed it to be. He's a bit of an opportunist and acts as a good example as to how these tools are usually abused to get others in trouble. I can't wait to see how many lies he tells in community discords this time. It also doesn't help that malicious FFAers recognize the importance of group strength and understand that the only real way to maintain their crusades is to stick together, not just to overwhelm their opponents, but also to politically manipulate the masses. FFAing clans like Four Lions have existed for a while, a shapeless mass of hostile motivation spearheaded by people like Track and Field, Speedy2K, Henry, and Drogs88. There are more members, but these are the most notable. If these guys were online together and didn't like you, you were going to be in some trouble. But this was a problem for the Old Testament of duels. Now, in the New Testament, they're not even called duels. They're social servers. Look at these folk. Look at how social they're being. Look at the name. Look at this guy's fucking name. I don't think I need to describe... TBS doesn't seem to understand that Chivalry 2 isn't a game designed for entertainment, it's a game designed to keep the future domestic terrorists, mass murderers, and far-right political extremists in their homes so the public does not suffer from their stench. You are asking antisocial people who do not go outside to behave in a social manner. The genius of Torn Banner eludes all. even themselves. Because there is absolutely nothing distinguishing these servers from FFA, everything has been made 10 times worse. The malicious FFAers now can disguise even bolder innovations of being an asshole as just being brazenly social, while mischievous FFAers, who see nothing but the chaotic murder they're used to around them, believe they're in the right place and won't leave for a couple of hours. The most recent update that added the Juilliard map, which at first I thought was an amazing amenity for duelists, is actually a reoccurring arena that is the friendliest to FFA activity. There are many perches for European sharpshooters that can only be accessed by specific classes with barricades, so if you're playing Knight or Vanguard who don't have these, both of which are the most popular dueling classes, you can go fuck yourself. There are numerous escape routes for hit and run assassins that means you'll end up in Benny Hill chases for the next 20 minutes trying to stop them. What? I look away for one moment. Not to mention horse archers can endlessly run away from you whilst cross-mapping you with a bow. And chief among these amenities is a central component known as the pit. This has been socially deemed the FFA area for duel servers, a delightful ball pit of broken glass and used narcotics needles where those who wished to lash out at others because of life's problems were able to do so with complete freedom. This honour rule lasted for one day, and very swiftly, to no one's surprise, it became an excuse to get away with FFA. If you're even within the same postcode of the pit's rim, you're considered fair game. The effectiveness of a vote kick as a moderation tool relies on a pool of players who are playing in good faith, people who understand the rules. Typically these were clan duelists. However, now that social servers are overrun with random marauders, they've understandably fled, and thusly, the necessary good faith to make use of this vote kick effectively doesn't exist. Someone can play as an archer and shoot so many people it becomes another American school day, and when you go to vote kick them, no one cares. They think getting killed by them is business as usual. But, you see, if you were to place a vote kick on me, someone who's decided to have the word homosexual in their username, suddenly every single player in the lobby becomes a member of the Westboro Baptist Church. Don't worry, dear viewer, this is a deliberate ploy. 3 times through now, and I'm more than aware that the typical social views of a melee medieval slasher player make Mussolini a bit uncomfortable, and this username was specifically chosen to farm some salt of my own. I'm a modest man, but I'll admit, I'm better than the average player, so when some loser sees my name, gets a little irate that someone, somewhere, is in a loving relationship, something they could only ever share with their traumatized right hand, they attempt to take their anger out on me and paste their funky little political manifestos in chat. Little do they know, my virginity is of a volatile special breed, and I proceed to beat them so hard they think they're spending an evening with their father. This product of a toxic community does pose a humorous philosophical question that brings me much joy in its pondering. How are you going to be homophobic and suck so much dick? But dear viewer, we're not done there. FFAers of mischief and malice, whilst crude and horrid people, are on a level playing field. Established duelists in the community are pretty good. A lot of them are better than me. Put me in a ring with someone like Autistic Shanking and Danacland or Shagadopy, and I'll plead for mercy. But the average FFAer is not nearly as good, because their entire style of play involves avoiding direct engagements, and how can you possibly learn how to play well if you're avoiding the one way to learn? So, if you want to cause grief for a lot of people, especially clan duelists, how can you do that when the playing field isn't in your favour? Well, you stop playing fair. Hackers in video games are part of a game's decomposition process. When the developers have long moved on to other projects, hackers swarm the corpse of a forgotten code offspring and strip it clean for parts. If you ever played Black Ops 2, you're no doubt aware that there came a point where suddenly players, even on console, were capable of doing things like this through modded menus. Eventually, when those who make the game stop improving it and the protections against cheats, dedicated individuals find a way to break through the mesh and do as they please. This isn't always a bad thing. The manipulation of a game's inner workings can make for some hilarious results and don't always exist for the sake of causing trouble. One example is a moment where I got to reenact the Senator Armstrong fight from Metal Gear. Even then, griefing isn't that severe. Personally, I'm of the opinion you ought to be given a presidential award for hacking Asmongold's game. It's the least this gremlin deserves for pretending that being a complete fucking moron is a meaningful contribution to society. But as a lot of games are combat oriented, it does mean those with hacks have an impunity to destroy their opposition. Often the ability of the player decides who comes out on top, and if you want a particular person to stop playing, well, cheats give you the necessary leverage. Chivalry 2 has had hackers since the get-go, but it was nothing different from the norm. Chinese cheaters making stops in West European team objective matches formed a couple of noteworthy occasions. The hacks were quite standard, fast movement and a flurry of swings that would override your guard and immediately kill you. If these guys didn't get kicked, they got hit with a ban hammer by TBS. These occurrences were too rare for people to make much of, and for some time, hackers were a lesser concern compared to FFA griefing. Until the beginning of 2023. In a Chivalry 2 official Discord, a hacking thread formed in April of that year. An event organizer lamented that he was watching his favourite game burn down, and because of that, it was becoming increasingly impossible to run competitive events and team games in Tournament Grounds, a community hub for competitive play. Dozens more flocked together to speculate and fear for the well-being of a title they had put so much time into. They weren't wrong to do so. Suddenly a cohort of hackers with random names took to Duels servers and established air superiority, slaughtering those they saw fit to taste their righteous fury. What was different about these ones, however, was that they couldn't be kicked. In-game actions have to be directed towards a player ID, but the hackers, bizarrely, had no player ID. It returned as null. This meant trying to vote kick or report these accounts was nigh impossible, as was trying to log them with shivmail. Names could be easily changed and punishments could be evaded, which meant the hackers could continue their purge unimpeded. However, the hacking issues had actually started to surface a month before, in March. A member shared an image of their correspondence with Tornbanner. They had warned them a month prior of existing security exploits. Tornbanner had already been made aware of the problem and responded to it. Yet the hacking didn't stop. The raiding party update fixed the vote kick. Well, it broke it so that people could immediately rejoin the lobbies they got kicked from, but ultimately it meant hackers could be removed. This is what I brought up during the last video. Hackers were generally disliked, even the FFAers understood that, so every time a vote kick was called, they would immediately get booted. All's well that Oh, you've got to be shitting me. The one tool made available for players to moderate their own space was rendered even more useless than before. Every time a hacker was kicked, the server would crash, and all the players inside would be forced to migrate elsewhere. Unbeknownst to the players, however, hackers could keep track of votes placed. Red names indicated a no vote, green names indicated a yes vote. So if they got voted up and you supported their exile, not only did they now know you had done it, but also had your player ID. This player ID could then be added into what is colloquially known as a hunt bot, a program that keeps track of players in the server that are marked for death. They also were able to monitor what player IDs were in what server, meaning that if you kept migrating to escape them, they would pursue you. Some people have even been chased not just across Duels servers, but into completely different modes in completely different continents. If you fled to a North American team objective match, well, you clearly didn't flee far enough.
Yeah. Whoa! Yeah, what's going on? Yeah. Okay. Leave server?
So this led players to the nuclear option, shivmail bans. Record the hackers, get their player IDs and names, and send it off to moderators to issue out a stern punishment. This had worked before with the cheating strays that wandered into American team objective lobbies. Throw the book at them, and they go away. Now, at first this was working. Hacking accounts did disappear. Bans were issued. But hold on, dear viewer, do you notice anything interesting about these hacking accounts? They look rather new. Low level, no cosmetics, and a randomized name to boot. No time spent personalizing them. It's almost like these accounts were completely expendable, on purpose. It's almost like for every flying bug that got squashed under Tornbanner's ban hammer, another, equally as mundane as its predecessor, would arrive on the scene. Where was their horrid nest situated? Good question. Chivalry 2 arrived on the Xbox Game Pass in October 2022, bringing a new wave of fresh players to the game. Because Chivalry 2 also had access to crossplay matchmaking, this meant that Xbox Game Pass holders could get Chivalry 2 and play alongside PC players. However, commercial consoles are incredibly hard to hack. You have to jailbreak them, get around the locked software to then install other software not intended for use on the device. This isn't ideal. However, Game Pass is available on PC, and because of crossplay, this meant console versions of the game could be played with PC players. Most crucially, Easy Anti-Cheat, which is used for Chivalry 2, is not present on the Game Pass version, and when you consider that Game Pass hosts major promotions and deals all the time for low prices, and Game Pass account holders have clearly known for some time how to exploit rewards between accounts to infinitely replenish their trial periods, this does not bode well for Chivalry 2. It starts to look even worse when a user by this name, because racially charged usernames games are a rite of passage for the cretins of the game, posts a file for cheats that can be used for the Game Pass version for free. This version of the cheats doesn't let you crash servers when you get kicked, but it does give the player access to super speed and fast instant kill swings. This means, all in all, there is an unpoliced corridor directly into the entirety of the game that allows you to grief any lobby you want for completely free. Team objective, duels, fucking mounted warfare, whatever mode you're into, they can come and ruin it. Endless hordes of cheaters rushing in to cause problems for the sheer thrill of being a problem. Some of them are funny, most of them are malicious. Look, I've said a lot of words very fast, so let me sum this up in a way you can understand. The game's fucked. You can't fight back against the hackers. Vote kicks typically cause crashes from those using higher end versions of the cheats. Attempts to moderate the space land you on their shit list, and the Torn Banner nukes don't put a stop to it. The hackers have free reign to run the game. They've solidified their regency over the realm, and it didn't take long for this war of attrition to start giving people Stockholm Syndrome. Now when vote kicks get cast on hackers, no one votes out of fear of not getting to play. Some even overcompensate and start killing anyone who comes near the hackers to prove their loyalty. While the latter is pathetic, the former is understandable at least. Imagine coming home from a long day of work, hopping onto Chivalry 2, and spending all your free time getting farmed by a Game Pass account. People just want to play their game and not get involved. This is a situation a lot of players have ended up in. The hackers haven't just been limited to duels either, and their method of griefing has been a bit more generally targeted. They fly up high over ballista reenacting War of the Worlds, and when they get kicked, the entire server crashes. An entire lobby of 64 players goes dark. Even with the lower end free cheats from that forum, you can still cause problems for players. It does make it rather hilarious, however, when someone who clearly isn't that good gets a hold of them. Watch this player just get rocked by a couple of regular players is rather humiliating. This poses grave implications for all the player base. Although duelists are facing the greater brunt of the griefing, the outlook is grim. The game is being assailed by an endless horde of nameless hackers, all of which seek to cause trouble. It's likely a lot of people who were malicious FFAers decided to up the ante and make use of these cheats to further their sabotage. To establish motive and reason for a group that's formed of so many different players is hard. It's kind of nebulous to discern motivation from such a haphazard horde, especially when a lot of its members are individuals not associated with countless other rogue agents. Culpability could only ever really be put on the Joe fellow, but he probably doesn't even play the game. For everyone else, there's no telling who's involved and to what extent. It's a sad situation for the dedicated community who are watching a game they've enjoyed so much fall victim to a swarm of hackers. Wait a second. Do you notice anything, dear viewer? This guy seems rather familiar. He's still got the bruises from when regular TO players kicked his ass. Not just that, a whole new colour scheme to boot. So does he. So does that guy. He's wearing it too, as is this fellow. How strange. This is a rather common outfit. For the keen-eyed observers in the audience, you've also noticed that whenever these guys are around, a hacker suddenly materializes nearby. It doesn't seem like they ever fight each other either. In fact, sometimes the hackers are rocking that exact white and blue themselves. This seems coincidental. Actually, it's so coincidental, some may argue it's a deliberate choice. You see, one thing I've come to know through my time in this game is that Chivalry 2 players are some of the pettiest specimens in the gaming sphere, cursed by a genetic predisposition to not being able to let things go. Bygones cannot be bygones. Sleeping dogs cannot be left to lie. Retribution must be sought in skirmishes of extremely trivial origin. An anecdote. Someone in a chat once mentioned an individual called Dave getting penalized. Me, who wasn't certain as to who this was, asked who Dave is. This then inspired two players who did not like each other to go on a multiple-hour argument about whether 1 × 1 = 1. I am not joking. Free time is a commodity Chivalry 2 players cannot be trusted with. But this is interesting. Seeing as these aggrandized gamers are constantly at each other's throats and hacks are so commonplace and easy to access, you'd expect that hackers would be going after each other a lot more. The low-end hacks don't make you invincible or give you god mode, so it's completely within the realm of possibility that we can witness hacker-on-hacker violence. Yet we don't. And when you remember there's a blue and white outfit running around that never wars of itself, some of which have access to high-end cheats, you start to wonder, are these hackers an unorganized wave of random begrudged losers with nothing better to do? Or are these hackers an organized cohort of begrudged losers with nothing better to do? FFA has been a problem for a long time. Ever since the game first released on Epic, players have had to contend with troublemakers in the community. Here's a clip of the first FFAer to ever get banned, Equiz Optimus, glitching behind the map to throw javelins at unsuspecting victims. Such great form, such powerful throws. This man was a legend of the Epic exclusive community. While the moderation tools at the time were the same as they are now, the demand they had to meet was a lot smaller. Moderators would be around on occasion to curate the duel spaces. For the time being, players could be sure their qualms would be seen to. Until Steam release. As thousands of players charged across the threshold at the game's all-time peak, rushing to the madness of Team Objective, some filtered into Duels servers. The moderation tools, however, had not been given the necessary bolstering to meet the skyrocketing demand of new players. Conceptually, this method only sought to punish after the fact, which meant many players had to still deal with having their duels interrupted by the ceaseless wave of green knights and yellow footmen. This carnage can only ever lead to frustration, frustration to rage, and rage to hatred. Suddenly, the idea of taking matters into one's own hands seems rather appealing. This is where BKM Bazerka, also known as Kane, comes in. For a while, Kane had been a regular duelist, good at the game, liked by his fellow players and a part of the clan community, but when FFAs became too much to bear, he started rounding up groups of his fellow begrudged countrymen and sought to put an end to the Scourge by acquainting the skulls of FFAs with the business end of a blunt metal object. This group was known as Venators, also known as Ven, a collection of aggrieved gamers sporting that infamous white and blue. Eventually, the consensus seems to be that Ven existed before it was known as Ven, that the anti-FFAing sentiment preceded the mantle it got. This makes sense. Other anti-FFAing groups like the Red Hand existed to police those they deemed to be causing trouble from quite early on. This digital vigilante action is a line of reasoning already well explored by many others. The problem is, however, that FFAers also roamed in groups. Sure, someone like Kane is a high-level duelist, but this doesn't matter when you're up against multiple people, which is mechanically intended to put you at a disadvantage. Case in point, a bizarre happening of my own. A peculiar fellow called Acid Splash, in the process of brutalizing some hapless chap, saw my name, and immediately started to give me a similar dose of pain. When I inquired as to why, assuming it's someone else enraged by my mantle of homoeroticism, he says this: "Clearly, my reputation precedes me. The guy was much better at the game. I choked against him when he was on low health. My ego was at stake, so instead, I went and initiated a duel with some random person, knowing I'd be receiving a visitor. So when Mr. Acid runs over and commences his act of righteousness, my opponent deems me to be the victim, so rushes to my aid. I keep doing this until I have amassed a peasant militia. So when Mr. Acid runs over again to bully me, his sick tricks are eclipsed by the overwhelming force that is a crowd of assorted Europeans. Some of them were clearly French, people who understood the importance of group strength against a superior foe. This is an allegory for what Kane may have had to deal with from FFAing groups like Four Lions. It doesn't resemble a hunt as much it does a conventional war. This isn't what he wants. It's not good for the ego. Dear viewer, if you diss the ego of a Chivalry 2 competitive player, the devil shivers. So how would someone like Kane get the upper hand? Well, funnily enough, my anecdote has the answer. Upon closer inspection, Acid Splash seems like a default account name for Game Pass, doesn't it? Oh, there it is! Did he crash it? Hey! Aren't I glad I kept recording? But Kane didn't make use of any low-end cheats from a game forum, no. He came into contact with a certain individual known as Deus Vult. Whilst we're not privy to exactly how these two came into contact, who approached who and what was said, it is generally believed that Deus gave hacks to Kane to take his hunting to an upper echelon of quality. This is also believed to have been when Ven got its name and became more than just a nebulous hunting group towards the beginning of 2023. Weirdly enough, when Kane got these hacks, it seemed like some clans in the community, like CC and OVA, suddenly started getting targeted. A lot of established community players ended up on Ven's shit list, one way or another. Why is that? Well, again, we don't know exactly what was said between them, but I think we can establish a semblance of motivation to this. When Chivalry 2 debuted, clans started cropping up everywhere in Europe and North America. Byzantine Empire and BKM were one of the first, the latter continuing to be revered as one of the most selective and skilled clans in the EU scene to this day. Many others formed or migrated from other slashes, like CC moving away from Mordhau and Chivalry 1 to make Chivalry 2 their central focus. However, among them was a funny little group called OMK. OMK formed as a result of a few separations. There was some ruckus with a couple of people in Byzantine Empire. Allegedly the EU division got a bit quirky about racism, so these people left and formed their own clan that eventually became KRT. This clan also had some dubious members. For a handful of KRT players, the N-word is what a mother's teat is to a suckling baby. A couple of people got exiled for professional league bigotry, and that led to OMK, the Orange Man clan. If you're wondering why it's spelt with a K, that's because it's a cheeky parody of the fellas in white. You know, the magicians who famously didn't like black people. If you think I'm reaching, here's a screenshot of them forcing a guy clearly uncomfortable with the prospect to say the N-word in chat to gain access to their main message boards. They also made him read a book on the origins of the N-word. There are many testimonies to this rite of passage, and it's evident that there's a bit of a pervasive culture of racism in the ranks. I'm sure that's not hard to see. While I can't confirm who created OMK, it's currently led by a Mr. Phil Mitchell, who openly posts his own face and uses his own legal name online. I think it says a lot about the quality of your character to be not just around a bunch of wannabe white supremacists, but also be their leader. That being said, there's something so jarring and funny that he is just some man in his mid to late 30s posting pictures of himself on holiday with his family. Phil Mitchell has to be the chillest racist in all of human history. OMK, since its inception, has unsurprisingly been regarded as the de facto edgy clan, and was ostracized from the get-go as a result. While Deus's exact role is disputed, he was present in OMK, which was as much a Chivalry 2 clan as it was a social group, whilst also being a member of KRT. OMK's lack of favour meant the idea of them competing in tournaments and events wasn't regarded with fond affection. Clans like CC and OVA loudly protested their involvement. This led to a dispute close to the dawn of Trial by Blood 2, a tournament event that ran in partnership with not just official moderators, but also Torn Banner, who provided private servers for these events. Event organisers eventually reached a consensus. Beliefs and opinions would not bar OMK from participating for as long as they were kept outside of the tournament. With that, the clan could participate, and one of the qualifying attendants for the tournament was an OMK Krasd. You see, during the qualifiers, OMK Krasd wasn't that higher level, nowhere near the maximum rank that is level 1000. This wasn't an indictment on his skill, but more so representative of the time he had spent playing. The top 5 finals followed shortly after the qualifier brackets, but when OMK Krasd turned up, he was suddenly the maximum rank. Onlookers unfamiliar with the game may believe he'd just put a lot of time in, he'd clearly been practicing hard. But that's not possible. Let's put this into perspective. I've made the mistake of having 700 hours in Chivalry 2 and have been playing on and off since October of 2022. I'm only just about to reach the halfway point of level 500, meaning OMK Krasd had just covered this experience gap at an impossible speed. Impossible. If he wasn't hacking. For this, OMK Krasd received an in-game ban. Some of you may be wondering why he was disqualified for botting his level. It's not reflective of his skill, so why does it even matter? He would surely lose anyway. Well, that's the thing. It was less of his transgression specifically and more so the potential it posed. When people think of Chivalry 2 hacks, they think of the big kahunas, server crashes, insta-kills, lightning speed, stuff that's irrefutably tangible. This, however, has pulled attention away from equally insidious cheats known as soft hacks. You can increase your swing speed by an amount indiscernible to most onlookers but get a significant advantage over your opponent. When some fights come down to a difference of a few frames between two players swinging at each other, something like this grants the cheater an ostensible edge that is hard to discern, especially when using something already fast like a one-handed weapon. OMK Krasd's skyrocketing level was an indicator that he could potentially be using other hacks, and for that, he was penalised. While tensions had already been rising behind the scenes, this is regarded as the symbolic event for things turning rather sour. There was a community-wide outrage that OMK, after finally being allowed to compete, had not just been caught with hacks, but had done so at an event officially partnered with the game. Deus got removed from KRT, supposedly along with Krasd and a fellow called Merlin, and this solidified his exile into a group that was now unanimously banned from competing in community events. To this day, anyone associated with OMK, currently or previously, is not allowed in community Discord servers like Tournament Grounds and Citadel. This is the potential origin point for what became Ven's motivations in return for getting given access to hacks from Deus. Grief a select few clans that had vocally denounced OMK, especially CC. Arguably the motivation could be more mundane. CC openly retaliated against the hackers when they started becoming a common occurrence, and that may have warranted a response from Ven. Either way, this convening spurred on the end for the game. Kane's FFA hunting wasn't exactly a peer-reviewed process. He wasn't going after people from an objective position. He was judge, jury, and executioner. This was bad enough. To then give hacks that bestowed complete impunity upon him was to reenact the CIA's long resume of fathering Middle Eastern extremist factions. Horrendous power provided to a bundle of insecurities in a trench coat, pretending to be a man. Ven has now lined its ranks with many more members, affectionately referred to as Vencells, in what they profess is part of a wider mission to moderate the game, take power back into the hands of the player. Ethics in gaming moderation was clearly all they wanted. However, it's through the evidence of their acts alone, and the results of them, that provide quite the opposite testimony. One of these acts is something I call their aggressive investment portfolio. Ven isn't just one entity, it's comprised of a lot of smaller bodies flying their blue and white banner. There are people in the inner circle that affiliate directly with Kane and Deus, but they also understand that, as a vastly unpopular entity, information can be leaked quite easily if they're not careful in who they let close. This means a lot of their interactions are laundered through different Discord servers such as Sigaron, a server regarded as the bottom of the barrel for people who broke through the bottom of the barrel. I sincerely do not recommend looking in there. This arm's length communication means they can make use of local thuggish bands to further their own name without exposing much of their own dastardly deeds. Remember Track and Field? A big shot of the Four Lions clan. Well, here he is flying the Ven colours and being a pest as usual. There's even an admission that he's part of Ven, but also admits they've been telling him to do what he's doing. Drogs88 is another Ven sellsword, also an established FFAer. Then of course there's Speedy2K, a player who can't really last on his own and has to call for the help of hackers to save him. The only one who hasn't deserted Four Lions is Henry, who still wears the Four Lions heraldry. He honours their memory by continuing to be an annoying cunt. Known brigands are not the only people getting outsourced to. A small group known as BGL, affiliated with Ven, also take to servers with an intent to massacre. However, they leave a little to be desired. Two of them, a BGL Mountain and BGL Tilixa, tried griefing me through an unconventional reenactment of Laurel and Hardy, where Tilixa would occasionally smack Mountain in the back of the head during our fight. Their incompetence weakened their offensive, dulled their blades, and I left them tasting the floor.
Those guys just lost the 2v1 because they kept hitting each other like fucking Laurel and Hardy. It's hilarious.
Turns out this little practiced act of losing a 2v1 is something they rehearse rather often, not to mention numerous times where BGL the One begins trifling with the likes of me, realises that a level playing field is a habitat his species cannot survive in, and activates his instant kill fatality attack to nuke the competition.
Sounds about right. Because Arabic, oh my god.
It didn't help that a bunch of the people being brought into the fold, hackers and griefers alike, were now using the Ven banner to justify their own unwarranted attacks. If they didn't like you, that was good reason alone, and they believed that the mere sight of them pillaging random players was justification enough. A lot of this resentment was targeted toward clan players like BKM and OVA, but especially those in CC. So even if you're not someone Ven target, the guy you're fighting might be, and they expect that when the SS kicks down the door and violates him, you have to let that happen. What they neglected to understand is the average player hasn't read up on the last 10 volumes of supplementary reading on drama that happened 2 centuries ago, and will immediately rush to the defense of their fellow duelist. Unbeknownst to them, they are now on the blacklist, and next time they're in a duel, they may get interrupted, and another unsuspecting player gets dragged into pointless conflict for just wanting to play unimpeded. Rinse and repeat until we get to where we are now, where Ven hackers are no longer targeting FFAers, but people that gave them a funny look or muttered so much as a dissenting word about them. Some may suggest that people simply need to stop fighting back. Don't involve yourself, let the drama play out and find someone else to duel. Unfortunately, whether you're getting farmed or not, you're still getting affected. A lot of who Ven target are clan players or people heavily involved in competitive play. These people are typically the best at the game. The only way to improve is by losing to better opponents. But if all your better opponents are getting farmed or leaving the game, which sometimes can be half the lobby, you're stagnating and are left with few adversaries to fight. The other half is made up of FFAers and new players who are getting griefed by the FFAers, which either drives them back to team objective or compels them to start copying the behaviour of their aggressors. Target or not, you no longer get to play the game. Instead, you get to spectate Ven settle scores at the cost of your fun. Let's even entertain, for the sake of argument, that Ven was truly an attempt to police FFA. It's a group of misguided players who meant well in the clan's inception, and things just ballooned out of proportion. It was never meant to be like this. Yet the things this group does are antithetical to such a goal. You have to wonder how it looks that people who are supposedly policing disruptive behaviour have now lined their ranks with people who regularly cause the disruptive behaviour. The Ven tag now lends the perpetrators that were the supposed targets of this group false credibility that the people they are griefing have done something to deserve it, meaning now they can do so with bolstered excuses and the support of random players desperate to not look like they're dissenting. It really brings into question how devoted they are to cleaning up the space when they're doing the equivalent of guarding bank vaults with known bank robbers, and their supposedly good motivations are subject to speculation when you see this happen. Notice something A little off, dear viewer? When then players are creating alts of other players they don't like and running around in community spaces saying slurs or killing everyone to ruin their reputation, that doesn't seem like a very above board tactic. It actually looks like them trying to plant manufactured evidence on people they have scruples with so they can then pull a Hickster and get players penalised for behaviour they didn't actually ordain. And this isn't just in the game. They also impersonate users in community discords and send messages like this. If they were just trying to police FFA, why are they so antagonistic about it? Why is Kane so tongue-in-cheek about hacking? A fitting anecdote shall provide the answer. A player called Hakon, believed to be an ex-BKM member called Godric that got hunted by Ven, is now firmly affiliated with them. He's got the characteristic unpleasant demeanour and close proximity to Game Pass hackers. Yet why join the people giving you grief? He felt generous enough to answer. He enjoys hunting people, and apparently didn't like one member of a clan called VL, so saw it necessary to wage war on all of them. Now, at the time I was in VL, although I'm no longer in there, but when I tried to kick him, he seemed almost excited to pursue all of the VL clan as retaliation. That seems a tad disproportionate for people trying to police FFA. Motive, means, and opportunity all stacked atop one another and accompanied by a cute little bow. He thought he was keeping his cards to his chest, but really, he just confirmed Ven's poorly hidden ulterior motive of using this retributive violence to settle scores for getting excommunicated. But this may also be taken a step further than petty revenge. If they were truly just protecting public duel lobbies, why do private servers, which the player has to pay for, regularly get DDoSed by Ven hackers? One major example of this is Herman's German SAC duel server, which has become known as the dedicated dueling space. A lot of established clan players frequent this lobby, and whenever it gets too full, either a hacker enters and crashes it with an Unreal Engine 4 cheat or DDoSes it from the outside. If this was about pushing disruptive players out from public servers, why are they still going after them when they're not in public servers anymore? I was unsure of the answer at first, but then, recently, Ven launched their own server called the EU Duel Yard. It's a server spared from the wrath of hackers as a result of some mysterious deal where everyone gets to play, including a bunch of the cheaters. How convenient that DDoSing and crashing the SAC server, their only competition, monopolizes their control of limited supply through an existing demand. Not to mention that there are ways you can see the IP addresses of players through Nitrado, and this has led to some people getting their home internet DDoSed. There seems to be a rather major conflict of interest that Ven seek to gain from, where they can pay their way back into the community a lot of them got themselves kicked from by providing the sole source of duels. At first this was just some extrapolation from circumstantial evidence, but almost tortuously, the hackers have a habit of repeatedly showing they don't understand operational security. And openly admit to said conflict of interest in public Discord servers, meaning I have to keep coming back to add updates to the updates I'm already making. Here, one of the hackers is talking about how they shot down SAC because they kicked OMK members that were supposedly chill, even though it's common knowledge that associating with OMK is a very open signalling of your allegiances, not to mention OMK members are also involved in voting against any attempts to remove cheaters from lobbies. Apparently they deleted these messages quickly after. Maybe they realised they still wanted the convenient excuse of vigilante justice, but on virtue of you seeing them, not quick enough. It's overwhelmingly clear now that these acts are not that of a misguided group doing their best with what they have. These are the acts of people who understand what they're doing. Really, all you have to do is take a look at the net cost to understand the effectiveness of this crusade they've been waging. Waves of players don't want to play Chivalry 2 anymore. The state of the game is distressing, and they don't want to partake in it. Long-time duelists are leaving, and the community is withering as a result. People who are paying to run private servers are having them crashed several times a day. Team objective matches get surprise visits from hackers that infringes on their fun, and sometimes ends it. On every possible front, the game has been changed for the worst. If what they're doing is for the purpose of improving Chivalry 2, how has the complete opposite come about? Because they're liars. Compulsive liars. A band of aggrandized, exiled losers trying to wreak as much havoc as possible. A digital parallel to a schoolchild taking their football home with them if people don't abide by their unfair rules. Either they get to play the game and continue to ruin it with their toxicity, including the very obvious hacks they use to disable the turn cap during fights, or no one gets to play. This is why this deep dive on this case study is necessary. It's not just so morbidly interesting, it's an exemplar of my point. My enjoyment of a multiplayer-centric game is arguably bound at the hip to the behaviour of others that are insistent on ruining it for everyone, and, as we've seen, there are no tools for me to curate my own experience. What has been once established as an amazing amenity to connect people so they can share rich experiences together now often feels like a subversion of my fun. When there's no way to limit or modify my interactions with others, the floodgates open for the most annoying people on the planet to constantly interfere without the use of hacks as an extreme outlier. Multiplayer games, especially competitive ones, can suck to be a part of when simply playing involves you in drama, argument, or confrontation. This isn't just with Chivalry 2, it's representative. When you look at mainstream multiplayer titles, the toxicity is rampant. The Phantom of Modern Warfare 2 lobbies has created this almost self-fulfilling prophecy of hostile environments, where arguments don't happen because of stupid misunderstandings. Now, more than ever, people seek out confrontation with deliberate intent. And if that's the sort of environment for games like Chivalry 2, something that has been the progenitor of an entire campaign to target people wherever they go and drive them out, it's not fun to be a part of. And this isn't just lamenting how some people are meanies online or a couple of people have said a slur every now and then. Frankly, watching two people argue over nothing can be oddly fascinating.
Then why was it such a problem?
Because you're a fucking slut. Shut up and go fucking have a family, you slut.
It's alright. If he's gonna have to get close to that thing to close it. So just stay on that gap.
Yeah. No one loves you.
You'll be able to kill him.
And you, homie, I'd like to fucking see you do something in real life, you fat fucking bitch.
Man, I wish we had explosives.
Fucking skull and
yeah, I reckon, right?
I just want to finish it.
Yeah. Come, give me your fucking location, you fucking low life fucking I'll beat your fucking skull and fucking
but instead about how manufactured hostility is now the norm for online interaction. The sentiment that made all of Ven's actions seem justified, and trying to make online friendships feels like navigating a minefield. This is so normalized that if you point it out, people often just tell you to shut up about it. It's a tumor sticking to online gaming that players have, over time, come to misconstrue as a core part of their anatomy. I'm of the opinion that multiplayer games are the people who play them, because without them, well, there is no game. So if those that play are nameless individuals looking to stir up drama and ruin your fun regardless of involvement, well, I think it's fair to say multiplayer games aren't really worth the time. Well, not nameless. At the dawn of this community conflict, members of Ven, both recruited FFAs and core participants, tried to keep their affiliation hidden and even spread lies about who was hacking. This was, at the time, as someone else eloquently put, the Clandestine Virgin Society. But then a player called KWA Quiet, someone removed from KWA, also known as Qua for suspected hacking, dropped a document showing screenshots of their conversation with a clan leader that outed many well-known players as Ven members. This testimony had credibility because they themselves had used hacks to be around Ven without getting targeted. There was a major shake-up in the community that undermined the smoke and mirrors Ven had spent a while setting up. That's why now Ven's inner circle are far more brazen in what they do. There's no real benefit to try and hide it anymore. This is another reason as to why I chose Chivalry 2 as my case study. This information, despite how readily available it is, isn't known by much of the wider community. People are cluing in that something is wrong with the game, but they don't really know what that is. A general sense of doom, with no point of origin. As an act of personal vindication, I want you to know who, as part of Ven's core, are ruining the game for everyone, so not only do you understand the type of people that infringe upon online play, but also to counteract any attempts to revise history, which, unsurprisingly, is the pastime of many a liar. In a section that will cement my mutually assured destruction and bar me from ever touching Duels again, perhaps teaching me to not take up these bad habits and play actually good games, I'm going to familiarise you with how pathetic, lame, and outright piteous these core individuals are. People who want you to believe they're horrible, fearsome beasts. In reality, they're a gallery of scrunched up paper tigers with victim complexes. So, without any further delay, here's the part of the video a lot of people have been waiting for.
Peekaboo!
Oh, come on, please! Oh, my gosh, you're gonna drive 300 miles?
There's a missing input! You calm the fuck down! There's a missing input!
Thought exercise. Imagine Mr. Bean, a beloved character of the British Isles. Now imagine him French, at a computer, and extremely racist towards black people. What I have described to you is a hilarious oddity known as GK Godefroy. Godefroy used to be a CC player until his toxicity and generally dislikable demeanour got him removed, and, since then, he's made clan after clan in an attempt to reclaim former glory. What sparked his tale, however, is one certain image. I think some of you know where this is going. Once upon a time, he direct messages the leader of clan CRMN with the following picture. This image depicts a black man ensnared in a mousetrap whilst attempting to reach a delectable bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. The leader of CRMN sends it into the clan Discord showing Godefroy had sent it. This enraged Godefroy, who then sent this infamous message that solidified this moment in Chivalry 2 history.
You don't like the fact you publish the photo of the black in public on your Discord.
Here's a little bigotry 101 for those who are unfamiliar with the craft. When individuals refer to black people as the black or the blacks, they're racist as shit. Case in point, Godefroy has a habit of saying rather colourful things, which makes it more hilarious when he tries to call other people Austrian painter enthusiasts. In fact, Godefroy is so racist he managed to make a racist meme acceptable to share as a referential in-joke because his response to it was even more racist. He started up a clan called FK, and everyone who joined started spamming that image, which prompted him to ban pretty much all of the new recruits. This guy is a bit of a bumbling idiot, to such an extent it becomes a little endearing. His acts of idiocy have earned him enough infamy to become the subject of a few dissenting memes. You're probably wondering what this one is about. Well, Godefroy has a habit of throwing the book at people. Some random people he hardly knew called him a nonce, and because of that, he swore vengeance on these two to have them banned for life. One of these guys was called Adam Craven, but Godefroy being Godefroy got him confused with some other guy called T. Adam and was going to get his mother to sue them for in-game harassment. Another time, some guys in that clan shared an edited photo of his face, which enraged him enough to start pasting the entire law book in an attempt to intimidate his detractors. This, of course, was followed with the admission that his mother was a lawyer.
Ooh, very scary.
Godefroy's general demeanour leaves much to be desired, and he's not representing the venerable people of France very well, but this isn't why he's being mentioned here. He landed in some hot water with Ven during the early days of the hacking scandal. In an attempt to retaliate, he just started distributing hacks to everyone, with the goal of as many people as possible using it so Chivalry 2 would collapse. This would then be pinned on OMK and Ven. This was assisted by a player called Alpha Green, who was also associated with hacking. Here he is being a pleasant individual. What was the result? Well, this fell flat on its face. He ended up joining Ven anyway, playing on this account here called Pingu, which meant not only did he just spread hacks and ruin Chivalry 2 for no tangible gain, but also got himself competitively banned. Now he goes around begging for clans to let him in, issuing applications that inevitably get rejected, and is forced to wallow in the obscurity of alt accounts. He even tried to create a believable alter ego beforehand as an insurance policy called Calo Nord, and would sit in voice chats with this account for hours on end, talking to create the false idea it was another person. People saw right through this, and now knew Godefroy had spent hours of his time talking to himself in an attempt to deceive the community about his identity. No one forced him to do any of what he did or said, and he only has his own idiocy to blame for his exclusion. Godefroy's plight is funny in how self-inflicted it is, but, unfortunately, this is really the funniest it gets. Any conversation about Ven has no doubt made mention of the mean Swede, OMK Firebxll. I've had the misfortune of encountering him personally multiple times, forced to mingle with the hardened steel of his heavy mace. You see, Firebxll is a bit of a storyteller. I had no idea who he was before he suddenly appeared and started killing me. Following this, he started to write an elaborate 10-page long fanfiction describing how I wronged him once in a past life millennia ago, and, for that, he now had justification to farm me without end. It's also likely, judging by his choice of words, he doesn't appreciate my username that much. I think the scientific term for a man like this is, a toxic dickhead. Clearly others have reached a similar conclusion, because every time he's seen in a match, he gets victimized himself. When this happens, he logs onto Discord and decides to berate those who wronged him. Don't trifle with this guy. He's scary. I mean, who wouldn't fear a guy with this as his Discord bio? He's Chivalry 2's chaotic enigma, striking awe and fear with indiscriminate blows. I don't know about the last part, I think his blows certainly do discriminate. Keep in mind, by the way, my name literally has the word homosexual, and I've admitted mutual feelings of affection for other men. Despite that, this is the gayest thing I've ever read. The wince-worthy hard guy routine doesn't end there. He constantly tells people that he's the big shot, he's with the boys who are in charge, and if you don't do as he says, he'll bring so much trouble down on your head. Here he is trying to threaten a member of competitive staff to get a moderator to answer his DMs. When the guy ignores him for the next half an hour, he sends this to plead for attention. No one really buys this routine. And also, he's not mad. It may look like he is because he types all these long separated sentences with the fervor of an upset person, but really, he doesn't care. No, actually, you're the one who cares. Even if you say you don't and you're just trying to talk normally, you clearly do. And that's why he just keeps talking and talking. You know, to show how not upset he is. It's apparent to anyone with a brain that this guy is just another desperate idiot. Someone who gets an ego boost from partaking in some online marauding campaign, an opportunist who's found a banner of plausible deniability to hide his true motivations beneath. But he's more than just some unlikable loudmouth. In some of his photos, he makes specific mention of hackers and cheaters. He is threatening their involvement in a very direct manner, done so intentionally. In that message to the server staff, he himself is threatening to spread cheats if a moderator doesn't answer his DM. This is bad, right? But is he just talking a big game with the latter? We've seen that this guy doesn't give much value to the words he says. Maybe he's exaggerating. No, he means it. In fact, I think it can be fairly alleged that he himself is cheating. You'll notice that a lot of the Ven hackers and FFAers, because they keep making new accounts, don't have time to customize much. They'll often be using default knights or have the blue heraldry without a helmet. The only helmet Firebxll likes wearing is a closed burgonet. Typically he wears the painted one, which shows blue when coupled with the heraldry. In this clip of someone killing him with the maul, you can see the rim of a closed burgonet helmet. Even when he's not in Ven colors, this is his chosen head apparel. This next clip is of a competitive event which promptly gets interrupted by a few different hackers before crashing. But wait a second. Computer, enhance. Well, what do you know? In this frame, you can see that classic painted closed burgonet that only he is known to wear. The only potential counter-argument is that he's been on console up until recently. However, he is friends with someone who recently gave him a PC that he now uses. Considering the hacks are locked to the hardware, there's every chance that he was around his pal's house and convinced him to let him download hacks on there before. What could be more definitive than that? Answer? The message he sends where he admits he's hacking, but if you were to ask him why he does this, he may have this excuse ready. Racism. Someone was being racist, he was just punishing them for it. Yeah, fair enough. I probably wouldn't be making this video if Ven was some people genuinely policing racist individuals. God knows we have no shortage on that. But when you remember the company he keeps that uses language like this excuse doesn't actually hold much water. If he truly was trying to deal with racists, it's a little contradictory that he, you know, hangs out with racists. The perceptive in the audience probably have the answer. He doesn't care about racism. Fact is, he's a manipulator. He knows the people who moderate both the competitive scene and game itself penalize racism rather heavily, so the best way he could get at those he doesn't like is to allege they're bigots. It's no wonder why Ven impersonates these players and says a bunch of horrid things in chat, considering. And this is especially pathetic because of one thing. Firebxll hangs out with a group of people who really don't like anyone who isn't white. Firebxll isn't white. He's half Iranian. How do I know this? Because his own friend who gave him the PC got angry and posted his face in the server. Firebxll is such a universally disliked individual that even the guy who claims he was his friend practically doxed him. And when you consider the kind of people Firebxll plays with send messages like this, you start to wonder if they were genuinely taken aback when they found out that he was, you know, a Middle Eastern immigrant. a Middle Eastern immigrant that is a member of a clan that parodies a white supremacist organization. I think maybe Firebxll's behavior is a result of an unending identity crisis. His impolite nature has gotten him excluded from recognized spheres where relatively normal people are, but now, even in the designated outcast group, people aren't looking at him the same way. People who are constantly at each other's throats day after day for some random reason. Turns out when you're a toxic dickhead, you forfeit the luxury to make friends by choice, and instead are forced to make demeaning amends with the scraps that got tossed out with you, some of which are people that think you are ruining their country. What's truly sad is for such a big man, he'll sit there and stay when he's told, because the only group that are willing to accept him are a group of racists. One of the most infamous of Ven's hacking muscle is Bazerka Kane, the supposed creator of the group himself and longtime bane of FFAers, an ex-BKM player who was eventually removed for his involvement with Ven and hacking generally. He no doubt uses many accounts, but the most commonly used are those under the name Arabic Horse and play a string of numbers. These are the tools he uses to inflict severe punishment upon delusional rats, deluded by the idea they can peacefully play a game. No doubt when you hear of someone like Kane, central to the cheating conspiracy, you envisage someone 10 times worse than the likes of Firebxll or Godefroy, a truly toxic menace. That's what I thought too. Then I read a Discord message of him unironically using Holy Potato as an exclamation of glee and did a double take. Kane, somehow despite his seniority within a very abrasive cohort, is arguably the least coarse of the lot. Reading some of these messages from when he used to be in BKM, he seems normal as a Chivalry 2 player can be, anyway. My neck feels a little sore from the sudden whiplash I got reading this. This was meant to be the infamous claimant of the code, and here he was, sending energy to people like he's a 50-year-old mother texting her sick child. This is bizarre, because based on the messages he sends, he's clearly quite young. In 2021, he was talking about getting home from school, and in 2022, he speaks about university exams for a concrete repairability test. This is something in civil engineering, so he's likely a student for that course. Yet, despite being probably my junior, he's fallen in with such a nasty group. How did we get here? Dear viewer, after spending the last month painstakingly reading old Discord messages, I have constructed somewhat of an explanation. Kane, overall, was a rather friendly person. People liked him and he was a very good player. However, as we've established, the FFA griefing of the Duels mode drove him to try out equally violent solutions of his own. He's been doing this since he started playing in the alphas, but it was only later he'd make liberal use of alternative accounts. You'd often see him in BKM chat messaging people to join him on specific servers where malicious FFAers were cited. This isn't particularly condemning. What is dubious, however, is what qualified someone to be considered a rat worth exterminating. In August of 2022, he got into a couple of spats with a few players in the official Discord, namely a Mr. Laurus. Laurus and a couple of his buddies allegedly caused some problems for BKM members in Duels, but additionally, he was seen teaming in FFA and sending some rude messages to Kane. Now, I've said the word FFA a lot of times in a negative context, but this style of play is actually considered acceptable when done so within the caged confines of the official FFA servers. All bets are off, don't hold back, honor is for dead men. With 40 players on a short respawn timer, it's considered an unending clusterfuck. It's not exactly the most appealing, but you don't play FFA to have fun, you play it to piss off everyone else. Why confront someone head on and risk losing over one measly kill when you can ambush 2 people fighting and kill both of them? Better yet, if you really want to upset people, play Archer. Why have fun playing a well-designed melee fighting mode with many different flavors of slashing and bludgeoning when you can instead play a point-and-click adventure game for stupid 5-year-old children? Point is, this mode is the polar opposite of Duels. It's part of its brand. So to see Kane cite a reason to pursue this player as being a shitter in a mode for shitters comes off a little facetious. What's even more pathetic is the admission of his list-keeping tendencies. For every player he doesn't like, he puts them on this scroll of doom to mark them for death. The fact he'd done that for being an FFAer in the FFA mode speaks volumes as to his vindictive nature. Kane didn't want these targets he hunted removed from Duels, no, he wanted them out of the game. It became his sole mission to make playing for these people as insufferable as humanly possible. He allegedly would spend countless hours across consecutive days waging these campaigns on his numerous ults, one of which being BKM Jack Petrus, in the pursuit to save satiate an insatiable desire for revenge. He would pursue these targets from server to server, from game mode to game mode, and these would then instigate episodes of drama in the official Discord that members would gather to spectate. Such conflict birthed this infamous message. English isn't Kane's first language, so I'll do him a favour and teach him some. Writing a message like this about young people, and then following it with a winking emoji, implies that you're the recipient of an invitation to one notorious island. Thing about Kane is, however, this little troublemaking routine that he pretends is some cross to bear is not something specific to Chivalry 2. He's been doing this for a while before. An acronym he says a couple of times in conversation is OSRS, Old School RuneScape, a game for virgin losers who never go outside. For people like me, with huge cocks and great looks, well, I've got better things to do with my time. An in-game colloquialism he uses to refer to himself is a ragger, which, knowing Chivalry 2 players and words ending with G, E, and R, I was cautious of saying for at least a few minutes. Turns out it refers to a specific scenario with a bunch of jargon, but this Reddit user here fortunately gets down to brass tacks. Person X, the ragger, will do everything in their power to ruin Person Y's experience. Most will tend to agree Person X is generally an asshole in any situation. Kane's earlier gaming experiences were of him griefing other players by his own admission, no doubt for a bunch of reasons he happened to find in his back pocket, and he'd do this for extended periods. The guy is obsessed with retributive justice to resolve whatever misdemeanors he dreamed were being committed against him. This isn't to say some of the rats he's targeted didn't deserve it, or that the group he argued with in Discord were exactly nice themselves. Seems like one of them was spreading around the social medias of an individual associated with Kane called Hulim. Hulim, however, had a bit of a reputation for getting into spat, and may have been griefing others themselves. They would later end up in cahoots with some hackers, likely part of Ven, to target specific players they didn't like. There was wider context to this individual story that required greater nuance, but Kane spared no thought for caution. Kane's short fuse meant he would insert himself into these complex dramas, callously determine who needed hunting based on how he felt that morning, and then cobble together a bunch of ridiculous reasons, like being dishonorable in a mode branded after its honor deficiency, after the fact. An endless series of knee-jerk reactions to mundane online happenings that would knock over everything in the process. This behavior landed him in a lot of trouble. He got given repeated bans on his accounts for it, and when he didn't get the message, TBS started sniping all the accounts he created. This pissed him off and likely was the catalyst to the chain reaction that propelled him into proximity with someone like Deus. It was bad enough this was his repeat pattern of behavior. To then give someone who often renovates molehills into mountains complete impunity through the provision of hacking software that let them terrorize entire servers was to give the Unabomber a nuclear bomb. Now, he didn't even need to convince anyone to join him. He could just lay waste to anyone he didn't like and find a reason for it after the fact. When he was asked about the hacks, he denied using them, and then made an elaborate nonsensical story about how he had used them but then stopped using them. This message is a blend of deception and ignorance. The anti-cheat ban comment is incorrect. That's what you see whenever you get given a ban of any kind. He should know this because Laurus, the guy he was obsessed with, got banned for 72 hours for RDM, and that was the notice he received. The rest of it is a rather laughable rationalization of why he's getting banned officially. What do you mean I'm getting punished for the things I did that broke the rules? I broke those rules months ago. I can't believe the moderators are fairly penalizing me for the things I admit I did. What's even more fucked up is how they're forcing me to keep doing it because I have no agency over what I do. Everyone saw these ramblings for what they truly were. Excuses. Poor, flimsy, paper-thin excuses that hastily tried to compensate for his blatant inability to grow up and get over it. He got excised from BKM after confessing to hacking, barred from all competitive events, and now he spends day after day making excuses to be a pissant. It's gotten so bad he even broke a golden rule of the community. You don't bother 2J If you don't know who he is, 2J is a sweetheart of the community who is unanimously beloved by everyone. He's an old Polish man who plays the game on a laptop and just hangs around being sociable. He minds his own business. Well, when Kane takes issue with one player in a duel against 2J, 2J obviously runs to his opponent's defense. This is the message Kane sent. The opportunism glimmers like a greasy sheen over the words. He's condemning the other player for making him go after 2J. In the same way, he pretends the fair punishment he brought on himself is forcing him to go further and further, rather than contend with the truth that is willingly wasting hour upon hour of life's most valued commodity trying to be the victor of meaningless and insignificant pissing matches that have sullied the game for everyone. It's some random guy harassing an old man who survived Soviet occupation because he dared to injure his ego by killing him in a video game. It's someone who expended all the goodwill he had with people who actually mattered, manufacturing excuses to go after shitters. It's a player who has a history of fragility, drama, and petty squabbles across multiple games that are the sentimental ancestor to what is now a group universally disliked by the entire community. All the while claiming he doesn't care, whilst dedicating an enormous amount of time to unimportant conflict which one would only do if they cared. And the worst part of it is, Kane is the least fucking insufferable of the lot. Per the Urban Dictionary's definition, glazing is an online slang term used to denote the metaphorical act of phallic consumption. This behaviour owes its origins to symbiotic relationships found in the wild, such as the agreement of commensalism between sharks and remora fish. For as long as the remora fish remove the parasites on the shark's skin, the shark won't devour them. It took millions of years of evolution, but eventually, this is how we arrived at the specimen known as knifers, the Peter Pettigrew of Chivalry 2 players. This aligns with his general demeanor online. He's a horrible, toxic, and unlikable person who gets his kicks out of being as insufferable as humanly possible. Here he is as the account Ligma being an arse about a trans woman who he believed to be a North American moderator. She was actually a streamer from Australia who hardly plays Chivalry 2. He's known to be one of Ven's hacking core that crashes servers and goes on pogroms, typically on the accounts Hello and Bye. He will likely deny this, he has done before, but it's a hard sell. Here's a screenshot of a conversation where he brags he can imitate the hacks being shown, which implicitly states he uses them. Here's a video of a hacker on a ballista gunning people down. Fortunately, Knife has provided an alternative angle with his hacking overlay still on. And here's a message of him explaining how these accounts work, where he uses us to describe who is making use of them, incriminating himself for the third time of many. In fact, he likes to talk a lot about hacks for someone who supposedly doesn't know much about them. For every time I think I'm done trying to document every single admission, he decides to up the ante and post about 10 more. But through these, he gives interesting insight as to how the hacks are used. Hello and Bye are shared versions of the cheats, which makes sense. The hacks are hardware locked rather than being assigned to specific profiles, meaning those with hacks will likely have communal access. This is probably what makes it so defeating for a lot of people getting griefed. Instead of it being a select group of accounts that can be discerned, it's homogenized into a small cohort that numerous people can log into. Makes it feel more inescapable for those that are targeted, like this is one person who just won't stop. In reality, it's multiple people clocking in and out when convenient. This doesn't mean that he hasn't made use of Game Pass accounts to target clan players he doesn't like, shown by this screenshot. The thing that makes Knifers so noteworthy, however, is he is one of Ven's in a circle that has often made a habit of taking matters outside of a game to try and intimidate people into not playing anymore. One core example is a confrontation with this player. He posts about their YouTube ASMR subscriptions, posts their full legal name, makes an offhand comment about visiting the place this person lives, and then starts making comments suggesting he's going to use this person's full legal name as a username, and then FFA people with it in a packed lobby. This is more than just a threat. He has done this exactly before towards a player called FFAing by imitating him in Duels lobbies and running around FFAing people with his name. Then he starts cajoling this individual to duel him, and if they win, he'll stop targeting their clan and this individual. Now, for this specific instance, the individual in question had a bit of a track history hanging around some, let's say, wonky people. So he'll likely try to save face and justify it as a fair comeuppance, which most people will probably give him credit for. But don't be fooled, this isn't the only time he's incorporated doxing into this schoolyard bully routine of his for offences far less severe. He used to be in KWA for some time, but was removed for doxing the identity of a member, including their face and full name, and then got competitively banned for doxing the name of an event organizer. Time and time again, Knifers likes to try and assert dominance over others by showing he has access to information and activity people would prefer to keep private. But what Knifers doesn't realise is that this also works for him, too. Knifers, at first, was generally seen as a tolerable person, a bit weird, but nothing beyond the norm for a player. He was in KRT for some time before leaving and joining KWA, where his antics started to show. Later, Knifers claimed he found the Holy Grail, a girl gamer, on Chivalry 2. She wanted to join KWA, and she got permitted access. She was normal, affable, and overall accepted for quite some time. What people didn't know until recently was that Knifers was pulling a Godefroy, and this was actually an account he ran, called Gabrielle. You see, Knifers eventually got the boot from KWA and ended up in CRMN's ranks. Gabrielle followed. CRMN RMN got hit hard, however, when those files from Quiet dropped, because one of their highest ranking individuals, FTA Duderon, wasn't just outed for distributing hacks to people like Knifers, but was also shown to be a loyal member of Ven that would take their side if necessary. This was a damning blow to CRMN's core, and it disbanded shortly after. The Knifers ended up in OMK, but Gabrielle flocked over to CC. Some CC members were suspicious that she was in Ven. She was believed to be friends of Knifers after all, and fed her a couple of bait statements about looking for information on players like Knifers. Out of nowhere, Ven starts saying CC were trying to dock some of their members and pull IPs. Here's Taylor 20005 saying it, someone who often hangs around and socializes with Ven players, as well as been a part of one of their proxy groups known as CK. He used to be CC, so likely he's using this drama to fulfill a revenge fantasy of his own. He's the kind of guy who keeps count of the days when someone last FFA'd him. Are we surprised? Gabrielle was outed, and she got the boot after 15 minutes. This was an elaborate ploy by Knifers to create a false persona for the sake of collecting information on what others were doing. Gabrielle was then repurposed into a devil's advocate, and would send messages in response to clips of Ven hackers alleging it was a result of poor Wi-Fi and a myriad of alternative causes despite not playing. People started to clue in that Knifers and Gabrielle were never seen together in the same room, so to speak, and what especially gave it away was how she was ardently arguing over a game she hardly played on the side of a faction not even people who play Team Objective repeatedly know that much about. Knifers kind of gave the game away. This, dear viewer, is only the beginning of how embarrassing it gets. Knifers also likes to do the whole tough guy routine in regards to hacking. I can't estimate exactly the origin of this correspondence, but some say he thought of himself as people's hacker protection, and when he eventually got booted from groups for being an annoying weasel, he'd do his usual passive-aggressive hostilities bad for everyone involved shtick. A lot of these guys like to LARP they're in a mafia movie. What's so weird about this, however, is that this is an integral part of his allegiance to his new overlords. Knifers and Ven for some time didn't like each other. When Knifers was tolerated in clan communities, he would have conversations like this with people in their circles. Around July of 2023, when he was in KWA, he was somewhat against the racism and bigotry Ven's top brass of losers would spew on the daily. The kind of things he now sends are things he supposedly once deplored. Whether or not he meant it or was just trying to desperately find someone to be his friend is to be debated. This gets to a head where Ven DDoS a server, so he joins the chat therein and gets into an argument with Deus. A couple of guys start writing messages about the general area he lives in, and his conflict beholds us with this wall of text. He even gets threatened with getting sent something in the mail. Notice how he now does the same thing to other people. When he got excised from the competitive scene, Knifers called back to the people who threatened him and was let into this symbiotic relationship where he, at their command, gratifies their anatomy, and they don't say mean things about him in return. One of the guys he was arguing with in that conversation he now runs to so he can compliment whatever dumb shit he's posted in the server. In fact, the individual who threatened to send a bomb to his house, he now makes meme edits for. It's quite undignified, really, especially seeing how these people spoke about him before he begged to be let in Ven. Knifers' reputation amidst a group that saw him as a warmer for a particular body part worked as a self-fulfilling prophecy, because now, that's all he exists to do. His lack of a rigid spinal column is one of his most distinguishing traits. To deal with the frustration, he finds other people to harass and threaten, so he can forget that he's a fully grown man being bullied into satisfying the whims and needs of strangers he doesn't like online, who perceive him as a human homage to an Urban Dictionary definition about performative fellatio. One of the best things I've seen in a community on YouTube is a video called the EU Duel Slander video. It's a rather humorous creation that lightheartedly mocks a lot of well-known players in the competitive space in a popular format of internet joke. As I was watching it, I came across one name that I had only briefly encountered before: Bobux. Through all my hours of research, Bobux has rocketed from some random underling to toxic players at the heart of Ven to one of the vilest people I have ever had the displeasure of knowing exists. Bobux is someone who operates with his own spite at the helm directing his behaviour, and evidently it's very easy to be considered a target of his horrid decorum. For instance, someone said Bobux isn't great in a conversation with an NA player. Most normal people would just shrug it off and move on. Your skill would clearly speak for itself otherwise. But not Bobux. No, for him, this is an infringement on his reputation, so he hops into a DM on an alt called Liz and starts getting not so happy about it. Put him in a low rank on a tier list? Well, that's not gonna fly with him. Now, you can already tell if this is how he reacts to someone saying he's just not that good at a game. How do you think he starts reacting to stuff that's a little more layered? Stuff with a greater extensive dramatic history? I'm sure you can gather, not very well. Bobux has a habit of reacting to things in a manner that can be politely described as out of proportion. If he has a gripe with you, well, he's going to find out your full legal name and use it on a Discord server. Here's a conversation with him and server staff about one incident where he used the player's real name as his Discord username. He posts a conversation taken with another staffer as evidence of his innocence. What's funny about that, however, is he would then proceed to do the same thing with this staffer's full name within a game lobby after he got competitively banned. He follows a similar MO to Knifers on this stuff, looking up associated accounts, scrolling through posts, and posting embarrassing stuff about other people that he doesn't like in that particular moment. An all-around nasty person who seemingly revels in how much he's detested by others. That DM before shows a lot of what he does is for the purpose of being upsetting to those he doesn't like. Well, Bobux is clearly going to come to love this part of the video. An important thing to disclaim here is there's little to no proof that Bobux has cheated. His unyielding toxicity is the foundation of his poor relationship with the community, and to everyone's knowledge at the time I'm writing this, there's nothing to show he's ever used cheats. But that's not why he's in here. Bobux is a Venn socialite and hangs around people who are core members, not to mention jumps at the opportunity to harass people who try to argue with his blue and white pals. His proximity to this group, as a once renowned top player, is for the purpose of lending credibility to Venn. If you truly care about the game like he does, this is who you ought to stand with. He feels like he's with kindred spirit in this sprawling domain of racists and political extremists, and that's because it's his noxious toxicity bringing him into the fold. This is why he's towards the end of this section. There are 3 key examples of this heartless behaviour that then encourages from him as a group that inherently does not care about the damage they do. The first is a throwback to our friend Firebxll. Remember when his friend just started posting his face everywhere? It was through his friend's Instagram that people found his own Instagram account rather easily. Well, he didn't stop with just that. He wasn't a fan of Bobux either, so he also started posting his face too. It's also everywhere. That's how this meme was born. Now, Bobux is not a fan of people violating his privacy. I know, dear viewer, the irony isn't lost on me, so he really does not appreciate this. He believes Firebxll has just doxed him for little to no reason. However, he doesn't realise that the person posting this is actually his friend. So, like any rational person, Bobux starts saying he knows where Firebxll lives, and is going to tell regional police he has illegal substances in his residence with the hopes that armed police swat him. This is then followed up with the threat that the police will shoot him because he's an immigrant. I've never seen someone use XD during what is tantamount a death threat by proxy. Even when this photo was taken down, Bobux still insists his intent on the matter. Do I personally believe he would have done it? No. He's 18 to 19 years old. His mother probably still calls him down for dinner and he roleplays in the Cigaron chat. But do I believe he said this with a genuine intent to be threatening, and that he could get in trouble for this alone? Yes. I do think any potential university attendance or the peer-to-peer recruiting work he does for recruiting agencies would be hampered by the issuing of death threats with repeated intent to deliver on them. But this is just another normal day in Venn. Let's up the ante a little. The second is more harrowing. One guy, who will remain unnamed, was very down on his luck, and that drove him to enter Cigaron chat and start lamenting he was going to quit the game, as it were. I don't phrase it this way to mock this. YouTube censorship hates sincere discussion of important topics, so forces me to talk in a stilted manner. Keep this in mind for the rest of the video. There is some hope for humanity though, because most people, even the most depraved in here, have a good sense to say nice things to him or at the very least shut up. They cleared the impossibly low bar that is not telling a man on the edge to jump. This was a tenuous situation, and here comes Bobux at 100 miles an hour. I wonder what he has to say on the matter.
Oh my God, no way.
This is a revolting reply. What's morbidly laughable is how he starts saying very horrid things, then says he's going to be serious, before telling him to just do it, all the while saying he's a bad father. Bobux somehow failed the most fundamental of moral compass checks by telling this guy not just to jump, but to do a backflip on the way down. This also isn't the first time he's done this. Here's a brief moment he says some Chivalry player in another forum ought to proceed with quitting the game, and he doesn't care about them doing it. People really did not like this, and one of them was Knifers. Knifers. Knifers and Bobux allegedly do not get on, and historically have never been friends. They're clearly not in each other's proximity by choice. So when Knifers sees Bobux being this horrible, he pulls out the trump card. You should have the same empathy for this guy as OMK did for you when your parents got you 0 Christmas presents but got presents for your siblings. As far as I remember, a few members banded together to get you a gift, as they didn't want you to feel alone. You'd think this would make someone understand some basic levels of empathy. I hope you never have children or close family who experience the same. Not only has Bobux just shown himself to be an unsympathetic piece of shit, Knifers has just outed him for being an extremely petty child. Because he didn't get a gift for Christmas, he now thinks this is a fair enough justification to tell grown men with families and children to actually see through with the conclusion of their existence. Some may say Knifers is making this up, but I disagree. The earnest manner of which he types lends some truth to it, and he was an OMK from mid-2023 onwards, meaning he would have been in the server for Christmas of the same year. More crucially though, Bobux's response is very telling. Typically when someone says something he doesn't like, he gets argumentative. You can see this where he's debating Firebxll and how stupid he is for falling for Andrew Tate's obvious scam. His rebuttals are snarky and sarcastic. But when Knifers says this, suddenly he has nothing to say other than a single word. It's very out of character for him and only confirms, at least to me, how much of a bratty child Bobux is. But this leaves you wondering, how does it possibly at all get worse than inciting a depressed man to do something very drastic? That brings us to number 3. Now, if you're in the community, you'll know that a high-profile creator went through with this awful decision. I'm not going to mention their name here, they'll be brought up later in a section where the content is more reverent, but they are relevant for this example. After this person passed, many people were stunned. I remember getting the notification and thinking it was some poor taste promotion for an event he was running. I genuinely was so taken aback, I went and spoke to a couple of people that were consulting with me for the video and asked, out of respect, if this video even ought to be made. The consensus was that I was to wait for his memorial stream to pass. This video wasn't anywhere near done at the time, but I just wanted to be sure. I was mortified at the possibility a video about a game he was heavily associated with could inadvertently drag his name through the mud. This is also why I decided against dedicating this video to him as others have. It felt facetious considering I wasn't close, but also because this wasn't going to be a positive upload and I just didn't want that association between his name and the worst parts of the community. I hope at the very least people can understand the reasoning for that choice. Bobux heard about it. When he was informed that the creator died, Bobux used the phrase, "waste of my fucking time, man." In this conversation, Bobux proceeds to explain how he had been working to manipulate this creator into lending them false credibility as a group in the community, and that his death before he delivered was a waste of my fucking time. He even calls him a useless fucking fat for dying and spiting his effort. When he gets given the opportunity to revise his first response, he doubles down and asks why couldn't he have quit after promoting my shit. When he suddenly pretends to care, people don't buy it. He then posts an apology that is no doubt AI generated, considering it's completely different to how he usually types, before promptly following it up by calling the individual a coward, and anyone who does what he did doesn't deserve his respect. I've been trying to take a somewhat humorous approach to these individuals and all the bad stuff they do, showing them to be the pathetic specimens they are. But when I saw this from him, I didn't know what to say. I hadn't expected such unbridled apathy from someone so young. I didn't expect such a genuine inability for him to just keep his pseudo-philosophical spiels to himself during moments where silence was best advised. I was aghast that he had the nerve to behave like this about the passing of a real man, not someone who just played a game, but the demise of someone who was a decent individual who was left behind a grieving mother. This was why he needed to be spoken about. Bobux's thin skin and fragile ego, a characteristic common in this cohort taken to an extreme, has driven him to behave in such a vile manner that takes matters beyond the game and into the real world. I think I speak for a lot of us when I say Bobux is an abhorrent and repugnant person devoid of any shame or remorse, and frankly, a bit of embarrassment as to his atrocious conduct towards real people is the least he deserves as comeuppance. Maybe one day Bobux will clue into the great revelation that the reason he doesn't get Christmas presents is because he's an unlikable fucking brat. We finally bring ourselves here. Mr. Deus. the dollar store Oppenheimer of Chivalry 2's griefing problem. You've already got a general gist of him as a character. He's horrid enough to be a devout OMK member and petty enough to be readily settling scores in FFA lobbies. Surprise, surprise, Deus is Acid Splash. I know he is because on one of his better known alts, Ominous Bird, he also rationalized my sudden murder with the same reason. I'm sure when you see a message like this, it's not controversial to say that Deus isn't a particularly nice guy. Contrary to popular belief, Deus doesn't hack that much on the game anymore. I think he's contented with outsourcing his griefing to useful idiots like Kane and domesticated pets like knifers, but, on occasion, makes some surprise visits. This doesn't mean he hasn't been involved in the past. Of course, he's distributed the hacks, but since the game's beginnings, he's been tampering with Chivalry 2 in terms of exploits and vulnerabilities. Deus isn't someone that uses the Game Pass hacks provided by Mr. Joe. No, those are inferior. Deus works in cybersecurity and has the technical know-how to develop his own premium, top-of-the-line cheats. The hacks used on the Game Pass aren't good enough to crash servers, so the ones in use by knifers, Kane, Firebxll, and others are custom-made by him. At a price. Deus is smart enough to realise that he has exclusive access to this provision of these quite potent cheats. The ones that are widely available pale in comparison. He's also smart enough to realise that there are people out there who may want something better and may be willing to pay a bit of money for a digital second wind. That's why he's made a lucrative side business out of it. Do you want to revolutionise your inability to get over online internet arguments? Deus has the thing just for you. For a cheap £50, you can get an in-game chat box. What a bargain. For a modest £250, you can customise your chat colour, see who is vote kicking you, bypass weapon restrictions, and more. And for a reasonable £500,000, you can get a custom voice pack, God mode, no clip, be able to reset servers, and all included in below additions. That's right, if you give him what is 50 hours of paid labour, you can grief a video game with all of these tools. If something happens to your PC, however, you're shit out of luck. It's locked to your computer. What a savvy businessman. Now, there is an admission at the bottom he reserves the top tier for Ven members. This could mean two things. One, more likely he's aligned with these individuals and has a vested interest in causing problems for the community, so is willing to give them to these players for free. Two, more entertaining and potentially possible, Kane, knifers, Firebxll, and others in OMK, like that fella Krazd from before, spent £500 to be permitted access to these hacks. So, we can't be sure that Deus has actually made any money off this new venture, but it is irrefutable that he is offering to sell custom-made cheats to people willing to give up a large chunk of their money. This certainly undermines the whole idea of Ven tenfold. He armed a group of idiots with hacks who can't let things go to get some money off them, not to help fix the space. But that's not the whole story, because Deus, again, has been around for a while. Deus was once in the general position of senior leadership in a well-known clan, allegedly Sac, and before that may have once been a member of Byzantine Empire. Either way, he's been here since the beginning, and so has his short temper. Moderators knew him to be a bit of a loose cannon, and it wasn't unusual for him to be the subject of many tickets when it came to seeking retribution over small inconveniences. Here's a video of him on this alt, Jax, hunting specific people over drama that is undoubtedly a waste of time in the grand scheme of things. When you consider he was also in the trenches with everyone else when vote kicks weren't that reliable, this is just one episode of an entire series of crusades. This explains, potentially, why CC were targeted. Yes, there is a chance that he just didn't approve of CC ostracizing the group he was associated with from competitive play, and could have used that as a basis for a vendetta, and I'm willing to believe that's the case. It aligns with the whole creation of that server to undermine Sac, but it's also potentially likely this could have originated from somewhere even pettier than that. Deus has a girlfriend who, because I can't discount the possibility she's not really that involved and doesn't know what he's up to, I don't want to name in case people will assume culpability. But she is in the community and she's a member of OMK. Someone, somewhere, in some server, saw her and decided to FFA her. Once. Alternative accounts allege she instigated something with CC where she griefed one of them and the rest responded in kind. There's no confirming this story beyond rumours, but the general opinion is that the specific targeting of CC potentially may have originated from a mishap of this trivial a scale. Potentially, this game was put under siege because someone FFA'd Deus's girlfriend in a video game. These sorts of clashes can put Deus in a very foul mood, and he, like many others, is not one to be timid in the face of perceived adversity. Deus doesn't hesitate to take matters into the real world, and there's no better example of this than his drama against a player called Eclectic Veil. Vale is another player that had been passionately involved in Chivalry 2 since the alpha tests. He was so devoted that by the time the epic release rolled around, he had amassed a gargantuan 1.5 thousand hours on the game. Needless to say, he was a very good duelist. Deus and Vale, for unknown reasons, came to blows. A lot of people say different things as to what happened, but one story repeatedly told is that Deus and Vale decided to settle their differences by dueling in the game. Vale ran a community group called the Veiled Citadel, and a lot of people watched him stream the match in the voice chat. To reiterate, Deus is much better at the game than me. I could only defy him with the assistance of my unwashed hordes. So when I was told that Vale absolutely kicked his ass with any weapon he got asked to use, this terrifies me as to how good Vale was at the game. Vale also had a habit of flaming people in a rather verbose manner, so, no doubt, he gave Deus a verbal dressing down of the ages. Deus, a cocktail of arrogance and egomania, has just been humbled in front of a large portion of a dedicated community. How would he react to this? Apologize? Steer clear of Vale? Take him aside and try to come to some mutual understanding? Maybe take a break from the game? No. Deus thought it necessary to find his personal details and spread them all across the community. This was a significant reason of the few he already had for Vale to quit Chivalry 2 and hasn't played since, to my knowledge. He clearly just doesn't want to be involved anymore, and I'm only bringing him up because it's necessary to the story. You see, some people claim after the fact that Deus showed remorse and understood he did something very bad, but if that's true, he clearly didn't mean it. As recently as this year, Deus did this again with Firebxll's friend, who somehow just keeps turning up in news stories. The friend dissed Deus' girlfriend, and for that, Deus immediately posted his IP address in chat. He then followed with gestures to details of his living situation, which he then followed up with some choice words, which he then followed up with a veiled threat about who will be visiting him next. He did the same with knifers and that Hitman-esque death paragraph, as well as threats he would break into his house and acquaint himself with his family. What he asks for often, as a gracious olive branch, is that they apologize on video, and he won't deliver on these threats. He asks this guy in DMs to do it, and he asks Firebxll's friend to do it also. He wants the gratification of achieving conquest over those he's done battle with. All of this followed with some generally nasty comments he makes that are both racist and very explicit, just in case you were wondering if he was secretly a saint outside of office hours. Also, brief side note, these guys have a common theme in making jokes about minors. I'm not going to allege anything, but all I will say is I think someone needs to give their hard drives a little investigation. So, this is Deus, a nasty piece of work who has the means to, at a whim, find out your identity, your living situation, and use it against whoever he pleases. This isn't a comfortable prospect, and it's not outside the realm of possibility people may be avoiding Duels or even Chivalry 2 altogether out of fear they'll cross his path and inadvertently usher in their own doom. I beg to differ. I think Deus is, true to form with the group, a bit of a liar. In popular culture, especially perpetuated in memes and internet jokes, people assume an IP address is a very bad thing to get put out into the world. If someone you don't want having it finds your IP address, they now know your exact residence. This could be shared anywhere and could get a lot of bad things sent to your home. This isn't correct. IP addresses are identifiers given to computers using internet protocol to communicate online. They show an approximate location based on where your internet service provider's nearest data center is, which can vary. This means if you live rurally, you're likely very far away from it, or if you're living in an urban city, you're packed in with hundreds of other people in nearby residences. Unless Deus is part of some paramilitary group who can spare the manpower to tirelessly canvass entire city districts, it's very unlikely he will ever be able to work out your exact location. He could only ever get this approximation if he sent you an IP grabber link and you clicked it, and he'd have to then hedge his bets you're not using a VPN. The worst he can do with a known IP is DDoS your residential internet, but because most internet service providers have houses running on dynamic addresses, this means every time you disconnect and reconnect your internet router, your address changes. This means every time Deus wants to DDoS you after unplugging your router, he needs to send you a new IP grabber link. This then begs the question, how does Deus not know this? He worked in cybersecurity. It makes zero sense that someone who has that technical expertise wouldn't be aware of this. But, dear viewer, that's where you're wrong. He does know this. He also knows the average person doesn't. So when someone tells knifers they know the county he lives in, that's part of the bluff. They don't know more than that, but the shock of them acknowledging this tidbit of private information may convince people they have found even more. Sometimes they do, but trust me, it's not because of arcane digital wizardry. People are a lot less wary of internet safety and privacy nowadays. People underestimate just how much those dedicated enough to try and harass you can find online, especially during an era where people post about their private lives more than ever to claim internet relevancy. Deus knows this, and arguably, so do some of his underlings. It's not a question of technical ability, but really free time. Deus has enough to dedicate to this, as do people like Bobux and Knifers. They're all reading from the same internet troll playbook. They can find your aliases on other platforms, likely connected through your own Discord account, or because they share a similar name. Some people may not anticipate this, and may openly have intimate things shared that they can then weaponize to humiliate you. Chances are, if they found something about you that you are shocked someone knows, you've likely left that lying around on an account somewhere. Even if you delete it, people use the Wayback Machine to access old posts and archived information all the time. There isn't much hacking involved. Deus may have ways to hack accounts and get the information from hijacking them, likely through similar duping attempts to taking your IP, but he's not some action movie hacker man. Stuff like this gets sensationalized a lot in media, but really, it's far more mundane in real life. You can even see in his messages to Firebxll's friend that he cites a message the friend himself shared on Discord as the source of where he got this information from. Deus's reputation of getting your details is founded upon a glorified Google search and people's own complacency. It's like trying to make people believe you're a master lockpicker by breaking into houses that don't even lock their doors. Knifers is the perfect example. What I neglected to inform you about Knifers is that his identity has been known for some time, more than just one mugshot. When Knifers was in KWA, he was streaming his PC screen to help troubleshoot some problems and accidentally showed an account of his. To the dismay of internet safety teachers everywhere, his username was his full legal name followed by his year of birth. This was then how his public Facebook account got noticed, because someone spied him posting gameplay footage of someone else in Ven, another desperate attempt to appease his captors, and noticed his name. This is no doubt how Deus found out so much about Knifers. Thing is, Deus and Bobux may not be the only ones to have a vested interest in working out who Knifers is. Hacking in video games is technically illegal, classified as cybercrimes. There have been sparing instances where people have been legally charged and even faced jail time over video game hacking. I can already hear you rolling your eyes and typing on your keyboard. Smug Rubric, you stupid mutt, in what world do the police sincerely care about someone griefing a video game? This is as laughable as Godefroy's threats of legal dispute. Is your mother also a renowned Parisian lawyer? You'd be right. I sincerely doubt the police would care at all about resolving a hacking situation on a niche video game for the benefit of its players. I don't disagree. But damage to private corporate property? That's a different thing. You know that age-old adage of fines are just a punishment for the poor? That's because a poor person can be pushed into debt through this penalty, but a rich person can pay off fines more expensive than a London flat and then continue to eat the eggs of an endangered fish off a golden iPad that same evening. The enforcement of the system, time and time again, has been used to protect the interests of rich benefactors at the top of global society. These kinds of people have their hands in many businesses and industries, no doubt some of them being to do with video games. It's quite a profitable business now, especially online games like Chivalry 2. Well, online games have to run on physical servers, and these are expensive to maintain and own. But when a hacker like Knifers gets vote kicked, that server crashes. This then forces the server to undergo a hard reset, and this causes actual damage to the physical machine. Maybe it's not a lot one time, but as we know, this isn't something that happens just one time. This accrues until these servers have to be repaired or even replaced, and this hurts a company like Nitrado's bottom line. Not just because this costs money, but it also hurts potential future business. Who's going to pay to rent a server when they see they're getting crashed and DDoSed half the time? Investors won't be happy about it, and will no doubt seek some financial retribution. This is also quite laughable. Hackers know that anonymity is their best friend, and use online aliases to hide their true identity. How can you be held culpable if no one knows who you are? But that's the thing, isn't it? These people advertise who they are. They've been so desperate to show how tough they can be on the internet, they've created a massive blind spot to their own digital footprint. Not only are these hacking accounts connected to the known account Knifers, which openly shares videos of him doing this damage, the identity of the person who owns the Knifers account is known. In fact, he's living in a country that treats this behavior as a criminal offense. Suddenly, Knifers could be looking down the barrel of not just hefty legal fees and terrifying fines, but potentially jail time. He would know this because he threatened Deus with this exact line of reasoning. The 17-year-old kid that leaked GTA 6, yeah, he got indefinitely hospitalized for illegally intruding upon Rockstar's network with a potential for a life sentence following that. This isn't necessarily to say it's right. The idea an autistic kid leaking a video game could get him in jail for life is quite dystopian, but this just goes to show how corporations flex their legal muscle when it comes to what greases the palms of every resident on Earth. Yeah, Nitrado aren't Rockstar, but the business that owns them, Flex Capital, is a major tech investment firm that would have the kind of money to dedicate to taking someone like Knifers to trial for the damages he helped cause to their digital property. The prospect Knifers may face criminal charges because he tried glazing someone over their team objective gameplay publicly on social media is a very entertaining thought. And while the culpability varies from person to person, I'm sure the others, especially Firebxll and Kane, would also get a stern speaking to over their own confessed involvement in the group that has cost the business the money it wishes to gorge on. And it gets especially juicy when we remember how well these guys get on. I have a feeling Bobux wouldn't be willing to face legal repercussions on behalf of a guy he hated enough to try and swat. If any pressure gets applied to any of them, the fragile bonds will crack. Deus isn't as well known as the others, but that doesn't mean he can necessarily breathe easy. He could be potentially facing something even worse. He hasn't just caused damage to their corporate physical property, he's also made use of their code to hack the game and has earnestly tried to sell it to people. The code that Torn Banner's devs have written is legally considered intellectual property of the company, so by selling this code, he is infringing on copyright law, which opens a completely new can of worms. When you also then consider Deus makes threats on an account that's known to be his for the sake of people believing he can act on them, including death threats, the legal penalties start to stack quite high. But even if he doesn't face any, he is involved in professional malpractice. He is getting paid decent money by employers to bolster the online defenses of websites and forums. If they were to find out he was also using this experience to infringe upon online services provided by private third parties and monetizing it, he'd lose his job and would never find employment in cybersecurity ever again. Deus needs to be very certain he hasn't left anything lying around that someone who gets paid to investigate would find. If his place of work is ever leaked, he's fucked. Whether he's cognizant enough to recognize that, well, is up to him. I realise I've just said a lot of embarrassing things about these people. It's hit harder for some more than others. I'm sure Bobux isn't very happy with his section, but they really only have themselves to blame. This is how they choose to behave online for the sake of pillaging a community, and have frequently made the deliberate choice to make it more than just about a game through doxing, harassment, and the issuing of threats in real life. If they don't like this is how they're being portrayed, they have to take it up with themselves. No one forced them to do what they did. But this will fall on deaf ears, no doubt. I can already hear them scrounging around in my accounts across social media, trying to find some dirt to leverage on me. Maybe an embarrassing comment, maybe a response to some particularly off-putting imagery that indicates a weird kink, or some form of double standard they can throw my way. They no doubt want revenge, and that will likely be vested in unmasking me, in revealing my identity that isn't just my face and a few stern words of dissent. That's a lot of trouble for them to go through. I feel quite bad. So let me help them out with that. Hello. My name is Harrison Giovanni Sensostri. I'm a 22-year-old psychology undergraduate who got his qualification at the University of Sussex near Brighton, because of course I did. Where else could I have dressed like this on Halloween and not gotten beaten up for it? And I'm currently living with my family in London as I'm working as a waiter in the capital whilst trying to work out where I take my career next. I'm not stupid enough to see YouTube as a job in this economy, and don't trust the corporate hellhounds over at Google with my meal ticket. Dear viewer, you probably have the following to ask. Smug Rubric. Did you just Walter White dox yourself over Chivalry 2? You have just publicized a major part of your identity for a lot of people, some of which have a vested interest in harassing you. Was this the best choice for this video? I'd argue yes, but only because that choice got made for me a long time ago. I've been online since I was a toddler, casted in child modelling for fashion lines, and eventually moved on to child acting. This career drove me into the hallmark dead ends of the industry, unpaid gigs in student films that I would never have even seen. Closest thing I have to stardom is a brief appearance in My Guardian Angel, an awful film that is outclassed by the acting of suggestive videos. My most recent pursuit is a literary career with a publisher who took £100 of my own money for faulty books and then refused to refund me back in January of 2023. The name Harrison Sensostri is well documented in its mediocrity, I assure you. All of this complete with unflattering photos of my face. I'm one of those people who pretends to take bad photos on purpose to hide how big my forehead is, clips of me being an idiot on the second channel, some earnest attempts to voice act on my trash piles, Synanthropia, and many other failed projects that have fallen by the wayside. Here's a blog I used to run as a kid for my writing. It's exactly as wince-worthy as I'd expect from a 12-year-old pretending to be relevant. The website my parents got for me is... it's just a scamming site now. They stopped paying for it in 2015, so I have no clue what's going on with this operation anymore. Point is, I've been quite public about my life online for a long time, so it's really no sweat off my back to just be open about who I am. I mean, if you click the link for the dumb book series I'm writing, you find my name and a photo of me 5 years ago on the vendor page, and then all it takes is one Google search to stumble across the treasure trove of information you can find out about me. We already know these guys like to pretend a Google search is some unknown hacking technique, but part of the reason why these guys dox, or pretend to, isn't just to out things. It's to have the clout of doing so. It's to be known as the person who brought light to aspects of my life I don't focus on, and pretend that lack of acknowledgement is actually some covert attempt to hide it. Whether or not anything embarrassing is found, the impetus is to find a hollow victory in pretending they've ousted me. To pretend I was ever really trying to hide it. And sure, this video is no doubt gonna instigate that sort of behavior, but they could really just do that at any time they feel like. They kind of already have. I have a reputation in that group as being some random string of political buzzwords they don't like. Knifers knows of me, this guy was freaking out for some reason, and another was quite flattering. They've even taken the liberty of sharing my face here. The way it's shown off makes it seem like this is an unflattering photo I tried to hide somewhere and they've outsmarted me. Really, it's an image of the webcam taken from when I streamed Inscription in March of 2022, whilst I was trying to replicate the no bitches meme. I've even been the topic of a couple of stories. Some guy in a modded project server started talking about how I was ejected from the Chivalry 2 community because one of them shared like AI generated furry art in my Discord, and I complimented it. Hello dear viewer, sorry to interrupt the flow of this section, I just needed to add something to this regarding the context of the depicted message. I think it's quite funny. It is true that someone from the Clandestine Virgin Society was in my server. It's this account here. This became known because they then tried to ingratiate themselves in other servers recently as a new player. But one of the server owners is in my community, so then noticed how this supposedly new Chivalry player had been talking about the game a year prior in my server, following my tidbit video on Duels. It's also rather curious how they are in OMK's server, which is not the kind of place unsuspecting new players end up in on accident. This is important because, now we know who this individual account was, we can then see that none of this other shit happened. This account had one pleasant conversation with me in general chat and then proceeded to never say anything again. Certainly didn't send any of this AI generated furry art that outed me, the most blatant furry on the planet, as being a furry. Maybe that explains the absence of a screenshot. If this interaction was so embarrassing and career ruining, why didn't they take a photo of it? Also, the idea this person's pal infiltrated the server makes it sound a lot more impressive than clicking the invite link I post in the description of every video I upload. Even if this story was true and they did have a photo lying around of this interaction, frankly, who gives a fuck? It's completely inconsequential and serves to only exacerbate the allegations of pettiness levied against them. Keep in mind how much this individual has exaggerated this story though. Think of it as a little preamble. Again, they want this to seem like they've unearthed some major forlorn thing about me, like I was trying to hide it and they've undermined my authority. But I've always been open about this stuff. If you go back and watch my Chivalry 2 video, you find one of my more positive moments about the community is me sharing a kinship moment with another person because we both follow and look at the art of an NSFW furry artist called Stedolnik. Stedolnik actually draws some really cool medieval stuff as well. I mean, just look at that Sale. This is something I've always been very open about because I just don't think it fucking matters that much, and I've been talking about this since my first ever video essay on Little Nightmares 2. So yes, this part is necessary because I want people to know that my information has always been public, and want to disarm the notion that these guys are doing anything more than exploiting a generational lack of care for privacy of information. I also want to make it clear that if you see any account called Homosexual Intent, Smug Rubric, La Rubric, Synanthropia, or HT Sensostri saying awful things in chat or anywhere else, that's not me, that's the new group of fans that I've just gained from making this video. Same goes for any voice clips they posted me. Some of them have a habit of AI generating voices to say nasty things. Welcome to the post-truth era of the internet. Wait a second, why do I recognize this name? Is lackluster moderation. Remember this guy? This guy, whose name references immigrants arriving on dinghies to the UK? A guy who, very brazenly, called me a
Oh, hell no, man.
And now the gun's at his waist. That was my moment, I urinate in his face. My mind is racing with haste. All I could think is to get the hell out the...
I get stage fright, so I needed someone else to show their face to make me feel comfortable. Teddo has gone by many names in the Chivalry 2 community. The most notable are KRT Dinghy Invader and Honking Hootie Asses, the name of his YouTube channel, but these are the only ones that I know of. There are countless more. He got kicked from a clan before KRT, then got kicked from KRT, then got kicked from a very prestigious clan after KRT, and finally ended up with a bunch of competitive bans before eventually getting dumped in OMK and shaking hands with some then fellas. For those of you who have better things to do than keep track of my online confrontations, I'll bring you up to speed. Me and Teddo have an on and off history with one another. We encountered each other first in January 2022, where he was passionately typing about Muslims replacing him. I tried FFAing him, it didn't work, so I cried about it to Shivmail. In mid-2023, I come back and I find, somehow, he's still typing about Muslims. He's a man of passion, I'll give him that much. From this point forth, I didn't see much of him on accounts that could be discerned to be his, so I moved on. He was a man with a malnourished moral compass that I'd occasionally share stories about with others as humorous anecdotes. I wasn't the only one to witness his nasty attitude. But, unbeknownst to me, my name was still very much in his mouth. He had a way of embellishing things, such as that story of my supposed ejection he shared around his pal outed I was a furry. Trust me, Teddo, I wanted to leave, but I'm a mortal man with mortal vices. I couldn't escape. What was more intriguing, however, is the notion that he was the star of both videos. It's quite the bold statement. In reality, he was mentioned directly for 3 to 4 minutes in a 37-minute video as an example of issues of moderation, and then brought up for even less time in the second. And I think it's a little in bad faith to claim an entire video is about you when you clearly didn't watch all of said video. If he missed the whole Stedalnik thing that implied my lack of care for people knowing I'm a freak online, evident in how he tried to weaponize it, then he very obviously only watched the 3 minutes that were making use of him as an example. The only alternative explanation is Teddo just likes to lie, which we'll get into later. But hey, if he wants to claim that both videos, which extensively talk about the worst parts of Chivalry 2's design and player base, are really all about him, that kinda helps my argument. So thank you, Teddo. But, more than that, I've had the honour of being in his video. The Guess Who's Back upload featured a solid couple of minutes from my last rant complaining about his continued presence in the game as an example of how poor the moderation was. There's one edit where he stakes a claim to, as it's colloquially put, my pussy.
Your little pussy belongs to me.
Well, Teddo, it's all yours for the taking, as long as you can answer my riddles free to understand the nature of the self. Because this is more than just getting back at a guy who writes the coattails of my videos because his own aren't very good. Teddo, more than a pissant with a manifesto, is a major representative of Chivalry 2's problem with vindictive attitudes necessitating acts of disproportionate severity. He is a major example of how multiplayer games now are cesspits for manufactured confrontation and how it ruins it for everyone involved, even those he claims he has no issue with. And, dear viewer, what's become more synonymous with gaming spaces nowadays than poorly veiled, egregious racism?
And now the gun's at his waist. That was my moment, I urinate in his face.
One of the most common words used in conjunction with Teddo, alongside steroids and fingerbang, is racist. A lot of people have reached an unspoken consensus that Teddo has a bit of a race problem, and this is the primary reason why he's been repeatedly banned from competitive participation. When you consider some established players also hold some dubious opinions, it looks really bad when even they condemn Teddo. But this word has been tossed around so much that Teddo's had a long time to perfect his excuses and establish numerous lines of defense. However, despite this abundance of time, he's not very good at this, because all it takes is a few seconds of scrutiny to see for structural failings. And where better to start than that tried and true method of plausible deniability? He's joking. It's satire. He doesn't mean it. How could he be racist? He's had sex with a black woman before. I think it'd be prudent for Teddo to know that slave owners also had a lot of sex with black women. Unrelated, but certainly worth mentioning because of a conversation this happened in, there is something so funny that after Teddo says he got ghosted for his poor choice of environment for intimate activity, that the name of a person to reply right after is called Fumble. He likes to tell people he was banned from competitive play because he was too good at the game, and clan players didn't like that, so the oppressive arm of the New World Order, that is Discord moderation, found one risque joke made in his own server and beat him to death. This may be compelling for some. What is and isn't acceptable to joke about is a constant field for debate online, so some may hear his tale and assume he was wrongfully prosecuted by the wokey clan players who just can't handle his attitude. That's his problem. He has too much attitude. While I may be one of those wokey clan players who believe there are some things we ought to stray from in our jokes, I think there is a common ground to agree on. If you're in the comfort of your own space, who gives a shit what you joke about? Friends of different races crack jokes about each other's race all the time, and that's fine in their own company. That's not my dynamic to be policing. Racial humor has been done time and time and again for good and honest effect.
Look, I'm American. I think I'll use my credit card. You guys have anything non-dairy?
But that's the thing. Teddo's a bit of a liar. 1. He's not making consensual race jokes on an even keel with someone of another race. The implicit consent of the other party isn't involved in the dynamic. He's sharing these jokes with other racists. One such cretin is a Romanian fellow called Lucas as the online alias Merlin. He owns this account here, Dehumanizing. He's not important enough to get his own dedicated section, but I have a feeling, based on how he likes to be bound at Teddo's hip when they're playing, he'd get a bit of separation anxiety if I'd given him one. He's some incel adjacent guy who shares charts about female attraction and memes representing his beliefs that make unironic use of a word femoid, not to mention he's just extremely racist and makes common use of racial slurs. His magnum opus, however, was an image he drew, or edited, that depicted Torn Banner Studios dangling a corpse from a tree by the neck. The face of a creator who passed away, the one that Bobux called a waste of time, is pasted over the corpse. He was so proud of this, he made it his easy anti-cheat banner. What lovely company Teddo chooses to share these racially charged jokes with. But this isn't all one-sided. When I first entered Sigaron, I understood that this is a server famed for its lack of moderation and took this to mean one thing. These guys have said the N-word a bunch of times. I checked how many times they'd said the M-word, and it was a solid 459 times. Teddo contributed just under half. The N-word universally is a common no-no, but Teddo would then claim this is just one of his jokes. He just likes how funny and brutal it sounds. Some people may agree with this. It's just a word. Surely to prohibit its use is to further grant it the power we don't want it to have. Impressive argument. However, small counterpoint, if it's just a word, why is Teddo so desperate to say it? There are 170,000 words in the English lexicon, and an additional 47,000 obsolete words he can make use of because he studied Old English, yet, of all of these, he wants to say this one so badly. He does so 20 times a day, by his own admission. Why? Because it couriers the specific negative sentiment he holds towards people who are not white. Why else does he use it to call Muslims sand N-words? Why else does he say it with a specific intent to upset people, including any black people that have the misfortune of finding themselves in conversation with him? It gets a bit hard to believe he's just telling jokes when his first immediate response to someone sending a message with Han characters is to say this. And the things that are jokes have a vehemently racist punchline. I feel Teddo would struggle to convince people of this defense if I asked him to get up in front of the class and explain the joke behind this image. And to top it all off, this isn't something he does in the comfort of like-minded company. Teddo is an esteemed resident of the Unchained modding Discord. People there understand he's a bit of a card and keep him caged so that they can all collectively laugh at his racist tirades. I'm personally of the opinion we'd all be better off if he was ejected, but who am I to tell people how to use their free time? God knows I'm not making good use of it. Teddo's aware that there are some things that don't fly in here, such as blatant abuse of an infamous slur, so he has to get a little more creative. He instead uses shiver. Now, I at first believed myself to be reaching. This could be an easy portmanteau of chivalry and player to denote chivalry players. To assume this is a rebranded racial slur would be ridiculous, I'd be reaching, and I'd look too desperate in my search for evidence. It would undermine my argument. However, I underestimated Teddo's fond pastime of incriminating himself, because seconds later I find this message that confirms he uses it as an analogue to the N-word. Let me reiterate for those still catching up from the last 10 things I've shown about Teddo. Teddo is so racist, he kids bopified an infamous racial slur so he can keep saying it spiritually in public settings. And by this point, the joke excuse is getting a little tired. He's just earnestly speaking his thoughts at this point. Look, he even pulls a GK Godefroy and calls them the blacks. If that's not enough for you, what about a comment where he says that he instinctively assumes a black man is always going to rob him? It's quite an exhaustive list of gripes. He's got an issue with Buddhists, gay people, trans people, Pakistani people, Indian people, generally anyone he can't confirm is true born and bred British pedigree. This is why he says a dog in a barn does not make it a horse. He's so wise, no wonder Knife has sold his spine for him. But if you really want him to go nuclear, just mention Muslims in his vicinity. It's that easy. Just send a GIF celebrating Eid and activate the nuclear bomb of racial animosity. He calls them dingy invaders, dingy people, cave dwellers, sand N-words, truncates Pakistani into a known slur, and sends images like this when talking about them. Makes repeated comments about wanting Islam to be eradicated, which of course includes wanting Palestine to get wiped off the map because they protested on St. George's Day. How dare they protest against the country that's actively funding the genocide against them? He wants to malinify the Middle East, as in he wants the speed hacks that his pal Lucas uses to fly around and butcher Muslims. He wants to take a time machine and land on Muhammad's head. He supports Israel over Palestine, not because he likes Israel, he refers to Jews as slurs all the time, but because he hates Muslims more, even though there's a significant number of people in Palestine who worship Christ. Seems the common denominator he's focused on isn't the religion, but the prevalence of non-white folk. If you ever see a video online of a child injured in a bombing or an attack, or even have the misfortune of just seeing someone get killed on camera in Palestine as a result of a genocide, Teddo supports this wholeheartedly. Teddo's virulent racism can be provoked seemingly on its own. Did you just post a random GIF in Teddo's proximity? Well, now it's a component of his political fantasy. Are you talking about something only tangentially relevant? Foolish mistake. Teddo now wants to talk about the Muslim overload, and you need to capitulate. Did you just innocently share an image of your face that shows you're not white? Teddo will repeatedly insist you're Arab, repeatedly insist you're Muslim, call you a cockroach, and use you as an example for his disdain of Arabic people, even when you and your friend try to tell him you're not Muslim. This is more than an off-color joke shared in private. It's practically all he talks about. Teddo is so wholly obsessed about Muslims that with zero context, he just starts pinging his server at 8 AM 4 times over with videos fear-mongering about Muslims in London. Even Bobux was telling him to chill out on the racist spam. In fact, Teddo is so obsessed with race politics, when he completed an online test for autism and apparently found out he's autistic, which I don't put much stock in by the way beyond him using it as an excuse later down the line, Teddo started recording himself talking in a caricaturized African-American voice.
Ah, shit, fool. I be autistic and shit. I be autistic and shit, goofy ass.
Man, shut your goof ass broke ass up, you goof ass. Look at these gold chains and gold rings. I got this from Pip and shit. Shit.
The single recorded instance of Teddo controlling himself is when that player from before wanted to quit the game, as Bobux had told him to just go through with it. Teddo, despite his depravity, managed to console him and offered him words of comfort that helped tether a man back to rationality. When all is said and done, there is a foundational morality that Teddo remembers he has from time to time. It would have been really bad if he immediately followed this up talking about some racist shit like a clan he's called N-word hunters. It would be inappropriate at best for him to focus on that and render all his prior attempts moot. But perhaps I'm missing something, dear viewer, because you're never going to guess what he followed this up with. You get in there, and you make it about race politics. This is why Teddo got competitively banned. Event organizers don't care about his politics, but they need him to shut up. Events like Trial by Blood are officially endorsed by the development team, and Tournament Ground tries to get sponsors for it. If these sponsors see competitors are saying things like this in officially associated spaces and in the tournament itself, they will blacklist Tournament Grounds. All they want is for Teddo to stop saying what he does in public spaces, yet somehow he just can't help himself. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde if Mr. Hyde was in the EDL. How else can I rationalize the social ineptitude of turning a man's potential final moments into a soapbox to talk about your disgust of skin pigmentation? Teddo's no doubt sensed by now that this excuse has run its course and will pivot to his second line of defense. Yeah, he's a tiny bit racist, but he's justified. To him, illegal immigration is a big problem, and it's leading to violent crime caused by people not ethnic to Europe, namely people from Africa and Asia. If it makes him racist, racist to care about this, then fine, he's racist. That's his burden to shoulder. This is another bout of bullshit, and I can show you through, unfortunately, political analysis. I know, you're a gamer and you live in fear of the P word. Politics is for blue-haired people who believe in extremist ideas like a fair living wage and healthcare you don't have to pay for and the ability to breathe clean air. Just bear with me, I'll try to make this as painless as possible. Teddo makes these frequent dehumanizing comments about Muslims in his dark little echo chamber of Nick Fuentes wannabes because he sincerely believes that immigrants are ruining his country. You'll often see messages of him invoking very violent imagery about crime and illegal activity committed by people outside of Western European countries, typically those immigrating from the Middle East. He believes the mass migration is causing Europe to go down the drain for a lot of issues like the cost of living crisis in the UK. He believes the things he says and the inevitable political outcomes of it, like a white ethno-state, are wholly justified and doesn't take any moment to try and revise his position. He just wants to preserve his continent's culture, and if he's a racist for that, fine, he's happy being one. But that's a bit of a misnomer. Throughout all of history, a significant part of British culture has been the integration of other cultures. Muslims historically have benefited Western Europe. After Rome and Greece fell, the works of Galen and Hippocrates and Dioscorides fell into obscurity. It was only because Middle Eastern academics preserved this knowledge that we stumbled back upon it during the Crusades and put us on the path to the miraculous achievements of modern medicine today, including their own medical techniques like using alcohol as an antiseptic. Foreign food is also a major component. We get many spices from the Middle East like pepper, cardamom, nutmeg and cinnamon that changed our diets. To this day, shopping markets always have an international food aisle, and there are entire stores that focus on specific ethnic cuisines. Indian food has been a staple of British cuisine for decades now, and non-white people have been at the forefront in our wars, fighting on fronts against other non-white armies to not undermine the colonial rule of white Britain. If we haven't mutually benefited from the inventions and innovations of non-white people, we've benefited from their exploitation. The word British Empire and massacre go hand in hand, unfortunately. And when Britain needed an influx of people to support the country after the war, many flocked over from the Caribbean colonies as part of the Windrush generation to serve us. Britain's culture throughout history has been the subsuming of other cultures into our own under the banner of British values like democracy. The UK has never been an ethno-state. I mean, for fuck's sake, the English language we have now that Teddo uses to be extremely racist to foreigners was revolutionized by a French king, William the Conqueror. There's a bit of irony to the fact he believes that England was ever once truly English. We have always had other cultures involved in developing our own. Okay, sure, our culture is a melting pot, but what about illegal immigration and religious fundamentalism? The latter is quite easy to answer. Yeah, no shit, religious fundamentalism is bad. But Teddo, I hate to tell you, Muslims aren't the only ones who maybe can read a little bit too much into their own holy books. You know the group OMK likes to parody? You'd know it, you're in OMK. They're an explicitly Protestant Christian terror group. They burn crosses to commemorate Jesus Christ. They violently killed people and burned down entire towns of black people. This focus on Islam as the de facto violent religion is a product of his own racial bias, and he can't seem to understand there are Reformed Muslims who don't condone those teachings, just like how there are Protestants who wouldn't condone the Klan's violence. And it's not fair to make wide sweeping statements on an entire religion in the same way it wouldn't be fair to make that about Christians because of one violent group co-opting their faith. This brings us to the former issue that does actually have some nuance. But Teddo doesn't want you to acknowledge that. Due to the UK's insistent support of Israel, a lot of people in Palestine have been forced to flee. If you stay, you get killed. These migrants go wherever they can and do dangerous things in the process of getting there, which can be anything from entrusting people to safely escort you and risking becoming a victim of human trafficking, or crossing the English Channel in crowded small boats at the peril of drowning. Teddo likes to allege that our government just takes them in and gives them mansions for free and they don't have to work, but that's not the case. For one, asylum seekers legally are not allowed to work, but also, he likes to pretend his position is the anti-establishment stance. But the government is doing what he wants. To him, there are no good Pakistani immigrants, even if they're nice to him, and he only ignores the dead ones because they're dead. To him, the cultures of these people need to be looted for parts and then exiled. Well, in 2018, a lot of people that got told they'd be given British citizenship suddenly get told by the Home Office they're being deported because records hadn't been kept indicating they could stay. These people worked tirelessly to support our nation and As a reward, we got rid of them. There was a major scandal that led to the suggestion of 3 new amendments and a major compensation scheme, but the new Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, threw out those amendments, and human rights watchdogs report that the compensation scheme was a major failure. Teddo wants you to believe that his view is the fringed, punished perspective you're not allowed to have, but over here in the real world, the government is doing the things Teddo wants them to do, and is introducing new laws, like the Illegal Migration Act of March 2023, to grant even greater power to the Home Secretary to render the asylum requests of illegal immigrants inadmissible and have them deported. And if Teddo truly wanted a stream of migrants to stop, he'd probably not so openly advocate for them being violently attacked by parties backed by the United Kingdom. He supports the cause of the mass migration problem whilst simultaneously deploring the natural outcome of it. Not only that, migrants are also at major risk of getting exploited. Yes, a lot of migrants are doctors and engineers and work technical jobs, but there are also a lot of them who aren't, that companies exploit into working harder jobs at the lowest possible wage. So many of them have a hand in our economy of convenience as drivers for food deliveries and on-demand taxis, as well as other menial jobs. There's not impetus on this issue for domestic reasons, but also to ensure those we are letting in aren't being exploited by companies to work extremely hard for very little pay. And that's the thing. He wants you to think people got rid of him for telling the truth on this topic, that the wokies were stifling reality to fit their agenda, and that's why people like me hate him so much, because he disagrees with our perspective, but that's not the truth. I'm not speaking from a wholly pro-immigration, everyone is welcome perspective. I'm not against an alternative opinion on a nuanced issue with complex implications for our economy, society, and political system. There are people in this conversation who hold different stances to me that I can tell, at the very least, are aware that the root cause comes down to something outside of the control of immigrants. Again, likely the fact the UK has a hand in causing the displacement. So I'm not against Teddo purely because we disagree. No, I'm against him because it's very obvious he's weaponizing an actual discussion that affects you and me for the sake of peddling violent, racist, xenophobic rhetoric against brown people. He cites illegal immigration and fearmongers about violent fringe cases of religious terrorism to provide a post hoc justification to gratuitous racism. He doesn't actually care about how this issue is resolved or contributing to the discussion in an earnest hope of solving it. He just wants to use actual political problems that affect people, again, you, me, and the immigrants, to Trojan horse his horrid racism into a position of normalcy. Problems that affect you and me don't actually matter to Teddo because they need to be resolved. They matter to Teddo because it lets him brag about his bootleg intellectualism some political grifter sold to him. And this brings us to his last defense. Okay, whatever your opinion on the politics he pretends to give a shit about, he's not a white supremacist. That's something people just say to assassinate his character. That's just something people use to take it too far. If you call him that, his pals Lucas and Bobux will run interference to downplay how bad he is. He's just some low-tier toxic individual. No biggie. It's common for a game like this. But, in true Teddo fashion, he's left a wealth of information lying around that condemns him, and all it takes is someone with too much time on their hands to start piecing things together. It's not just the racism and the telltale inherent belief that non-white people are inferior to him. It's also who he invokes as the solution to their problem, time and time again. I'm sure you already know who I'm talking about, but just for those in the back, it's a certain Austrian painter. As we know, this individual is someone who scapegoated an entire race of people and had them systematically killed. So when Teddo cites him as the kind of person they need to fix the problems now, Teddo is specifically calling for violent retribution against immigrants. What sort of normal specimen uses AI-generated art to make something like this? What sort of non-advocate makes memes like this and posts it on his YouTube channel, one that describes the Austrian painter enthusiasts as sane people? What sort of person who isn't trying to slowly wean other people onto white supremacy starts calling for the eradication of typically non-white religions like Islam and the purging of immigrants from his country? This isn't an exaggeration. He uses the word purge. Here he is saying it brings him relief to know his gym training allows him to beat up a Pakistani person at a moment's notice. He repeatedly makes mention of gassing people he doesn't like, I wonder where he got that idea from, and believes the Austrian painter to be a war hero that was actually trying to save Europe from an invasion. Let me reiterate. An individual historically famed for invading Europe, according to Teddo, was actually trying to stop Europe from getting invaded. I know he didn't reach this conclusion himself because he constantly borrows his politics from duplicitous racists and scam artists like Paul Joseph Watson, individuals who have a vested interest in polarizing and monetizing cultural divide rather than trying to actually make solutions to solve the problems. People who deliberately appeal to confirmation bias and weaponize ignorance to be some act of defiance against an invisible boogeyman. People who play off the insecurities of the downtrodden and rewire them to be perceived as a result of a specific category of people. No, you're not being told to shut up because you're stupid and annoying. It's actually because they're trying to suppress the ugly and forlorn truth you know. Buy my brain pills to truly undermine the government's mind control vaccine rate. And that's the thing. Teddo clearly had some insecurities and problems growing up that makes him susceptible to this form of indoctrination. He's really holding on tightly to this because, I think for his own sake, he has to believe it when he's doubled down so hard. What's an easier pill to swallow, dear viewer? The idea we live in an insurmountable system enforced by advanced militaries that are inflicting economic damage on their own people, that's making austerity a long-term British tradition in all of these attempts to appease the gluttons who run the world and have all the money? Or there's a group of people you see every day, a different skin color to you, that pray to a different god, that you can assign all of your problems and pent-up negative emotion to. This sort of rhetoric is anti-capitalism for dummies, and instead of understanding the systemic issues at play, like the UK causing the mass migration crisis and then scapegoating the victims to avoid culpability, as well as not doing anything about the cost of living crisis that affects all of us, they instead double down on their ideas of Jews running the world. And this makes him look like a fool at his own expense. Teddo says a lot of extremist things, so it makes you wonder, what evidence does he have to back it up? When he's making so many ridiculous claims about the Austrian painter, you kind of have to wonder where he's getting these arguments from. Well, he very kindly provided it. In an argument in Sigaron, someone asks him to supplement the evidence for why he has all these positive affirmations about the Austrian painter. You want to know where he gets this proof that substantiates his arguments, this robust and trustworthy information? In this conversation, when pressed, he sends a 12-hour documentary that he'd found on the Stormfront forums, a white supremacist network. This documentary is actually an infamous propaganda movie called Europa: The Last Battle, to act as political apologia and normalize extremist alt-right movements. Teddo's response to just talk as a racist caricature of a black man when he found out his opponent was black wasn't much of a convincing argument. Clearly, the British are not sending their best and brightest. Teddo says so much insane shit to double down on his arguments that conceptually defeat themselves, he has to make up even more of it to discredit the tons of solid evidence that contradicts him. He often finds himself empty-handed when trying to argue his stance, so he puts the burden of proof not on himself to actually support his perspective, but on you to disprove it. Really, the absence of contradictory evidence is usually down to what he's saying being so antithetical to common sense that no one wasted their time writing about it. But then he'll then twist this absence of information into a tale of how Zionists, Jews, run the global media, so they've scrubbed everything clean, and they also ran the art schools, which is why the Austrian painter got kicked out. On occasion, however, Teddo does procure something to back up his arguments. When he talks with a lot of gusto, and frankly also because no one looks up anything nowadays, people amenable to anti-immigration arguments may think he's onto something. A notorious example is the fear-mongering he does about the UK police covering up predatory gangs run by Pakistani men. He wants you to believe this is a frequent thing that's constantly going on, but really, there's one cited incident that happened in 2013, known as the Rotherham scandal. This is a situation where authorities didn't investigate predatory gang activity committed by a group of Pakistani men for 3 decades, allegedly because they were worried about looking racist. At first, that looks quite damning, but this didn't happen because the police were scared to look racist. They've never had an issue with that before. An independent inquiry into the scandal carried out by Alexis J. OBE found numerous instances of poor practice on the police's behalf. The police dismissed a large cross-reference database on victim information from the Risky Business project that supported victims of these crimes, saw the missing people reports as a waste of time due to perceptions of the young women being promiscuous deviants, and even professionals involved made similar personal judgments on the young women that discouraged further investigation into the men they were seen with. This ultimately caused the parents to stop reporting it because the police weren't doing anything. It also specifically mentioned how there was no simple link between race and crime committed, especially considering white nationals across the UK formed the largest category for perpetrators. At best, there are mentions of how people were afraid to speak on it, but this can be easily attributed to how the gang was very violent, and people were worried if they spoke about it, they'd become a target. So this didn't happen as a result of law enforcement's subjugation by the dreaded woke mob just calling calling everything racist. It happened because the police were grossly incompetent. What else is new? How this scandal became a hot talking point was because of a related damning statistic that 84% of these crimes were being perpetrated by Asian men, something Teddo no doubt took and ran with. He's a big fan of crime statistics, especially the ones that are woefully wrong. This explains why he likely didn't stop to check the label on this figure. This statistic was taken from the Quilliam Report, a paper that investigated ethnic conviction rates for these specific gangs that headline sensationalized also without checking. It was only when another paper peer-reviewed it that it was revealed to be a complete crock of shit. It contradicted itself many times, remained vague as to how it calculated the infamous 84% figure, didn't explain how it verified the convictions, admitted it wasn't a comprehensive coverage of the entire database for these convictions, incorrectly interpreted other studies on the matter, fabricated a bunch of claims, provided no evidence to confirm if the offenders were even Pakistani, and ultimately couldn't substantiate the distinction of the 18-strong cohort in comparison to the 126 British white offenders also guilty of the same crime. If Teddo truly cared about nuance and taking an honest stance like this because he had to, he would have known about this. He would have read it. But he doesn't. He'll cite whatever agrees with his extremist viewpoint, even if it's woefully wrong, to pretend that his violent political affiliation is more reasonable. And what could be worse than all of this, right? What could definitively prove, more than anything, that he's a white supremacist if we ignore even all the stuff he's posted just before? Well, it's not a great start to see him replying to an image of a white supremacist Anders Breivik saluting the Austrian painter after massacring 77 teenagers at the Atoya camp and doing so with positive affirmation. That's quite damning, but we can go even further than this specific example. Teddo loves infamous dog whistles. 1488 is one of these. It's a number heavily associated with his political leanings. The first two reference the 14-word slogan that talk about securing a future for white children. Teddo doesn't openly say this, but he does constantly cite the Kalergi Plan, another white supremacist conspiracy theory that the creator of the Pan-European Union, Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi, was trying to replace white people due to some writings in his 1925 book, Practical Idealism, where he mentions the man of the future will be of mixed race. This was then turned into a conspiracy theory in Austrian white supremacist author Gerda Honsig's book, appropriately titled Kalergi Plan. It's a long debunked theory that quotes Coudenhove out of context on purpose as a point of fear-mongering that the European Union's immigration policies are insidious plots to destroy white people and have society controlled by Jews. Teddo's repeated mentioning of it aligns with the sentiment of the 14 words. The second part is simpler. The number 8 denotes the letter H in the alphabet, the 8th letter. The word Heil and the name of their leader starts with H, so in a number, the salute is 88. On his Discord account, the number 2488 follows the name Teddo. It's off by one number, but it could arguably be a dog whistle. But some people may give him benefit of the doubt. It's a random number that he picked, and it's off by 1,000. There's no telling that he didn't just pick a random number, and it's an unfortunate coincidence that it's got some meaning behind it. And yeah, I can't really prove that that didn't happen. The only thing I think that could be worse than this is an outward admission, a confession, something that openly states his support for his political party or the Austrian painter himself. That would be quite bad for Teddo, wouldn't it? He wouldn't exactly have any way to refute the allegations of pro-fascism if I showed that message, would he? Well, dear viewer, someone needs to tell Teddo we can still see deleted messages. Look, having to suffer through his stupidity that he parades as the harsh truth is making me want to experience gravity's strong pull from an up-high ledge, so let's just get to the point. Teddo is a horrible individual who, to rebrand his idiocy into forlorn intelligence, revives things of the past that ought to stay there. Austrian painter ideology should be left to dereliction along with anti-vax beliefs and pseudo-scientific superstitions about a flat earth. It's like the start of a bad joke. A white supremacist, an anti-vaxxer, and a flat earther all walk into a bar. The bartender says, "Oh hey Teddo, but I don't despise Teddo purely because he's professing the wrong politics. Yeah, he's a massive piece of shit and a horrible person, but that's not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is, I don't profess my politics in-game. The only thing that could be tangentially related is my username, which has one word, homosexual, which doesn't show support or condemnation for homosexuality. I don't go around professing what I believe in lobbies. I'm just trying to play. But Teddo is constantly seeking validation and repeatedly wants to make it my problem as well as others to affirm his own ignorance. I don't want to partake. And I want you watching to know if he's in your lobby because, following Ven's Duels server, he's clearly trying to ease his way back into the community with accounts that can be traced to him. This is his facetious strategy. Teddo may run for cover and by diversifying his market and leaning hard into his Austrian painter affection, pretend he never tried to hide his stuff and undermine my attempt to show it. No doubt he'd have some ardent supporters. Unfortunately, it's not just Teddo who readily satiates his own insecurities on the misleading slop political grifters give to him. But that's what I want. I want Teddo to cut the shit and stand by the beliefs he pretends he doesn't hold. I want him to climb into the hole he's dug for himself and stay there. But even if he doesn't, and tries to conjure some elaborate nonsensical excuse that the Zionists got to his computer and are framing him, and then are paying people like me to assassinate his character, it doesn't matter. The answer to that burgeoning philosophical revelation, I think we've achieved. What if it's not bait? What if it's just his unfiltered, dogshit, morally malnourished opinion? What if Teddo is a white supremacist?
My moment, I urinate in his face.
Unlike the current subject, I'm not a complete idiot. I'm aware I've just made the mistake of making an earnest and sincere argument on the internet. This opens me up to one great counter I cannot stop: assassinating my character. One day, OMK Firebxll, who was pretending to be a duelist called Nafiko, came back home after a long and arduous battle, posting gratuitous gay VR images in public Chivalry discords. In what I can only describe as a stroke of genius, he attempted to get Nafiko to incriminate himself by confirming he was the one sharing the lewd imagery because the imposter was getting upset people were calling him a gay virgin loser. Firebxll flamed Teddo, said he was washed, and said he would fight him in a lobby. Teddo waited for the duel to come, but didn't anticipate that Firebxll would ghost him for 15 minutes. In response, Teddo posted all the images he had of Firebxll liking and sharing hentai, and Firebxll made the mistake of earnestly trying to defend his goon material. And now, I'm next. Teddo will turn around and say, Harrison Sostry, you are a furry cuck. You are a fat four-headed faggot. You are unloved, unwashed, and forever unaccompanied by those of the opposite sex. I know this would be his response, because in that video he included me in, he did exactly that. After the second essay, he added the part where I spoke about him specifically for the sake of mocking it. He does a funny zoom in on my PFP, which has a dog man and a bisexual flag, and we know why he's doing this, right? He's doing it for the purpose of making me look like a complete loser to eclipse the argument of what I'm actually saying. And he'd be completely right. The touch of a woman has continued to elude me for many a year. Sometimes I lie in bed at night, clutching my stained body pillow, and turn my despair to the heavens. God, why am I cursed with this melancholic solitude? The answer? Well, my son, you yoink your shit to anthropomorphic animal women on a regular, and once again, I'm reminded of the self-inflicted nature of my curse. Does this mean I deserve to be graced by the loving touch of cleansing fire? Perhaps for some, but I don't care. If I was making this video to foster support for my interests, I wouldn't be running to the Chivalry 2 community, of all places. But regardless of what you think of me, I don't know why Teddo is being so coy. We're more alike than he wants to think. We're the same age, the same height, and we both have the same interests, don't we, Teddo? One fateful day, Teddo was live streaming his Duels on YouTube when suddenly his computer opens the Windows Start menu. This shows a lot of things, but can also show what images you have downloaded on your computer. What the computer decided to show the live stream were AI-generated images of the titular character Isabel from Animal Crossing having her rear end forcefully excavated. He made the rookie mistake of keeping his goon goods on the same device as his clout collector. This is the supposed superior intelligence of the white race. Teddo deleted the stream and has since not brought it up. Perhaps he thought he was in the clear. After all, he's always been in a position of his word against theirs, so it's nothing outside of the ordinary to arouse suspicion. But on merit of me being able to show it to you, I think he's realized that this is no longer a case of his word versus mine. I guess we now know Teddo's right arm isn't toned just from saluting his glorious leader. Now, I'm aware trying to criticize him for this would be like standing inside a very flimsy glass house with an anti-material rifle, but what's notable here isn't that he does this, but the hypocrisy. Teddo believes in a political ideology that sees people as sexual deviants and punishes them, if not kills them, for being that. One of these sorts of groups would be the LGBT, but also especially furries, on merit of being part of the LGBT usually because most furries are gay, and also for being rather peculiar. But it only took a computer glitch for this hypocrisy to be exposed. Teddo is the thing he's dictated to hate. This is just one example of Teddo's hypocrisy that erodes the credibility of the claims he makes regarding his history and behaviour in the community. Another touches upon all he says about illegal immigrants. He alleges they skive off his continent whilst he works hard for nothing. Well, Teddo, you wouldn't have to work so hard if you didn't keep bringing up race politics at work and getting fired from your job. He seems to struggle with the idea that telling workers of his extremist views may eventually land him in trouble with his employer. Losing his job in IT support isn't for crime. In this economy, that can happen to anyone, good and bad, and I'm not mocking him for that. What I am mocking him for is what he chooses to do in his spare time that makes the idea he's contributing rather laughable. Teddo once entered the Unchained Discord, fresh from redundancy, and explained his new groundbreaking hustle. Very soon he revealed it was tantamount to scam. He would AI generate art and sell it for £120 a pop without disclosing it was AI generated. I mean, it's not exactly hard to tell by the flagrant anatomical failings, but his silence is still quite damning. This didn't go over well with the people in the server, so he ended up having to walk it all back, claiming he'd absolutely refund the money if they didn't like it. He also frequently spent the rest of the time going to the gym and being with his girlfriend. Dear viewer, an important question. Who's contributing more to society? An immigrant, who probably doesn't speak English that well, coming over to work in skilled industries, if not to work in our economy of convenience, all the while fleeing bombed countries and still supporting us regardless of our involvement. Or Teddo, an individual who gets fired from his job for being racist, and in his spare time between these jobs ends up trying to scam people of £120, or spends time with his girlfriend, or goes to the gym, or sits on Discord chatting shit. Now, I don't know about you. Don't tell him I said this. But I'm starting to think the immigrant is contributing a bit more to society. But AI generation isn't a one-time thing. He does it a lot. Here he is making the Chivalry 1 Vanguard say some flavoured things.
With more balls than you!
He also does it for a lot of music. Here's one called Total Shiver Death.
Around the house, key cut, shiver to the concrete. Jewel toss a shiver into a wood chipper. Kettlebell, throw a shiver into the sun. Toss shivers into active volcanoes. Twist shivers.
I wonder if his use of this alternative N-word as the subject he's being violent towards, or the fact there's a far-right chant that's identical to the song title only differentiated by the lack of the explicit slur itself, or the fact Teddo has acknowledged a meme about this chant directly from Lucas, has any underlying racist intentions. Well, this isn't explicit enough for us to be able to know, so let's just see what the next song is like.
I don't like them. I hate
I think my question has been answered. What I found weird about this second song was the specific mentioning of black people and their rap music. Teddo likes to say, as an argument to support the pseudoscientific claim that black people are predisposed to violent crime, that they idolize it in this genre. This is a very weird thing to be critical of. I mean, it's very ignorant to how a lot of rap is used to speak of experiences in living in places with gang violence and the cycle of black youth getting pulled into it, and sometimes that in itself can be satirical, the idea it's being idolized. But even if Teddo could convincingly bullshit that was the case, we live in an era where entertainment is constantly idolizing violence. It's in movies, books, art, video games. Hell, it's practically the norm for video games to be centered around combat. The fact it only raises an eyebrow in a musical genre that's pioneered by black people, that's a bit weird. But also keep in mind, we just listened to a song from Teddo listing the numerous ways he's going to brutalize his racial slur analog that is a parallel to a word directed at black people embedded in a chant that calls for their genocide. And Teddo loves rap despite this complaint. He's made an entire album of Chivalry 2 rap songs and even engaged in a few Wintworthy rap battles against people, again invoking the violence idolizing language he claims to deplore. Clearly he didn't abide by the cautionary tale of Vanilla Ice because he has no musical talent. He admits this himself and other people people say it to him, even his own YouTube viewers. Yet, despite claiming he does this just to shitpost, which implicitly states he has no respect for the genre so he can claim there's no hypocrisy involved, he's constantly posting about it and tagging people who ignore him repeatedly. For someone who says his work is just to take the piss, he's constantly showing off these creations as if he worked hard on it. He's using an algorithm that pieces together the numerous works of rap artists, likely black, and stitches them together into his racist Frankenstein monster. Teddo likes to allege stealing is something black people do inherently, but keep in mind he's part of a white supremacist sect that stole their salute from the Romans, stole the mustache from Charlie Chaplin, stole their icon from Buddhists, and he's continuing this legacy by stealing music from others because he can't be asked to make anything himself. Dyfus is the only one to pretend that what he makes is quality, but I think this is comparable to how an abused wife abets her husband's binge drinking lest she is faced with the open palm of a fast-moving hand. The point of all these examples is to establish that Teddo chats an inordinate amount of shit and abides by none of these virtuous examples he likes to criticize others for violating. This comes in such a high volume that, as we've established, he regularly slips and makes himself look like more of a fool than usual. For this, Teddo should be regarded as an unreliable narrator for anything he says, especially regarding why he's been ostracized and what the problem of the community really is. I'm not the only one who's clued into this. The chaps over at Unchained made a similar discovery 5 minutes in and decided to introduce a Teddo timeout bot that would mute him for a set amount of time after every message he sends to encourage him to actually think about the words he's going to use. They've worked out the hard way that, even if given all the time in the world, Teddo is not the sharpest fascist at the rally. But there's one more example I like to show that segues well into our next point. A lot of Teddo's scruples come from the professed belief that the competitive community is being ruined by elitism and people using political opinions to remove players like himself from the community. We've already been over how he's done more than just say one joke in private company, but beyond that, he earnestly believes that it's been clan players, event organizers, and server moderators that have taken the fight out of the competition to settle petty scores with those they don't like. A famous line he likes to tout is KWA are the Rothschilds of Chivalry 2. It's purely a coincidence that he's LARPing that rich Jews are running the game community, I swear, and that they manipulate moderators to get rid of people they don't like, such as Teddo. They're stifling the competition to cement themselves as the champions, and he thinks this is extremely unjust. This is factually wrong. EU moderators took it upon themselves to not participate in KWA and other clans to ensure they didn't look like they were taking sides, and it likely appears that they give greater value to KWA's word over Teddo's because Teddo can't muster the necessary self-awareness to realize his actions have consequences. Namely, when you lie, people don't trust what you're saying. Him and his cronies have been barred from competitive participation, namely for how they can't keep their opinions to themselves, but also because a lot of them have been involved in hacking, as we've just seen. But Teddo absolutely denounces hacking. He acknowledges the illegality of DDoSing and denies any involvement vehemently. This statement beggars belief, because here he is in a video uploaded to his own channel, running around with then hackers griefing an entire server before moving into a North American lobby and doing the exact same thing. Here he is flying around on a horse. Here's a clip of him flying around as a Green Knight using the ballista cheat. He was in the KWA banned Discord voice chat trying to say OMK weren't hacking and it was another group trying to frame them, all the while making up ridiculous lies and talking in an erratic manner. And sure, I can't prove this for definite. I wasn't there for that conversation, this is just testimony. But here he is in a video with the OMK tag. He certainly has a vested interest in trying to prove their innocence because he's part of it, and we know OMK has ties to Ven, which also makes sense as to why he still uses the Ven heraldry to signal his allegiances to these groups, even in regular duel videos. Teddo has undeniably allied himself with people who are stopping anyone from playing, doing the exact same thing he criticized the competitive scene for doing, all because of one fateful word. Ego.
And now the gun's at his waist. That was my moment, I urinate in his face.
Teddo, like most of his ilk in this community, is an incredibly fragile person. His self-worth is tied by an umbilical cord to his success at a game, and he really does not take it well when someone beats him.
What is it doing?
You had today, Teddo.
See, look, that is bollocks. I don't know how. I literally reacted to... Why is it not...
You can tell because it only takes one word against him to initiate what becomes a winding argument to reclaim the honour of his violated reputation. Here's one where he gets into a long argument with a user called Arbleron. The person in question teabagged him in a video game, and that led to all of this. He issues a lot of threats, says a lot of mean words, and brags about how much sex he has with women while saluting his glorious leader. You can even see a message from when Knifers actually stood for something. There's no dignity to be found in this conversation. It's two young men sharing a secondary school argument whilst trying to one-up each other on how threatening and violent they can be. These petty squabbles getting taken out of proportion is not a one-time thing. Ziggy Lata is also a resident in the Unchained modding server. If you don't know him, he's a well-known creator for Chivalry 2 and melee slasher games generally. Teddo doesn't like him for reasons I can only imagine are extremely petty, and openly bragged about stream sniping him in team objective lobbies. During a brief conversation, Ziggy insults him, and Teddo did not like this, so an argument ensues where he talks a big game, brags about all the loyal men he has at his disposal, and marks Ziggy Lata to Firebxll. For those who can't peer through the chasm-sized gaps between the lines, he's telling Firebxll to add him to the player list they use to hunt players. How funny it is that Firebxll responds to Ziggy when he mentions a collection of cheaters. Firebxll does his tough guy mean Swede impression, and they all start dogpiling him to apologize for his grievous insults said to Teddo. This is done at his request, by the way, without any thought for how it makes him look like Teddo's bitch. Be careful, Ziggy, you don't know who you're messing with. They call him Ted the Loving Finger down on the South Bank. This isn't the first time Teddo's picked petty fights. He's got some beef with another creator called Strider's Angels because they beat him in a duel. No doubt this is the same for Ziggy. These two creators often spoke with that creator who died of self-inflicted causes. Teddo's taken their attempts to memorialize him and raise funds for men's mental health as them profiteering off his death. In case you're making the mistake of thinking he's being sincere here, let me remind you he's close pals with a guy who posted this image defining a creator's memory and still chooses to have Bobux in his spaces after he admitted he was trying to manipulate said creator and called him a waste of time after he died. But it wouldn't be a patented Teddo tirade without immediately undermining himself days later, because here's his community page advertising the commercial selling of AI-generated shirts memorializing the dead creator. He tried garnering sympathy points in Unchained by weaving another elaborate conspiracy theory that Strider was pocketing all the money because his spider senses tingled, and if Strider could do it, why couldn't he? This is a very funny bit of projection. Teddo believes that no one would ever run a charity fund for a dead friend for any other reason than to make money for themselves, because, in his shoes, he'd only ever do that to profit from it. So it's not just that he continues to socialize with people who like to turn a creator's memory into a communal spittoon, it's also that Teddo's entire outrage is sourced not from genuine frustration at people supposedly profiteering off the dead, but because he wasn't fast enough to do it first. As usual, Teddo doesn't actually give a shit about the specific morals, he just wants an excuse to go after people he doesn't like. But let's refocus on that clash in the Unchained server. It becomes pretty obvious what's going on here. They're threatening to harass Ziggy Lata off the game with targeted hacking, and Teddo makes a lot of obvious allusions to these hacking tools, all the while repeating he has true fans. This is a very funny claim, this repeated insistence they're loyal to him, because one video of his duel against BKM Astro has AI-generated commentary that he himself had to write about how great he is at the game.
Go fuck yourself. And speaking of fucks, Astro got absolutely pounded right there. That's some devastation.
When someone told me his second Chivalry 2 duelist was using AI-generated voices instead of actual other people, I didn't believe them. But then I went and watched it.
Strider's Angels is honestly the most mediocre player in all of NA. In fact, all of Chiv, to be honest. He is just so mid, not even mid, he is mid-mid. That's how mid he is. Don't get me wrong, his videos are good, but this guy gets shat on by NA shitters, EU shitters, and even Asia shitters.
Yo, AI Bobux here. What's up, my cheeky sausages? We got the B tier list coming up, then the A. But remember, this tier list mostly focuses on the best players of Chiv.
A Rothschild sticking true to his name, considering that this creature likes to get greedy, except with money, and controlling the banking world, and media, and police.
Will you shut the hell up?
It's weird that for a group who are so loyal to him, it's bizarre none of them are available to narrate or contribute to his poorly edited slop channel. Look, I don't like punching down on smaller channels no matter how shitty they are. I understand we're all just trying to make our way on this corporate hell site, but that being said, the delusion thinking a channel with 500 subscribers would at all have any way of terrifying a clan of players is very funny. I don't think people are particularly terrified of Teddo as they are his inability to edit. I mean, fucking hell, man. The audio in the tier list video doesn't even align with when the text appears on screen.
He's literally just garbage.
Shut the fuck up. Right, next we got Crispy Duck. What do you guys think of him?
Mid. Yeah, literally who?
Oh,
he's pretty good long shot.
S tier.
I don't know how he plays with other weapons.
With all this in mind, whether he's trying to threaten Ziggy here or reassure himself that he has friends remains to be seen, but this conversation is very illuminating for two reasons. One, Teddo, just like his cohort, can be extremely vindictive and will readily commit himself to upsetting others. Two, he has people who can hack for him and do his bidding as shown there, which we'll get into later. So when we've established that Teddo has had means and motive for being the weapon he is, it really just comes down to opportunity. It took a while, but early on in his career, he eventually found it. With KWA. Teddo joined KWA as his first clan. They noticed his skill early on in the game, found it in his experience with slashers like Mordhau, and recruited him before soon realizing he was a bit of a unique specimen. I can only show above his chest for YouTube reasons, but Teddo had a habit of going into the KWA VC and streaming his body to show off. Inevitably, people found out about his extracurricular passions and gave him the boot. We unfortunately can't know the specifics. All the logs, messages, and screenshots from the KWA server are gone in what I can only describe as this community's great library of Alexandria burning down. It is known among old members that he attempted to rejoin through making his girlfriend speak on an alt Discord account. Contrary to popular belief, she is real, and pretend that she didn't know him. This was undermined when they could hear him in the background loudly telling her to not mention Teddo by name. This is the gripe that became central to what would become Teddo's crusade. To him, following chat mutes and temporary bans would be enacted by moderators being influenced by KWA members to continuously try to push him out of the game, all the while turning a blind eye to what they did. He qualifies this because he's seen KWA members in voice chats with the moderators. This evidence is ridiculous and the claim isn't true. KWA members were penalised often for FFAing offences, and even one got permanently banned for trying to sneak into a competitive event on an alt. KWA for some time was seen as the cool kid's place to be, so a lot of people, even the less desirable ones, ended up in it for some time. People explain this to him all the time, but Teddo doesn't want an honest explanation. He wants a believable excuse to rationalise his punishments for not being able to shut up as not his fault. The evil Quartel were just out to get him. It was a play-by-play of his real-world beliefs and only sought to tantalise this victim complex he had for himself. Gamers truly are the most oppressed demographic. From this point he lands in KRT, meets Bobux, is extremely racist, gets kicked and ends up in OMK. This is common knowledge, but what some may not know is that Teddo was in another clan between KRT and OMK, known as Custodes. Custodes was intended to be an EU version of the Elite Mirage team in North America, a competitive team comprised of the best in the continent to be able to topple BKM's reputation as the undefeated champions of dual wheels. You had Wandy, Fritz, H2O, T-Adam, MK, Draham, the Bastard War Clubber Gilgamesh, and many more. These were the champions of the EU community, and they on paper were the optimal team to take on BKM. But then Teddo came along with Bobux. Bobux at the time wasn't competitively banned, but Teddo absolutely was. However, his skill was undeniable, and people didn't care for his opinions for as long as he kept quiet about them. There was enough goodwill vested in the others that the other clans of tournament grounds were willing to let him play as long as they abided by the extensive agreement drawn up for their participation. Teddo was such a contentious figure, he even got parts of the agreement specifically made about him. Teddo of course vouched to be on his best behaviour, and Custodes was recognised as an official clan. It didn't last long. On paper, Custodes was the perfect team, the best players in the continent on the same side to oppose BKM. But Duels is a game focused on the individual and putting your own success ahead of others, and rather quickly the cracks started to show when these players had to start thinking of the team instead of themselves. Some people had residual resentments of their peers owed to drama long ago, and a lot of them weren't fond of sharing space with Teddo. But Bobux was someone who loved to deliberately stir the pot and annoy the shit out of those he doesn't like. We saw this earlier in his correspondence with people who rated him too low on a tier list. Bobux has also spent a long time around Teddo, so has picked up some of his less pleasant tendencies, especially his opinions about black people. A couple of players in Custodes were black and liked to have black avatars to represent them. Bobux was known to walk up to them in training sessions and type in chat that they had the wrong skin. The animosity was palpable going into their first fight ever as a clan in clan wars against KWA. It's actually a neat tournament. Clans get a set number of territories and compete in last team standing matches to defend and claim sectors. Those with the most areas under their dominion would get a greater number of points and get to compete in the final. Because Custodes was a small group, an agreement was reached with BKM to work together as one team. Bobux wasn't fond, because one of the BKM players had beaten him bad in a competitive match called a Fight to 5, and, well, we know Bobux doesn't like to lose with grace. This match, due to an error, was being played in a TDM mode that gave access to a bunch of special utility not available in LTS. The organisers asked asked for the participants to not make use of this. This fell on deaf ears for Bobux, a guy who already got in trouble for joining with the name homophobic, a mantle he's been shown to use in his fight against Teddo on YouTube, and he repeatedly griefed the event for the sake of upsetting the BKM players. Because of his behaviour, points started getting given to KWA, and Bobux, due to his insistence on getting disqualified, got competitively banned that match for 6 months. This then became indefinite when he doxed that event organiser he earlier cited as an argument for his innocence in another doxing incident he pioneered. Surprisingly, Teddo behaved himself that match and would stick around for what would come next in Custode's long career. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to cut it short. Accounts conflict on the exact details, but it's believed Teddo was in a Duels server and tried to initiate a 2v1 against 2 KWA players. This is something he likes to do often. There's a video of him carrying out a 2v1 against other players, and he plugs Custodes in its description, so this seems to line up. One of them agreed, but apparently the other one didn't get the memo, and a brawl broke out between them. One of them gets in touch with a Custode senior and explains the situation, so this senior then goes to Teddo and talks it through with him. Keep in mind, Teddo didn't get in trouble for this. This was just a misunderstanding that led to some small FFA incident. It didn't matter that much, so he just got given a simple warning. The senior, however, made the mistake of mentioning it was a KWA player that spoke to him about the warning. When this Custode senior informs him the clan he considers the Rothschilds just tried to get rid of him again, he loses his absolute shit. Teddo goes on a massive racist tirade in the Discord server, and Bobux, for whatever reason, decides to join in. This is bad not just because Teddo's frequenting bad habits again, but because of where he's doing it. Clan servers are typically split into 2 areas, private and public. The private area is only privy to those in the clan. The public area is a community hub for other clan members and players to frequent, a point of connection and discussion. This would include all the clan leaders and event organisers that arranged that agreement, specifically stipulating Teddo does not make any offensive or racist comments. So dear viewer, you're never gonna guess where he decided to have this tirade. This is an extremely bad situation. Teddo is publicly violating a major term of the agreement that allows Custodes to participate. How could it possibly get worse? One such way it could would be to violate another core part of the agreement that's even greater stipulated. Having members in the ranks that hold active discussions about hacking or coordinating hacking would end up with a ban from tournament grounds. So Teddo, not satisfied of just another racist rant like it's Tuesday morning, decides to up the ante and threatens that if he gets removed from Custodes because of KWA, he is going to ensure no one, especially KWA, will be allowed to participate in competitive events. Some people claim he directly mentioned DDoSing, others claim that it was just an implied threat, but either way people understood what was being said. This meant that Teddo, openly, in front of people who signed that agreement, had now just threatened he was going to make use of hacks to stop other players from participating. And that was where the line was drawn. Needless to say, Teddo gets competitively banned permanently. Custode seniors make the difficult call to terminate the clan, believing it to be tainted by the calamity, and announces it will close in 24 hours. 1 hour later, the server gets deleted. Teddo's inability to let things go, founded from an irrational belief KWA were out to get him, led to the destruction of what was intended to be EU's best performing competitive clan, and set a precedent for how things would continue on from this point. Teddo solely inflicted its abrupt demise. But of course, Teddo believed he was the victim, so he sought to get revenge on KWA. The Clan Wars final rolled around and it came down to 2 rivals, BKM, still supported by ex-Custode players, and KWA. KWA was a descendant from BKM, and was seen at the time to be an up-and-coming clan of similar skill and renown. This culminated in a nail-biting duel wheel where BKM started off really strong and then KWA started clawing back victory at an impossible turning point. But then, Teddo came into the chat. There's a long list of messages of him talking with an event organizer following what happened at the final. While I can't show the exact message sent in the stream chat, the event organizer who was present makes mention of something called Quannihilation. Teddo's mentioned this a few times elsewhere. Initially, I struggled to find these messages. I assumed he was deleting stuff, as he had tried to delete the Ballista hacker clip from before, but as it turns out, I wasn't getting any results on message search because he just doesn't know how to spell the word correctly. Teddo was in the stream chat mentioning this word specifically, and, as if on cue, the Clan Wars match gets DDoSed.
Their soul is sick, and yeah, we have to deal with that. But anyway, we will keep you informed. And sorry everyone about this.
Yeah, it's not much we can do about it at the moment.
There is not much we can do about it.
It ended with a draw, by the way. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it is 1-1 at the moment.
This isn't just Teddo talking a big game or a matter of coincidence. Teddo is undeniably involved. The Clan Wars incident was believed to be griefed by Lucas. He denies this, but it's known Lucas was enrolled in Ven to loik servers for the sake of disruption. A message sent by Deus shows exactly this plan for recent events. Later, Teddo and Lucas discussed how shameful it was their relations have soured, and that Lucas is at odds with OMK. This clearly shows Lucas and Deus were involved with one another to enough of an extent so that they could then come to blows. There are also instances when someone shared videos by Lucas where he's using hacks, and instead of denying it, he talks about how other videos got taken down. The videos are unlisted, but the YouTube account has the same name. He even holds the same anti-KWA sentiment, trying to pin the hacks and DDoS attacks during the initial hacking scandal in 2023 on KWA, and this no doubt brought him in line with Teddo and Deus. Deus has sent messages talking about how one stage of the plan against KWA would be the IRL comeuppance of its members. These people are bound by an oath of vengeance on those they claim to be running the scene, a motive Teddo also shares. Lucas also shares an interest for AI-generated cringe, another point of bonding for him and Teddo.
Yo, yo, yo. It's your boy Merlin, here to spit some facts.
Lucas in Sigaron also sends this meme that shows Teddo sending messages about the Sack Duel server, and when Sack ignores him, it crashes. Someone sent another hilarious meme that also reinforces Lucas's culpability. You can tell it's high quality. This is in response to messages Teddo has sent about Sack banning him from their server for no doubt justified reasons, and how this has incurred his wrath unless they unban him and let him play. Someone points out he's a member of Ven and OMK, and he doesn't even deny it, instead making another wince-worthy mention of a new operation called Total Sack Death. He clearly felt quite bold about it, because he openly refers to himself banning them from their own server. Another neat point of trivia is that Total Sack Death name operation thing is a parody of his own AI slop song from before, Total Shiver Death. 1, the title of the song has changed only by one word, and 2, he starts listing the violent ways he wishes to hurt Sack members in a similar way to what he does in the song. Needless to say, the Sack server got DDoSed by Teddo's favourite Romanian. Teddo likes to pretend this happens without his orders to just show how much of a strong leader he is. He calls them his goons and his pack of hounds that he can't control. That's weird, wasn't he earlier calling in Firebxll to harass Ziggy Lata for insulting him, and Firebxll did so without question? Hell, in our correspondence he very openly says he's inviting Lucas to cyberbully me. They seem like they listen to his orders quite well when he asks them to do something. And how was he able to predict the servers would crash before they went down from Lucas's DDoS? That's quite well timed for something he's not involved in. Really, there are a lot of interesting coincidences when you stop and think hard about it. If he's not involved, why does he brag that he runs the servers, that he's the spooky monster of Chivalry? Why would he do these heavy-handed, threatening insinuations where he pings EU moderators and implies he's going to grief more events, like Trial by Blood 3? Why does he openly threaten someone that he's going to get knifers to come and harass them? Why does KWA need his permission to play and not anyone else's in Ven? I thought Kane was the head honcho, isn't he meant to be the founder? Why does he say that this will happen all the time when people start flooding Sigaron following the Clan Wars crash? Why are there repeated messages of him pinging an event organizer saying either they talk with OMK or no one gets to play in events? Why, days before the crash happens, Teddo starts talking about how he won't let KWA play? Why is it that when his cronies start baying for server crashes, they ping him along with Lucas, showing memes about crashing servers? The answer is quite simple. Teddo isn't just involved. He's fucking running it. He's telling people with hacks who to target and when, in an attempt to bully his way back into the game he helped ruin twice over. Because, for all involved, they are settling scores with those they think wronged them, because they can't admit they did this to themselves. They're not loyal to Teddo, they're loyal to their own grudges, and Teddo just so happens to hate all the people they hate. That's why they don't give a shit about being in his videos, but suddenly when he says there's someone to go after that's involved in why they're not playing anymore, they all jump at the opportunity to do so. How else is it possible that there has been so much infighting between these people? Teddo's so confident about this ragtag group he's got going, he was openly polishing his ego during the conversation with the event organizer. This individual painstakingly took the time to explain all of why Teddo and his cronies were banned, how they'd been given numerous chances each time, and how Teddo had been repeatedly abusive to other players in tournaments time and time again, despite repeated instances of saying he'd stop that the organizers honored. His response? Your honor, I'll evade the ban anyway. I'm the best player in Chivalry 2, and you're gonna come crawling back when I release my modded maps. As of this video's uploading, these modded maps have not been released. In fact, the modding project got irreparably slowed by then because they spread lies saying that one of the EU modders was involved in distributing hacks. This meant event organizers were worried that they had coded in some hacking backdoor, and it warded them off from ever trying to integrate it into competitive events. This means I only have one question to ask Teddo. Are these maps in the room with us now? Teddo's ability to talk in circles only really dawned on me as I was going through the screenshots censoring the conversation. If he's not gratifying himself in front of the event organizer, he's tripping up over his own double standards again. He's trying to get another player in trouble for calling his dear friend Lucas a nonce, because according to him, you can't just go around calling people that. That's a very reasonable thing to say, but it's a bit strange that he's saying this, because here he is doing exactly that towards KWA. Oh, and remember how he mocked me for trying to report him to Shivmail? Apparently reporting him twice constitutes a mass flagging operation. Well, the irony isn't lost on me that here he is doing the exact same thing an entire month later towards an entire clan of players. If he was inspired by my correspondence, he failed to include the one key part of it: evidence. I had evidence he was being a piece of shit. His interpretation is sharing a list of player accounts with associated player IDs, claiming that the footage of these accounts griefing is on his own PC at home, and that he'll send this evidence over in no time. Since this conversation occurred, no damning proof has ever been provided to show KWA was operating a dedicated griefing campaign. So, once again, I have to ask this question. Is this evidence in the room with us now? And you want to know what really makes this bad? Teddo has the audacity, after talking in nonsensical circles, to ask that he and his friends, who just helped crash an event, be allowed to compete in unofficial tournaments. The event organizer says he'll take a look. Not even 14 hours go by before the organizer has to walk all of this back because Teddo's gone into the Sigaron server and threatened to ban KWA members from playing through targeted hacks. When the event organizer reasonably states this didn't help his appeal, Teddo made a bunch of stupid insulting excuses, makes vague comments about coming back anyway, before he drops all pretenses and just insults the organizer. At the time, he repeatedly said that he didn't hold any grudges towards him. He knew the organizer was just doing his job. Well, just in case you wonder how he truly feels, here's a message of him calling him a Teddo isn't just a white supremacist hypocrite who is extremely fragile. He's someone who is so desperate to be the cool guy, he's obsessively invested time into organizing these griefing plans against people who wouldn't let him join in because of his own bad behavior. A grown adult man wielding malice for reasons as infantile as not being allowed to play tag on the school playground. Someone who has become so obsessed with this game, he openly talks about how he believes KWA ruined his life. How he can't enjoy the real world or time with his significant other because of KWA. Teddo wants you to believe, because he has suffered the consequences of his own actions in a video game, that his actual real life has suffered. There are messages where he talks about how when he takes breaks from the game, things go well. He keeps his job, he spends time with his girlfriend, he does well at the gym. But when he's on the game, he loses jobs, he spends less time with his girlfriend, and he loses his gym gains. Through a set of mental gymnastics that have all the refined grace of a violent epileptic seizure, Teddo believes this is why he has to keep griefing the game and getting banned. He is so obsessed, dare I say addicted, that the only way to improve his life is to be such a pissant that other people are forced to stop him from playing. This shitty video game is running a whole man's life, and his obsession with it, coupled with a deficit in critical reasoning, has driven him to do everything in his power to ruin the part of a community that best represents the player base in a desperate attempt to force his way back in. When you consider how many times people have given him chances, how many times his behavior got overlooked in a way that borders on naivety, it's ridiculous to think that he got treated in too harsh a manner and his response was justified. With all this in mind, I think it's only fair that I show you this. In a conversation with another Sigaron member, Teddo admits that there never was a KWA conspiracy, but it was funnier to imagine that there was. He also admits that he was banned for being a racist and because he was befriending hackers. Teddo assisted in the destruction of the dedicated Duels community and the wider ruination of Chivalry 2, not to oppose the Rothschilds of the competitive scene, but to win the imaginary argument he was having in his head. This is Teddo's world. We all just have the displeasure of being in it. He has pioneered the destruction of many parts of a dedicated player base that, in their best efforts, try to actually turn this burning trash heap of racism, toxicity, and normalized bigotry into something resembling a decent community. KWA was one of the many victims of his obsession. but not in the way you'd think. Idiots like to attribute KWA's collapse to Teddo's campaign, that their refusal to capitulate brought on their demise, and this is what happens when you defy him. KWA actually broke apart because when Quiet's document dropped, it revealed two Quadmins, Luringen and Garen, were involved in hacking. They were promptly removed, but then brought back in an official capacity. This was a controversial move that led to infighting, a mass exodus of veteran players, and ultimately drove their leader to silently delete the server. KWA burned down not because they refused to reason with Teddo, but because they tried to reason with people like Teddo. But it's not enough Teddo did this. It's not enough that he's worked and directed a group to harass a community in a campaign that has ultimately hastened the game's demise, a game he repeatedly comes back to. It's not enough he's used his disposable band of goons to go after people he doesn't like and to unquestionably parrot his stupid talking points that irradiate communal spaces beyond how already toxic they were before. It's not enough Teddo is a vindictive manchild who will fuck everyone else over because he himself made bad choices. It's not enough for Teddo to ruin the game generally. He has to ruin it for specific up-and-coming duelists that are extremely impressionable and susceptible to the brazen confidence of baseless lies. Because you see, we've gone through My Riddles 3, and he is only one grand revelation away from the treasure that awaits him, the self-enlightenment he deserves. Teddo is a manipulator. And it's not just adults he's been manipulating. This following section uses messages and correspondence owed to two players identified to be legal minors. For this reason, both of them will only be referenced with aliases, and all screenshots including them will be censored. This is to ensure that those familiar with the community can verify the truth of the story without preventing those outside of it understanding the principles at play, as well as to prevent any targeted harassment. To my knowledge, neither of these players have ever been involved in cheating, and, for all interests and purposes, I consider both of them victims of the dreaded G word. The first we'll call Galahad. Galahad took to the game early on when he was only 14 years old. He was trained by KWA, and he showed great signs of promise, going on to become a legendary player recognized in both Europe and North America. People in KWA thought he was a nice kid, and endeavored to look after him in a space they no doubt knew could offer a lot of bad influences. But Galahad, being a kid that's been repeatedly told he's God's gift to slasher games, started to get a bit of an ego. Galahad liked pushing the game to its limits and popularized, if not pioneered, a lot of exploits that gave him an ostensible advantage. One was the quad feint. The game only intended for players to be able to feint once from one swing to another, but by blocking during the wind-up of the second swing, the player could cancel it and feint again to allow them to fake 4 different attacks. This was eventually patched out. That dash cancel from before was pioneered by him, and this one is the topic of much discussion even today. The most infamous, however, was the Insider. It wasn't easy to replicate, but by aligning your swing starting position perfectly on top of your foe, you would then be able to hit them through their guard. Galahad frequented these exploits in duels against high-level opponents, which drove one American player to download hacks to prove Galahad was cheating, just to be rewarded with a 3-month ban when it was revealed the exploits could be replicated by players not cheating. Couple this with a perceived self-identity that Galahad existed to humble others, and things got a little combative. When an EU moderator told him to quit the Insiders in public lobbies, Galahad essentially told the moderator to fuck off, which forced their hand and landed Galahad a 1-day ban. No big deal, right? It's just a 1-day ban. Boot up an alt or get another game going in the meantime. But keep in mind, Galahad was a school kid. Outside of academic pursuits, Chivalry 2 was his life. This was his game. So he didn't take this well. Galahad got really mad in KWA, eventually moving into a VC. Galahad's mentor tried to tell Galahad to calm down, in which Galahad responded by telling his mentor to get cancer. This is supposedly less severe in his culture to say, but for most people is a very nasty insult. Just like that, Galahad is ejected from KWA and ends up in KRT, where he meets Teddo and Bobux. Bobux is someone revered in the community as being around Teddo because he's looking for a surrogate father to adopt him. I took this at first to be a chiding joke about how tight-knit they were, how Bobux is always around him, but that's when I realized that Bobux only recently became an adult. He was legally a child for some of the time he was around Teddo. That comment earlier about his parents not getting him a present is ridiculous, especially considering it's his motivation to be an unerring asshole to everyone else, but it also implies the existence of long-standing emotional vulnerability. Something was clearly going on at home, and that made someone like Teddo seem like a friend. I can only speculate as to the exact way they met, but what I do know, as recently as April of this year, Teddo sends messages where apparently Bobux kept insisting to meet up with Teddo. There's also another message where Teddo responds to Bobux's apathy to a man's potential demise by saying this was why he wasn't going to a restaurant with him. Bobux clearly idolizes Teddo and values him as a friend, enough so that he wanted to not just meet him in person, but have him meet with his other friends. Bobux, in the eyes of many, became a mini Teddo. Through this emotional vulnerability of issues at home, he sought companionship with a very nasty piece of work that enabled, and no doubt encouraged, a lot of his horrid behavior in the community. I think this is what happened with Galahad. To a grown adult, getting booted from a clan isn't a point of emotional vulnerability, but for a child who's obsessed with the game, it may very well be. The isolation Galahad would feel following his expulsion was compounded, but even before this, Galahad had competed as a KWA member in Trial by Blood. Keep in mind, this is a paid tournament, an opportunity for him to win actual money playing a game he sincerely enjoyed. To any kid, this would be one of the best moments of their childhood. He was getting hyped up as the champion, the undoubtable victor, the fated winner. He gets to the finals, ecstatic at the thought of winning something people had told him he would win, and then another player called Wandy turns up. Wandy, who no one thought stood a chance, beat Galahad at the last hurdle.
Oh, how will this end? He gets a kick, and that's enough, and it looks like Wandy has taken it 7-5, and there you are. Wandy with a clutch kick in a very aggressive final fight, and there he is. Here is your EU Trial by Blood champion. For the second EU Trial by Blood, that is Sack Wandy.
As an adult, if I had tons of people hyping me up to be an undoubtable victor of a competition, something that I'm going to get money for winning, and I make it all that way just for someone who wasn't even considered a competitor to take me out, I'd be upset. I'd feel like I just had that stolen from me. You have to consider how much this would have meant to someone like Galahad, someone who was just a kid, and after this defeat, took a couple of months off the game altogether. But that's not all. We know Teddo has an abrasive charm, and I don't think just because you've had a couple of emotional beatdowns in life, suddenly someone saying a lot of horrid stuff becomes amenable to you. It's likely if Teddo had opened up with a lot of horrible racist shit, Galahad probably would have stayed the hell away from him. But he didn't. Galahad probably joined KRT and immediately started complaining about his ban from KWA. Teddo, who was also removed from KWA, likely played into his confirmation bias and gave him a long talk about how KWA players don't like others who are better than them and that they were trying to find an excuse to get rid of Galahad. These shared anecdotes form a common ground between them that makes Teddo appear sympathetic and nice. Suddenly, the tendency he has to say nasty things don't appear so nasty. The fact he just validated Galahad's feelings and lent them credibility endears him to Galahad. Because think about it, if he's right about this, the idea that KWA does not like players who are good at the game, and that validates Galahad's feelings, clearly then when Teddo says all this other stuff about Muslims and Jews, there must be some form of truth to it, right? Because if he was lying about that, he'd be a bad guy, but he can't be a bad guy, because he just openly showed sympathy for how negative I feel about this injustice. This is ultimately how easy it is for kids to fall into this trap. Suddenly, Galahad becomes an integral part of his newfangled competitive trio. Some say Galahad was friends with both Teddo and Bobux, others say Galahad was really pals with Bobux and cordial with Teddo, but considering Bobux is just a slightly younger iteration of him, it doesn't make much difference. Either way, his friendship with Bobux meant he was still around Teddo. You want to know how Teddo and Bobux got into Custodes despite their reputation? Galahad floated the idea to the other players who would form Custodes, like MK. He suggested its formation, but would only agree to join on one condition. Teddo and Bobux came with him. When these guys destroyed Custodes from the inside, Galahad followed them over into OMK. Now, to my knowledge, he has left OMK, but that doesn't mean he hasn't maintained contact with his old pals. He was in Sigaron's server with Teddo and Bobux for a while, before recently joining Teddo's newest server. To my knowledge, he also left that as well, but he was there for some time. But there's something even funnier than that. You know how earlier Teddo argued that moderators were being influenced by the quartel, as it were? He must have been reading from the same playbook and engaging in a little bit of projection, because here's a screenshot of Galahad in a voice call with Lucas and Bobux in the official Discord server. Suddenly, the idea that you can be manipulated through repeated contact with specific people has a bit more credibility when the person being influenced is a child. People who trained him and were around him generally agree that he's become a nastier person, and frankly, how can that be surprising? If all you really are surrounded with are these messages, if the only group you are truly in occupies a space with horrid things that inherently view others as inferior and not worthy of treating with respect, that manifests in this behavior. Galahad, again, is a child, and for a long time of this hasn't had the necessary maturity to reasonably discern or intuit the intent behind what Teddo says, which means naively, he takes the words of a liar at face value about how he was banned wrongly, or how he's not racist. Isolating him from the community has given Teddo an impunity to make up whatever he wants and to mold Galahad to see things the way he does, which then informs his behaviour. Ruining Galahad's experience of the game and cutting him off from others also means he gets to stake a claim to Galahad's success as a way to buy back relevance. He made Galahad into the fighter he is, which then can be used to launder his argument that then is a group that represents the truly skilled of Chivalry 2. Otherwise, why is Galahad with them? Galahad is also the only one of their group to not be competitively banned, which means he can serve as a foot in the door for Teddo to buy his way back in. When you also consider the server from before set up by Ven is being owned and run by Galahad, it becomes unquestionably clear that Galahad has become Teddo's mouthpiece. Teddo, along with Bobux, manipulated a kid into sticking in their circle and isolated him from everyone else to ensure they have uninterrupted direct input on what he thinks, says, and does. And look, I'm aware this is a hefty accusation, right? I'm aware a lot of what I've just said is speculation on the specifics and a recounting of public events. That's not proof, and frankly, kids hang around with adults in gaming spaces all the time. It's not something untoward, weird, manipulative, or calculated. I certainly remember on Xbox, I spent a lot of time with people significantly older than me, and while a lot of them were quite weird, it wasn't done in any weird manner. This is just how gaming spaces are. So is it fair to allege a loss of this without any proof? Well, as always, Teddo was kind enough to provide it. After the Clan Wars crash, a lot of people rushed into Zigguron to confront Teddo. That's why he suddenly starts making repeated comments on how it's only through talking with OMK that clans will be able to ever play again. Galahad is in this thread, and he's already visibly backing Teddo in whatever argument he's having with other players. He cheerleads for Teddo when he does his wince-worthy rap sections, blindly praises Teddo's videos, which, let's be honest, no one would do unless they were trying to just please him.
If a particular enjoyer of transsexuals is watching this video, just note that I am not glazing Astro, so please go back to banging that deep fake. Thanks.
This video...
and generally sidemans Teddo during these arguments with annoyed players. But then a KWA player joins the chat, the one that mentored Galahad, and an argument ensues. Teddo does the usual thing here, talks in nonsensical circles, tells KWA to apologize to OMK, generally makes a fool of himself. But that isn't the point. What is the point is how he started to use Galahad to launder his own arguments. Galahad starts piping up, takes his side, argues on his behalf, and continues to be his mouthpiece for his KWA hatred, even when Teddo's making some homophobic comments about the mentor. But there, right there, you can see where Teddo's indoctrination hasn't fully formed yet. Teddo's talking about KWA being the problem, but Galahad isn't up to speed and questions his focus on KWA, believing they were opposing the event organizers. You can see in real time Teddo reprogram what Galahad believes with another offhand lie that Galahad immediately condones without question. This is where Teddo gets bold and claims he is a real N-word to the core, which, by the way, unquestionably a white man from it. But then he gets hit with this fateful rebuttal. Teddo, these people aren't your friends. They're just 16-year-old kids. Galahad's maturity is on full display here. He thinks this is a shot at him, a tried and true tradition of mocking kids in a game community. It isn't. I think we both know what's being said here. No one alleges that a fully grown man willingly spends his time around children online unless he's got some Minecraft Let's Plays on his hard drive somewhere. This is a bad situation. There's no real way to deflect this because he does hang around minors like Bobux when he was not a legal adult, and a 16-year-old child who also mindlessly bought into his bullshit. Notice how unquestioningly cites that argument, and when the moderator he's talking to shoots it down, Teddo has to run interference to keep the jig up. There's no real way to deflect this well. The only thing that would make this worse is him bringing up the age of consent to justify it, so thank fuck he didn't do that. He makes matters worse by using a defense Onision uses, someone who was sought out illicit contact with minors. I'm friends with plenty of adults, and yet all you people want to point out is all the underage children I'm friends with. Now, sincerely, for all intents and purposes, I don't think Teddo is a nonce. I think that's a hefty accusation to levy at someone who is a significantly smaller channel, and I have a responsibility as a bigger platform, ultimately, to not just use that to go after him for no reason. I think there are plenty of things to criticize him fairly for, and ultimately, even if I wanted to allege this, I don't have nearly enough evidence to prove it. I'm not Mama Max. That being said, I think he needs to be a little less brazen when he calls other people nonces, because not only does he hang out with people who need their hard drives checked, he's the one hanging around 16-year-old boys in unsupervised Discord servers. Point of this whole section is to show that Teddo has manipulated a child into becoming an integral part of his group and becoming his mouthpiece to regurgitate whatever lies he wants to tell from a point of greater credibility. But it's not just that he's using Galahad to muddy the waters of the game's turbulent origins, he's also indoctrinated him with his horrible beliefs that can genuinely put Galahad in serious trouble in real life. A day after this calamity, Teddo starts going on a political tirade in chat. This is when he shared that infamous propaganda film and claimed it was proof of his beliefs. Galahad enters the chat and openly says he wants to learn more about what Teddo's saying. It's actually quite horrifying watching an impressionable teen in real time get primed to buy into lies and conspiracy theories that demonize minorities. I'm sincerely hoping that maybe Galahad was just trying to give him a little bit of a runaround. Because if he was to get a job and say this stuff, which he may see as normal just through how often it gets said by the people he's around, he would lose his job. And we know this to be true, because Teddo also did the same thing and lost his job multiple times. He's being manipulated into holding beliefs that will not only ostracize him even more from the community, but will also potentially compromise real-life actual opportunities for him. And that's why this is so important. I don't give a shit ultimately about this going on in a video game, but what I do give a shit about is how these people are offloading their horrible beliefs onto someone, and this could genuinely affect his life for the worst. And when there's an entire economy of political grifters who exist to play into confirmation bias of idiots like Teddo, this then means that if Galahad ever got in trouble for stuff like this, he would be told by them and by the political grifters that it's not his fault, that he's just holding an opinion that the world doesn't want him to know about, and then he gets dragged into culture wars and nonsensical political arguments that eclipse his life. Teddo, along with others, is making a second mini Teddo out of Galahad. And the worst part is, they tried it again. Recently, a player we'll call Bard, also a minor, was removed from a clan for some issues regarding toxicity. Nothing major, just a few spats with others that led to notable complaints. This is a mirror perspective as to how Galahad felt getting removed from KWA, no doubt. This caused a few of the clan's leaders to go into another clan and inform them about who they just removed. One of them referred to Bard as another Bobux. Guess who comes sliding into Bard's DMs? It's Bobux. From the get-go, he's trying to enforce an us versus them mentality. The competitive scene is for NPCs. Our group is for real-life people. The game's only fun if you have a bit of an ego. When Bard doesn't reply, Bobux later mocks the new clan that accepted him as a way to try and bully Bard into leaving. When that doesn't work, he suddenly feels charitable enough to offer Bard coaching for completely free. Keep in mind that clans in the competitive scene generally don't trust anyone that fraternizes with people like Bobux, so they would be especially wary of Bard, who was just called a new Bobux, hanging out with people like Bobux. This is because Bobux is aware of this. If Bard had accepted, he'd have unknowingly signaled his allegiances with detritus and isolated himself with them. What's even more worrying is Galahad is now a part of this manipulation scheme. With complete respect to Galahad as a victim, he's an absolute arsehole in this conversation. Pressuring Bard to fight a well-known player in a fight to 5 because he himself did it in even less time, calling him a bot for not doing it, and then saying the exact same shit Bobux was just saying about him being the next toxic loser and hoping he doesn't become another NPC. They're using the exact same language, and this aligns with testimony from Bard that says typically Bobux and others would hang out and suggest to one another how to best irritate people in text chat. Like for instance, if Galahad was to beat someone in a duel, Bobux would tell him to then type easy in the chat to piss them off. This is targeted manipulation that we commonly refer to as the G word. Teddo's group, likely to his behest by some extent, is targeting impressionable young players and manipulating them into joining their group. That earlier example of Lucas and Bobux running interference when Teddo's said to be a piece of shit was born from a new player asking what guides to use to get better, and Lucas immediately beginning to tell him to try and join Teddo's server so he could coach him. He's probably not a kid, there's no way to know, but this behavior, regardless, is manipulative as shit and shows the deliberate nature of what's going on here. This whole section on G-word manipulation is necessary to outline exactly how contemptible someone like Teddo is, someone who has played arguably a major part in the formation and proliferation of this group. How his position as the figurehead of then, and his history in gaming spaces, represents all the worst of Chivalry 2. In a pursuit to compensate for his own insecurities and unhappiness, he has tried to drag down as many people as possible with him so he can at least pretend he's not on his own, even if some of those people are unknowing, unquestioning children he's manipulated. Teddo has done all of this in the hopes to become known, to gain infamy, and to become notorious in the community. He feels like he's not known well enough, that's the problem. If he competes in another tournament, or makes another stupid, poorly edited video, or finally releases those modded maps he always talks about, finally he'll get the recognition he feels like he deserves. But that's the thing. A lot of people know who Teddo is. Teddo is Chivalry 2's lolcow. An unflinching idiot who doesn't know what he's saying, an adult man who delights in the targeted harassment of other people for the inanest transgressions, a floundering hypocrite who keeps hitting himself in the face with every double standard he sets. Teddo spent ages trying to become the best of Chivalry 2. Thousands of hours spent training and grinding to gain that notoriety he thinks will make his life better. He wants you to believe that it was the KWA SJWs that ruined everything, that it's people like me with morals and a lack of hatred for skin color that are infesting the game with identity politics. Really, people like me just want to play the game, and we can't do that with someone like Teddo. And in the end, what does he have to show for all his effort? A community who hates him, a competitive league that bars him from participating, an inability to ever compete on accounts that can be connected to him that prevents him making a legacy for himself, a YouTube channel that archives his own inability to edit his videos, a gaggle of opportunists that he pretends are there for him and aren't piggybacking his crusade for his own gain, a couple of manipulated children who don't know any better, a dusty, unmoderated, half-dead Discord server, the delusion that typing into a search engine to create shitty diss tracks and racist songs makes him a musician, and out of all of that, he only has one claim to fame. A YouTube video made by an idiot furry who shows him to be the duplicitous lying sack of shit bigot he pretends not to be. How ironic that his most noteworthy video was made by someone else. Because Teddo can't seek to make anything worthwhile. Only destroy it. I won't deny I got a hit of catharsis from making this part of a video. No doubt some people watching may feel that vicariously. There's something morbidly interesting to this story of an unpleasant group of exiled players exploiting an anti-FFA sentiment to try and manufacture a path for their return to playing in the competitive scene in a legitimate capacity. All their embarrassing misdeeds and laughable insecurities made manifest in their behaviour and conduct, as well as the innumerable double standards they like to set, makes it as deplorable as it does entertaining. If you want the answer as to why Chivalry 2 has been ruined, this is a major chunk of it. But what about the second part? The reason why Chivalry 2 makes me hate multiplayer games. We've taken a significant amount of time, half of a video's length likely, to focus on these specific acts of sabotage and toxicity. Yet, for someone who supposedly dislikes multiplayer games, I offered much praise towards Insurgency Sandstorm in my video essay. I also earlier cited a video of Rust, a notoriously toxic multiplayer-only game. Is it not a tad unfair to look at Chivalry 2 as anything more than an unfortunate outlier that doesn't represent the experiences most people have with multiplayer gaming? I think at first glance it's not hard to think that. Melee medieval slashers, after all, are infamous for appealing to a special brand of online extremist. The genre in of itself is a bit of an outlier. But keep in mind, the events that unfolded from 2023 onwards were unquestionably the emergent outcome of rampant player toxicity. People held grudges over trivial matters, and hacks augmented their ability to settle them. From that point on, it kind of snowballed. Sandstorm and Rust do have toxicity in spades, that's the common denominator. God knows the number of times I've spoken once in an American lobby and have proceeded to have been force-fed the entire military history of the 1776 War of Independence, punctuated with repeated racial slurs. And Rust, I think Rust speaks for itself.
Get him! Get him! Do it now, and I'm going. No, you know.
But the distinction with these two games is how their fundamental experiences are designed. If someone is being a pest in Sandstorm and they're on the other team, settling scores by killing them is just playing the game normally. If they're on your team and try to friendly fire you, they immediately get given team damage reflection. If they're being abrasive, you mute them. While in Rust greater options exist for griefing, such as door camping, these are still ultimately facets of the core experience, raiding other players for their resources. Grudges being settled, even with toxic players, is embedded in the core gameplay loop, and the necessary tools are provided to curate your experience with them. But in Chivalry 2, the way trying to grief someone manifests takes away from the desired experience. A mute doesn't really matter when I still have to share spaces with these people that are interrupting my duels, most of which don't talk anyway. Yes, the Vencels are wholly to blame for what they've done, especially their attempts to take things beyond the game that warrant specific indignation, but we also have to consider that the environment of Chivalry 2 has always cultivated this culture of aggrieved play. Design-wise, Chivalry 2 gives rise to this petty squabbling, including the use of Game Pass that has become the loophole that infinitely lets hackers re-enter the space. In the last video, I very flippantly declared my abstinence from partaking in the game as a result of some anecdotal evidence on how Torn Banner mismanages Chivalry 2. Relatable, but ultimately doesn't do much to ascertain what's going on. Now that I've spent the time looking, I think I'm a bit better prepared to take on this next question. Throughout all of Chivalry 2's development, and especially the last year, what the fuck has Torn Banner been doing? Okay, back to normal. This is much better. Someone once said I was a commentary channel when talking about my videos, and I suddenly felt a longing for the affectionate taut grip of rope around my neck. I can't risk that comparison ever again. I'm much more comfortable being a chamois clone, barring taking estrogen and posting furry vor on my Twitter account. If you've watched my last 2 videos on Chivalry 2, in which case I apologise for the suffering I've inflicted upon you 3 times by now, you'll know I'm quite a stern critic of Torn Banner Studios. I think they've poorly managed Chivalry 2 across the board, and that has been emblematic of an almost apathetic disdain for their own creation. This isn't anything close to an unpopular opinion. The reasons may vary, but by now, generally everyone seems rather dissatisfied with how Chivalry 2 has been run by the developers in the last 3 years, and such negative sentiments have only been exacerbated by what people have deemed to be almost complete inaction. There are a lot of points of criticism to float with TBS, and I think there is no better vessel to examine this through than a subject I've been rather passionate about in this game: moderation. Moderation for Chivalry 2 can often be an area of frustration for the average player. You send a ticket showing problematic behaviour, the moderators say they've received it, and the ticket is closed without further comment. What's the deal with that? Well, some people kindly gave me insight into the process going on behind the scenes. The privacy policy moderators have to abide by is that they're not allowed to divulge any information regarding what actions will be taken. This includes not making any promises as what will happen or revelations about what has happened in regards to your ticket. This is not ordained by them, but actually the developers. The moderation team are a group of volunteers in North America and Europe who are in contact with the community manager as a liaison between them and the development team. For a significant chunk of time, it was a woman called Jen, before a guy called Ari recently took over. Most of those I've spoken with, even the most ardent detractors, agree that the devs generally understood the toll of their volunteer work and were very considerate in regards to letting them take breaks from burnout. They were cognizant of what they'd asked these players to do and wanted to show their support for them. These cordial terms, however, started to fall into complacency on behalf of the developers. Earlier I mentioned how for Epic release the moderation support matched demand, but it was with Steam launch and the incorporation of the Game Pass that led to a skyrocketing demand. What I stalled on mentioning was how skeletal this crew was even at its peak. At its highest, Europe had 2 to 3 dedicated moderators that would consistently handle tickets. Numbers in North America are likely a little higher due to a larger player base, but nothing that close to double digits. They did have volunteer helpers to assist with ticket management, but it wasn't nearly enough for such an arduous process. Once a ticket came in, the moderator would need to check the information of the player issuing the report, before then adjudicating the quality of the evidence provided, as well as considering the context shown. The evidence would then be uploaded to a communal Google Drive where all the videos, clips and screenshots were stored, followed by the moderator adding the infraction to the spreadsheet of all tracked infractions committed by players, and then the ticket would be processed for actioning. Sounds simple, right? The time disagrees. For an easy ticket where everything is provided and straightforward, it would take around 20 minutes. For a difficult ticket, such as nuanced cases that require moderator discussion, people forgetting to include player IDs or not even sending in evidence of their claims, this process could take 2 to 3 hours. When you then consider there were people like Hickster who were deliberately framing people and individuals in Venn planting evidence of racist messages to get players banned, it made verifying the tickets harder and added to the already ridiculous time needed. needed. This also didn't help that tickets would sit open for a couple of days so others could pitch in necessary info before anything was actioned. This process was a bureaucratic nightmare for the volunteers who were coming home from long days at work to then spend their limited free time doing this. When hackers could create accounts faster than they could be banned, this was a major problem. The privacy policy was a hot point of contention that arguably worsened matters. Sure, in the short term it discouraged arguments and saved the extra workload of divulging information on a case-by-case basis. A blanket statement that appropriate action would be taken worked better. In the long term, this just created more problems. Let's say you issue a ticket and days later you see the guy you reported still playing. You'd think nothing was done, right? Really, they may have been given a ban for a couple of days and already served that punishment, but because the player hasn't been told, they assume nothing has been done. This served to discourage people from curating the communal spaces. If the people who could do something weren't doing anything, why bother? The privacy policy forebode any ability of the player base to actually know something had been done and connect absences with action being taken. Moderators wanted some of the transparency they'd seen a glimpse of when Jen shot down Hickster on Reddit, something that could show they were doing something. They suggested instant feedback reports that would inform the player who issued the ticket that action had or hadn't been taken, which at least could provide a timeline without needing to disclose specifics. This was one of the many things suggested to the developers regarding streamlining the process and helping to reassure the community they did care. I'm sure you can guess the response. Torn Banner found themselves at ease in mandated silence and often would just not respond to things if they didn't have to. Moderators only got to know what was absolutely needed to know. Duels was the subject of much deliberation. For such a small part of the community where the dedicated player base was at, this was the source of the biggest problems. A significant chunk of tickets were about FFA and related griefing offences and were being repeatedly issued by players in there. Quite a few moderators were duelists and practically specialised in these tickets. They understood the etiquette, the familiar faces, and could provide valuable context for those who weren't familiar. So when someone at Torn Banner, rumoured to be the community manager Jen at the time, suggested they just remove duel servers to lighten the load, there was major pushback. One moderator made a specific point about how Duels was the only social-oriented space in the entire game. It was the one mode where you weren't thrown immediately into fights and had time to chat with other players. It was their designated social hub. As I said before, this was where you came to truly appreciate the game beyond the casual fun of an endless gank. This was where the heart of the community was. This was where their loyal players were in bulk. There's no way to verify this conversation happened beyond the testimony of people I can't reveal, but I think it's reasonable to say that even if this conversation didn't happen, the outcome of it came around anyway, meaning they must have had that sentiment at some point. Because in the recent Duel of the Fates update, a new installment advertised as being predominantly Duels oriented, they removed Duels and replaced them with the social servers I described ages ago. Suddenly you find yourself without reason to moderate FFA if FFA isn't considered against the rules anymore. Just for context on this, we got a ranged only mode before we've ever gotten an actual melee only mode in a fucking melee slasher game. This update was horrendous for the dueling scene. This came with a bunch of new voices, including the Duke and Air voice packs that were considered pay to win by a big chunk of the competitive players. Attacks are telegraphed with a different voice line between regular and heavy slashers. They also indicate when a player is low on stamina. These two voice packs don't distinguish as much, if at all, their regular and heavy swings. This means it's easier to condition and confuse opponents into trying to counter by denying them an essential piece of information. But beyond that, this was a final decision in a long line of choices that sought to nosedive community relations into the floor and help to bring about disaster. This perceived lack of developer input while moderators are working around the clock to curate the game, guilt-tripped into continuing to work to help their friends in what some have described as an internal hostage situation, is arguably why the hacking calamity became so tumultuous and duped so many people, even now. People were so starved of a lack of input that when Venn came around and claimed it was policing FFA, that cultural divide and Stockholm syndrome of endorsement versus condemnation formed very quickly. They were primed to buy into this, and they can hardly be blamed for that when the underlying structures of the game mode itself encourage FFA more than anything. In Chivalry 1, two players could consent to duels with an emote, and then they would be moved out of a wider social hub and into their own small area to fight. This wasn't made by TBS. It was a player-made mod. This means there was an option to make a consensual system that was enforced by actual game factors instead of some joke honor code they didn't even appropriately advertise when the game launched. What the fuck is a dube? What does this even mean? You're telling me these guys were so busy they couldn't add some splash art telling people how the mode worked when you loaded in? But, better yet, they could have done this even simpler, with possibly better results. You know how GTA 5 has a passive mode? why do they not have something like this? If someone's causing trouble, block them, so it means they can't do damage to you and you can't do damage to them. They'll appear half transparent so you can track who is blocked and you can't collide with them. This would arguably be a much better system. It would be easier to code, so less work intensive. Not teleporting people away into other areas would keep everyone in the same place and keep the server looking populated, and also would remedy the root cause of a problem I think a lot of people overlook: persistence. It matters not if the person trying to grief me is doing it on purpose or accident. Whether they beat me or don't is equally as irrelevant, because it culminates the same way. My time dueling is being interrupted. I have to focus on this person who is determined to disrupt how I want to play regardless of their skill. Just because I'm repeatedly trouncing some loser who's popped a blood vessel over my username doesn't mean I'm enjoying it. The whole point is I don't want to be playing with these people. This blocking feature also means you're not desperately pleading for others to vote kick someone, and the crux of its enforcement comes down to the player themselves. They can self-govern and curate their own individual experience without affecting others, which would do wonders for player satisfaction. That is all people want. Not to mention, because typically the only way to deal with FFA is kill them back when the vote kick inevitably doesn't work, this means you don't have to engage with FFAers any longer, and it doesn't set a misleading standard for new players who misinterpret this as the way to play. This is a measure that is a low cost to the developers, lets player govern their own experiences, denies malicious FFAers the chance to cause trouble whilst giving mischievous FFAers an opportunity to learn server etiquette, would heavily streamline the workload for moderators by outright removing FFA, and ultimately improve player satisfaction tenfold. The only potential flaw is hackers may have a way to exploit this or get around it, but that would imply the developers care about hacking, and the moderators know more than anyone. That's not the case. One of the individuals I spoke about earlier, FFAing Godefroy, got hit with a permanent ban when it was revealed he was distributing hacks. The developers are very cautious to ever issue bans. Teddo, to my knowledge, only ever got given chat mutes, and he was openly a horrible person, so the fact they decided it necessary here showed how much work the moderators had done to prove he was ruining the game. So imagine their surprise when one of the developers who handles appeals comes into the moderator chat and tells them he's lifting the ban on FFAing Godefroy. When they ask why, the developer shows them what is, tantamount, a ChatGPT generated apology. It's no longer able to be accessed, but multiple people have confirmed this was the reason given. Banner unbanned a known player who distributed cheats because he said he was very sorry, and that's not the only example. Firebxll was extremely dedicated to griefing. On PlayStation there's a way to library share between accounts, and new account creation is free, so when one account got banned, he would just make another and share libraries there. Before he got to PC, this led to him amassing an army of 70 to 80 alternative accounts to grief the game. Now, while Firebxll wasn't openly hiding these alts because they were all named in a way that could be linked to him, there was a difficulty establishing that from overhead where the moderators were. Easy anti-cheat was used to issue bans, but didn't provide robust information on console players, and generally was considered not effective for policing console play. This was a problem because easy anti-cheat was the only tool they really had to track alts. This meant Firebxll was making alternative accounts on a platform their only alt tracking tool didn't work well on, which necessitated the use of another tool called PlayFab that created player identifiers such as hardware IDs, login timestamps, and IP addresses. One EU moderator worked around the clock to connect all of these accounts Firebxll had made, something we've established is painstaking work being carried out on a voluntary basis, and managed to get every account banned for evading punishment. All this hard work was sullied when Banner reached out to Firebxll following an appeal and said, "Hey, we know you're an unreasonable individual who is so obsessed you've made over 70 accounts to repeatedly grief people you don't like, but here's your original account back. If you want to know why there are no more European moderators, here you go." It was this realization that Banner was undoing all the thankless hard work the moderators had done without any financial incentive, and fucking over their moderators was not where it ended. One amazing game amenity was called ShivStats, an online open source platform that showed a comprehensive database of player statistics for different weapons, classes, and what different names they'd been using. This wasn't just a great source of information for the entire player base, but also provided an incentive for some to keep playing. People would use specific weapons to become number one in their usage. A player called Karltars that frequents team objective lobbies only uses Katars, and understandably landed himself as number 1 in that category. This website was run by a user called Gimmick, a member of the Unchained modding development team, who spent 1,000 hours of his spare time creating this free-to-use resource for the community. But then, in March of this year, the site went down, and all that was left was this post. At the time, I was just doing some preliminary research into the community, and jumped at the chance to potentially talk with him on what happened. He declined an interview, but gave me a rundown in a text conversation as to why he took down the website. I came to fully understand very quickly why he didn't want to go through it all again in a voice call. Gimmick had originally applied for the development team to moonlight a small project he wanted to work on for a logging hook output. He got no answer, but started poking around and found that he could automate the leaderboards in the game to represent the individual player stats for weapons and rank them accordingly. This was a voluntary project he worked on alongside a day job, learning to program with the help of AI prompts, and was happy to provide something that could inspire players to get involved more and compete for higher ranks. This really was the closest thing we would ever get to a ranking system of any kind. Now, imagine this. You're a developer at Torn Banner. A random guy who doesn't know programming coded a major automated resource for completely free that incentivizes further player engagement with the thing you helped to make. A guy who has reached out before to help identify bugs and problems and offered to fix them for you. You'd be quite thankful, right? Friendly and appreciative? You'd offer to help him out if he ever needed some assistance with this project. Wrong. Woefully wrong. These guys treated him like a hostile and ignored him, only ever responding when he was helping fix their game. Here he is sending a query in June of 2023 about how to improve something on a ShivStats website. This goes ignored for 2 days, shy of 3 months, before a developer gets back to him with a message that ignores his request for help and immediately informs him of something he has to fix on his website per a security concern. These people only ever got in contact to tell him about the numerous security concerns they had, so he would have to take stuff off his project, all of which he complied with, which then resulted in what was an extremely hostile point of correspondence. A homogenized account called Chivalry Team, in an extremely curt manner, informed him that he had to remove the inventory of peasant hats displayed on the website because it could mark tournament winners and game testers for harassment by the hackers. In all of Torn Banner's infinite wisdom, they assumed the cheaters that were already using player IDs to track people they didn't like across servers for the sake of targeted harassment were relying on the presence of a cosmetic item. Gimmick innocently asked who he was speaking with, and this led to the account playing semantics about divulging personal information in an extremely infuriating display of how much his work meant to them. After all he had done, they only ever wanted to talk when they were punishing him, so he took the site down. This then inspired Polehammer.net, a resource that accurately displayed stats for weapons because the in-game stat bars literally lie to the player, to also take down his website. Torn Banner didn't care about the game, and by extension they didn't care about the community making these passion projects. The most positive affirmation people like Gimmick got, people who were active in the hacking discussion forums and helped diagnose many problems about a game the developers themselves didn't know how to fix, was a Discord role and some worthless in-game currency. Of all the things I've spoken about in this video, considering the extended section dedicated to the worst offenders of then, this deeply angered me. It infuriated me how incapable these people were to just say thank you. That phrase, in all of their correspondence with Gimmick, was never uttered once. They didn't so much as thank someone who had spent their valuable free time making something that ostensibly improved their game. And all of this really starts to be especially irritating when Gimmick had to remove himself from the server to resist helping TBS anymore, whilst Bazerka, Kane, Lucas, Bobux, and many others are still in the official Chivalry 2 Discord, running interference, revising history, and making up excuses and baseless lies. This ceaseless apathy towards moderators and project makers who happily worked for free, whilst feigning ignorance to those who are known to be ruining the game, as Gimmick himself said best, has forbidden the development of any loud positive majority and instead enshrined and amplified the loud negative minority. They betrayed the trust of their most loyal players in ways more than just mismanaging a video game, and because of that, Chivalry 2 has been left to the dogs, and no one there gives a shit. But why don't they? Why don't they care about a game they spent so long making? Why are they so ambivalent about you engaging with a dedicated community that would prolong the lifespan of their game and fully appreciate the combat system they painstakingly made? Why don't the developers care? Because, dear viewer, the gaming industry is an economic market that doesn't sell you games. It sells you business models. Mirage Arcane Warfare was a multiplayer action game following Chivalry Medieval Warfare that made a lot of major changes to the established formula. A game about large-scale conflict between knights of warring European factions made a hard turn into 5 versus 5 objective-oriented small-scale combat between heroes of conflicting Arabic parties. I'm always happy to give credit for developers trying something new. The bane of this industry is doing anything remotely different, but Mirage was too much of a dynamic change. Some of this came down to good old racism. We've already examined the abundance of opinions had on Middle Eastern people, but a lot of it was rather fair dissatisfaction. The game looked really generic, making a deliberate attempt to emulate the cartoony style of Overwatch as well as the hero shooting gameplay framework, and ultimately didn't appeal to the wealth of players that had fallen in love with the gritty realistic depictions of carnage and combat. This meant that when the game launched in 2017, hardly anyone played it. This is also owed to it being barred from commercial sale in the EU due to a new data protection regulation. The game was commercially dead on arrival, and in May of 2018, the servers were shut down by Torn Banner. The failure of Mirage is a very important part of Chivalry 2's story, because it necessitated not just Chivalry 2's design, but their return to it at all. When a bunch of developers started leaving and Torn Banner was on the brink of financial ruin, the only thing that could save them, as well as reassure investors and shareholders to keep giving them money, was something they could reliably count on to make back that hefty deficit. Chivalry had brand recognition, but even as the genre's most well-known slasher, it still didn't have the broad mass market appeal to reel in the numbers necessary. It needed to become more casual friendly without diluting the strong identity it had. And they managed it. The addition of a held parry as opposed to the predecessor's timed block was a major quality of life improvement even for skilled veterans, and the focus on large-scale combat offered the players moments for both hilarity and heroism. We already know the fighting system they made is easy to pick up for beginners, but for something that is fundamentally rooted in one-to-one encounters, it suits group fighting really well. Even when you're against multiple opponents, countering one attack can deflect all of them if they hit at a similar time. The customization acted as an incentive for people to keep playing. The ability to mix and match weapons within classes encouraged further investment, and it all came with a polish that most melee slashers weren't believed to have, as games typically seen as niche indie projects. By 2022, Chivalry 2 had sold over 2 million copies worldwide on all platforms. It won a handful of small awards and even got nominated at the Game Awards for Best Action Game. This is the kind of story you love to see. A studio making something with a strong, discernible identity that endures the entropy of the industry, clawing back from ruin and into renown. It really is a miracle Chivalry 2 happened at all. I sincerely wish we could end this video on the same tone as Signalis with a passionate vote of thanks for all the hard work. But that's unfortunately not the case. Torn Banner released a blog post early in development talking about their process for examining what was good and what needed improvement in Chivalry 1. They make specific mention at the beginning about the combat, about how rewarding it is to outsmart an opponent. This is exactly the main draw for Duels. Yet they move on immediately to team objective play. There were only duel servers which were, as earlier stated, repurposed FFA lobbies with some stupid tagline that didn't explain necessary etiquette to play. It's weird that for a studio that was so diligently reviewing Chivalry 1, they didn't take note of the mod that let people consent to fight, nor did they make explicit effort to ever state in public correspondence how people ought to play. The closest thing we get to a PSA regarding duels etiquette is a single moment in their combat deep dive stream in May of 2022, where, 56 minutes in, one of the developers says this.
Alright, shall we duel?
What's the dueling etiquette?
Yeah,
well,
so you always
want
want to flourish.
Yeah.
This one offhand comment is the only known acknowledgement of the game mode where their dedicated community congregates. Why the silence? When we consider that Chivalry 2's design was heavily influenced by what would attract the most people, from a bird's eye perspective, the Duels community was too small to profitably cater to. It also was likely seen as a source of trouble. Remember, these guys just did a deep review of Chivalry, and likely stumbled across a lot of Steam threads and Reddit posts referring to it as Chivalry Ballerina Warfare. Duels became the stage where the ridiculous exploits and animation abuse of Chivalry 1 debuted, spreading across internet discussion pages like a wildfire, and rapidly became the #1 talking point of that community. Look at this, it makes me feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. The Duels community historically has also been the most vocal regarding issues with combat, and this makes sense. The fundamentals revolve around one-to-one engagements, so it's quite clear when something isn't working as intended. Not only could creating a dedicated dueling mode for a small group be considered a waste of resources, but also, so many of the team were new developers who hadn't worked on the original Chivalry, and there may have been fears they would push the combat too hard the other way, prompting this established cohort to start sowing dissent in the player base like they had for the first game. Really, Duels were never meant to be included, and it was only through enough players hassling them that we got anything close. I've joked before that Torn Banner spent so much time making a great combat system yet seem like they're embarrassed for you to play it. I was right. Duels are never openly advertised on the front page like Team Objective is, and even if you open the playlist section, it's tucked into the back, and once you play Duels matchmaking, you can see why they're trying to hide it. It takes absolute ages to match with anyone, and the time cost is exacerbated by the ridiculous amount of downtime between rounds and matches, not to mention people just often leave 2 rounds in. If you try 3v3, you face similar problems, but also, it doesn't keep the same players together in the same lobby when matches finish, so if you are unfortunate enough to matchmake into a game on its last round, you don't get to play, and get ejected into another random lobby that could also be finishing. It's a mess, and it begs the question, why haven't they refined these modes, bolstered their appeal, and advertised it on the front page? They've had 3 years to do this. Well, it would be a bit hard to do that for a game they already moved on from making early in its lifetime. I can't take credit for the following research. This is really down to what the chaps over at Unchained found through their own digging. I was given permission to attribute a lot of these findings to them.
We do not care.
Torn Banner, throughout all of development, have been outsourcing work to other studios with increasing frequency. The Tenosian Invasion update of 2022 had one FFA map in it called Hippodrome, an arena so universally disliked it eventually got pulled from the rotation. This was one of 3 maps, the 2 others being Bulwark and Ascandir. How fitting with this sentiment of Duels being needless baggage that they outsourced the one map for Duels play to an individual contractor. The post was unfortunately deleted, but it's taken on good authority that this map was not made in-house by Torn Banner. Updates for their blog and the game itself were eventually being made by another development studio entirely. Artwork has been outsourced too, in great spades. The splash art for the Raiding Party update was made by Graphite Studio, an outsourcing art studio, but this goes way back to launch. Those animated trailers I showed in the intro, the art for it was made by Good Name Studio, and then animated by a completely different team at Capsule Studio. And this isn't wholly bad. Games outsource work to others all the time, and if you're on a tight schedule and a limited budget, this isn't completely unreasonable. I think it's more so indicating a certain sentiment. Imagine a project that you were truly passionate about and wanted to make yours. You'd at least be a little hesitant to start letting other people with no creative stake in it get involved, right? I think you only really do this and let so many other random people get involved with something that is quite sentimentally connected to your company if you didn't care that much. This is what makes this next revelation a bit more scandalous, because it becomes very apparent Torn Banner don't care when, for at least the last 6 months and potentially more, they've been working on an unrelated upcoming game called No More Room in Hell 2 that's being developed by someone else. Senior level artist and creator Matt Kazan has been working on this for a while. He also happens to be senior environment artist at Torn Banner, where this has been his sole focus. There are a bunch of LinkedIn posts by developers about dabbling with Unreal Engine 5's lighting and mapping, all of which are now deleted, but a post not long ago by Pasquale Schionti shows a 3D environment made using Unreal Engine 5. He's the principal lighting artist at Torn Banner. Now, Chivalry 2 uses Unreal Engine 4, not 5. Why would the developers be posting about using an engine that doesn't align with what people assume is their current project? 2 possible answers. First, reasonably likely, Unreal Engine 5 is a new engine that a lot of developers are choosing to familiarize themselves with because it will likely be a new paradigm for game creation in 3D spaces. Second, more likely, the reason a bunch of people at Torn Banner are all experimenting with the same engine around the same time but doesn't work on their own game is because they've already moved on from Chivalry 2 to a new project that uses Unreal Engine 5. Why else are they banning and muting people who point out Torn Banner developers are in the server? By now, all of the things Torn Banner sought to improve on, especially regarding a lack of communication and the sense they abandon their games, have just become traditional policies of the studio. There's nothing more emblematic of a general disinterest for what they're making other than pawning off parts of development to a handful of other teams for a long time on a game that a lot of people assumed would be of great sentimental value to Torn Banner, the kind of project that would be imbued with a devout creative passion. But no. Chivalry 2 can be reasonably seen as an obligation that they washed their hands of the moment they made the money back. And how can you blame them as employees of an industry where that's all that matters? I already covered some of this ground in a Signalis video essay, but that was from the lens of how individual creations generally have come to be valued both by media conglomerates and the people themselves as just products to be consumed at the cost of deeper meaning and artistic integrity. But multiplayer games, different to single player games, are typically valued greater for mechanical complexity and entertainment value, more so than narrative potency. And that's fine, that's not my complaint. Not every meal has to be an elaborate dinner. Sometimes a good fast food burger just hits the spot. My protests lie with the fact multiplayer games have become the stage for the debuting of predatory practices. We're no longer being sold games, but instead, business models. And we don't even own them. Think about it. What is the most important rule of a successful business? Low cost, high profit. Single player games have to be engrossing enough to keep one person on their own hooked. Whether it be through an ensnaring story or the ridiculous complexity of its mechanics, it takes a lot of effort to not just grab the player's attention, but keep a good hold of it. That takes time, and time, ultimately, is money. But multiplayer games have the boon of other players, the fun of human interaction, which means that they don't have to be nearly as complex on either front. Often some of the most viral video games have been the simplest. Play something like Lethal Company or Helldivers on its own and it kind of sucks, right? It gets boring very quickly. But with other people, it's a blast.
Nice. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, Charles, and now we've detected. I guess I'll just do what I know what to do in our final moments.
It's way out.
I don't know where the fucking way out is. Yippee!
This means multiplayer games can be churned out at a greater frequency with lower costs, so already win out on abiding by this key corporate tenet. A lot of the time now, multiplayer games don't even have a single player mode beyond fighting a cohort of bots governed by the sage wisdom of a demented toddler. This is just one of the many things that have been strategically amputated to minimize cost at the expense of the player. A prudent comparison to Chivalry 2 would be Halo Reach. Halo Reach is well known for its campaign that started Master Chief's journey, but also was a multiplayer game that had a dedicated clan community who would fight in-player run events and tournaments, albeit with less doxing and harassment. This game had a smorgasbord of player-friendly features. It was easy to party up with friends to go and matchmake for many different modes like Griffball and Infection. Game modes offered a lot of configurable options for co-op and PvP that could be saved and played with friends. Couple this with a built-in map-making mode called Forge and the ability to upload these to your profile's file share, you have a universal library of games to use for lobbies that could host up to 16 players. And if you wanted to record something, you could go into theatre mode and replay a match. Evan Royalty, the guy who made SCP Overlord, started out with Halo Reach Machinimas. This game became a platform for in-game creativity, better than games that actually market themselves on being creative experiences with a community that still plays and creates today. For a developer at Bungie, this must mean the world. For a corporate suit at a media conglomerate, this must mean a lot of potential money lost. Multiplayer games are no longer the result of this amazing amenity that connects people and forms community. It's now a way to best charge people inordinate amounts of money for things we had for free decades ago. As technology has innovated, the ways of restricting its use with money-hungry practices, even insultingly bolder than the last, have also. $60 a pop for DLC, internet required to play on your own, all of the agonizing insanity that is acknowledging the ever-common grievous oxymoron that is game journalists shilling for some flavour of the month slop by explaining offline single player can be accessed with an internet connection, because words just don't fucking mean anything anymore. Pay-to-win microtransactions that sully the game, having to pay to rent a server instead of being able to just host your own lobby with friends, and ultimately not being able to keep what you've paid for. In an industry where profit is prime directive, what happens when they decide to shut down the servers for a game you like? What happened if you were one of the few dedicated players for Mirage and Torn Banner had to come and shut down the servers? They don't ask you, do they? If a game is wholly tied to multiplayer, then when the servers go, so do the players, and if the players are the game, well, so does your game. The campaigns and single player modes that were once considered an essential part of the whole are gone. there is no game left. Either you fork up the cash and time to run your own servers, or you jump ship. This isn't me saying game developers ought to be shackled to old IPs they made 20 years ago, but to point out how there's quite a financial incentive to put out multiplayer games to a set rhythm if you're charging people premium price every time to play it for a little bit, and then hash out the next identical title. This is a natural part of a game's life cycle that is getting artificially hastened to have you moving from product to product, hopping from game to game whilst forking up hundreds in entry fees to navigate what is becoming an endless maze of guarded doors. This is becoming emblematic of a burgeoning industry belief that you don't own games, you just pay to have them for a little. Why else has every single business on the planet suddenly started leaning hard into subscription services? It's a continuous revenue stream for a single provided service as opposed to a one-time payment for permanent access. Minimal work with tons of profit to be had. This philosophy that wormed its way into multiplayer has started trying to crawl into single-player games too. The move from physical discs to digital storage is a great boon, but of course has come at the cost of actual ownership. The games you pay for are tied to platforms and accounts that could potentially be removed at any time, surrendering generations of games to obscurity because businesses see preserving history as needless expense. It's gotten so bad that online piracy of old games is becoming the only method of preservation. This erasure of past games also likely makes it easier to convince people that the greed of publishers is the norm if there aren't prior examples of games that flourished without it, without the unnecessary exterior launches and mandatory account creation that further locks down your control of what you're buying. People have gotten locked out of their Rockstar games like GTA and Red Dead because of Rockstar Social Club, like how disconnecting from the internet whilst playing the offline story can cause conflicting issues that just prevent you from logging into your game. Just as I'm writing this script, Helldivers 2, a game universally beloved, has come under fire because Sony mandated that players need to have a PlayStation account linked to Steam in order to play. But some countries aren't allowed to create PSN accounts, and if you lie about what country you're in, you could get your account terminated. By the 30th of May, it will be a mandatory requirement, and you will not be able to play otherwise. So this means a major media conglomerate is taking away the right to play from people who already bought the game months ago. Let me reiterate. After players have paid for the game, Sony is going to make it impossible for them to play because of an arbitrary decision. Do you live in the Philippines? Well, go fuck yourself, you can't even buy the game anymore. Wow! It took 4 months of diligent effort to make Helldivers 2 a renowned video game, and in just over 48 hours, it took one guy in a suit to walk it all back, while the developers, who from the beginning knew this to be a bad idea, are getting the brunt of the backlash. Even if it didn't stop people playing, why the fuck should we need to be connecting accounts from platforms we're not even using? The big leagues of this industry that have all the money are so determined to make playing what you pay for as difficult and tedious as possible. And if it's not the developers' hard work being ruined, it's them. Insurgency Sandstorm, a game I spoke about last year with great affection, would later go on to have its entire studio fired as part of a series of industry-wide executions that Embracer Group has openly admitted was done to satisfy the concerns of their shareholders. Sandstorm will continue to be available to players, but the people who made it are just gone. How can a game developer give a shit about what they make when this is the oppressive atmosphere of their industry? How can they make the necessary personal investments in something that, at any point, can be taken away along with their job? Why would you hesitate from moving on when everything in this industry is just an obligation done to survive? Tripwire isn't owned by Embracer Group, but Deep Silver is, and there's no telling how numbing it can be as an employee in that industry to watch the hard work of others go up in flames because a chart somewhere said it was a needless cost. This is why I hate multiplayer games. This is why Chivalry 2 is the vessel for this hatred. What was an amenity used to bridge gaps between people so they could share in the joy of a fully fledged game has been tortuously deformed and warped into being the selling point for extremely shallow projects that are just interactive business models. It's become the way in which corporate greed has gained a foothold in the industry, normalized predatory practices, and charged you time after time for things we had for 3 years ago, all the while giving you less overall. The autonomy of the things you rightfully believe to own at any moment can be taken back with no regard for your money. Multiplayer games, through their physiologically designed purpose of profit garnering, have become the vessel for the most contemptible trait of the creative industry, the disregarding of diligent work and the sentiments vested in it because it's just not profitable enough. Unfortunately, Chivalry 2 has been the exemplar for all of this. Chivalry 2 is a game that likes to tell you it has multiple game modes, but really, it has two. LTS could have been the third one, but they insist on never giving it an official cube, so, consequently, you'll likely see this beloved match type only ever half full at peak times. It's a game littered with exploits and bugs that have been known for a long time, and every time one gets patched, 10 more pop up to take its place. It's a game where your only method of private custom matches with friends is renting shoddy servers that don't even let you configure the match to the extent hackers are able to do. It's a game where you're unable to create your own community because of a lack of moderation tools that prevent you from cordoning off a space, that make dealing with people trying to ruin your time a cultural mainstay. It's a game with fundamental issues, needing urgent address from its developers that have been pawning off development elsewhere and working on someone else's project for the last 6 months, but the only urgent address given is stuff you have to pay for and the occasional vague blog post that commits to nothing. And this, while bad, isn't something I hold against the developers. Again, it's my sincere belief now that game developers are just employees that have to do whatever their publishers tell them. The business side determines the development direction, and Torn Banner themselves have admitted in testing servers this is where their priorities have to lie. For this reason, I'm going to state once more that none of this is being used as an excuse or a reason to incite any harassment to the developers. This video does not condone that behaviour, and by me bringing up these criticisms, I am not inviting you to go and harass them. For the love of God, leave these people alone. But when these developers have been so warped by the industry's apathy to also value the work of others as nothing, to treat them like shit, that is something I hold contempt for. The creator I mentioned prior, who unfortunately died, was Sota Dave. This is a household name for anyone who has been around the game for a while. He had a YouTube channel dedicated to Chivalry 2 and was such a veteran of the slasher genre that he even played Mirage Arcane Warfare. He did a lot of work for the game, both in his videos that dove into the miscellaneous details of weapons and his involvement in organising charity events and player-run tournaments. Sota loved this game a lot, so when he saw that Torn Banner had been radio silent on a major security breach for over a year, he uploaded a video called The Moose Jab, where, in a speech bubble that appeared for 5 seconds, sarcastically mocked the lack of punishment over hacking and linked the name of the website the low-end cheats were available on for Game Pass. Immediately, Sota received a permanent in-game ban with no warning, and Torn Banner claimed it was because of an accumulation of infractions over the years. When I first saw this as I was making this video, I was dubious. Perhaps the punishment didn't need to be so harsh, but Torn Banner were in a tough spot. Game Pass didn't allow third-party anti-cheat to be added, and publishers were probably stopping them from pulling the plug. They were acting rash because they got put in the corner. But then, later in the month, they release an anti-cheat update. This blog post, as they all are, is very funny. The claim they have staff on hand to help with issues while most of them are working on another project is quite a facetious claim. But more important than that, Torn Banner had just added easy anti-cheat to the Game Pass version of the game, something previously believed to not be possible. When asked why it took them a year to add the thing people thought they weren't allowed to add, the community manager refused to divulge anything, citing security reasons, as they always do, and referred me back to the blog post that specifies absolutely nothing other than how to report a player. I asked another developer called Connect how much of their development time was determined by publisher input. This led to a couple of answers where they practically told me they literally didn't know, and then culminated in a very fitting moment where, when asked for specifics, they sat typing for 10 minutes and then eventually gave up. If Torn Banner can't give us an answer on how much autonomy they have in comparison to the publisher's direction, I can fill in with a good comparison. At one point early on, hackers could spoof admin tokens and issue false bans to player accounts. This was a problem that could affect everyone in the game, especially Team Objective. This took 3 weeks to fix. When it's befitted them, Torn Banner have acted with urgency. They could have plugged the hole in the wall a long time ago, but didn't because, you guessed it, this was primarily affecting Duels. It's a sincere belief of many of the people I've spoken with that if Game Pass hackers had been targeting North American Team Objective lobbies, Torn Banner would have done something, because the revenue stream would have been under fire. This means Torn Banner punished Sota Dave for pointing out a major flaw they kept open for 2 equally possible reasons. 1, Duels is considered an extremely niche part of the community that isn't worthy of the financial investment to resolve a localized problem, or 2, They don't know how to fix it, and instead of admitting that to be the case and making matters worse, they punish regular players to create the illusion that they are still in control. Both reasons for his ban come with the inherent perspective that Duels is an unprofitable part of Chivalry 2, and I vehemently disagree. We've already been over how Duels is the dedicated community that sticks around for updates and new cosmetics, but this didn't have to be a long-term investment. If Chivalry 2 was a short-term bounce back, they could have made a short-term investment, given us the tools to curate our own spaces, and then openly fucked off and we wouldn't have cared. If the utensils needed to enshrine the best parts of a community had been provided earlier on, it would have increasing returns. And this isn't to say that there wouldn't still be problems in the community. The number of arguments I've witnessed being instigated for whatever made-up reason is worryingly high, but it would be nothing distinct from the norm with a greater way of enforcing player agency. If a work of those like Sota and Gimmick, along with countless others, had been realised and appreciated by the developers, you'd be looking at a runaway success that brought a niche genre into the mainstream. People often think of Duels as a separate mode, but arguably it's the end point of the pipeline into where the community's heart is, and it's not small because it's a competitive mode few want to play, but because Torn Banner's apathetic, out-of-touch bird's-eye view saw it as not important enough to advertise, and that ultimately withered the number of players. Yet if Duels had ever been put on the front page, or if a ranked dueling playlist had ever been provided and acted as a gateway to the general competitive scene, I can guarantee we'd see a huge number of players sticking around to this day. Because that's why a lot of us play multiplayer games, isn't it? To be involved in something. To be part of virtual history through the referential humour and online customs and participation in events, no matter how slight a role we play. To make connections and to contribute not for money or glory, but because that's the fucking fun of it. Through my time just being around, people have come to know who I am, and I've fostered quite a positive reputation with some high-level established players. Some of them even think I'm good at the game. That sincerely is a great feeling. A lot of the time people mock me for continuing to play this when I'm such an ardent critic of it, and that's fair, I'm a fickle bitch, but genuinely I play Chivalry 2 because at its core it is brilliant. It's something intricate that rewards trying to understand those intricacies, partnered with a system that makes it so you can pick it up for 20 minutes or so. This works for someone like me and my schedule of working on videos or anything else I pretend to do to be interesting, and when you look at how greatly someone like Sota affected people and left a positive lasting impact, most of which only ever knew him through Chivalry 2, you realise that there really could have been something special here. If the building blocks were there to create a place that allowed for a vocal, decent minority to form, to enshrine a sense of community that set a good example for players and made them want to stay, Chivalry 2 could be a game that's played for the next decade. Chivalry 2 could have been the success story of a studio fighting off ruin and making a hit game out of the strife. But the developers didn't want to work on it. They had to. And passion projects are hardly born from stifling necessity, are they? How can games ever be anything more than grudging obligations if developers are in perpetual states of industry-mandated fear? Maybe you think I'm talking with hindsight, it's easier said than done, but keep in mind that Torn Banner's Chivalry 1 review blog post existed for the sake of hindsight. They used it to look at what went wrong, such as their reputation on silently abandoning the games they make, and even with the gift of hindsight they doubled down and turned it into company policy. I think the reason why this short-term investment didn't happen is, unfortunately, long-lasting and tight-knit communities are seen as more of a hindrance than a boon by a corporate executive gleaming insight from a bunch of financial graphs. This video feels like the polar opposite of a Signalis video essay. There I spoke about how it was a piece of art existing in an industry that didn't value games as having the potential to be emotional and thought-provoking, and triumphed out of a devotion to making something good whilst being antithetical to what the industry deems to qualify as that. That the odds were stacked against Rose Engine on being a smash hit, so there was no point trying to pander and dilute the integrity of their work for some extra cash. They wanted to make something brilliant, and let that speak for itself. Chivalry 2 is a video game that had the opportunity to be brilliant, and instead had to become a shining example of the worst parts of the industry to stay afloat. A work obligation that was neglected and ignored for so long, it let a market for video game hacks form under their noses, that let open bigotry run rampant and attract some of the most horrible people whilst driving away the decent ones that would make the space better, that left insecurities sitting wide open for a year and inflicted punishment on their most dedicated players for it. It's because of players like Sota and Gimmick that you realise if the right tools had been provided, if player agency had been permitted in ways it was a decade ago, and if Chivalry 2 could have been players like this, it really would have been something amazing. There, in the corner of your vision, exists the phantom outline of what Chivalry 2 could have been for all of us. And that's why it's so disheartening to see this game went down in flames, because it wasn't just mismanaged, but wholly ignored. Chivalry 2 is a game forever synonymous with that brutal industrial staple. The work people put in, paid for and free, doesn't matter beyond its weight in plastic notes and digits on a screen. For as long as multiplayer games remain the vessel for corporate greed, a community will only ever be seen as a crowd of individual customers. And if players are seen as people to take money from, how can multiplayer games ever be valued as anything more than manipulative ways of making money?